Slayer, what are you doing? I'm trying to eat cereal before stream. I didn't feed myself this morning. Hi, Raiders. Hi, guys. Hang on. I have to scarf cereal. I'm so hungry. Hi, Slayer. Thank you so much for the raid. Hello, guys. And thank you for the follow. Hello. Hello, I love you so much. I hope your day was amazing. You were playing Rocket League. Were you winning? Were you winning? Forgive me while I'm partially muted while I scarf cereal. It was fun. You were doing good at it. Okay, what level of Rocket League are you at? Are you basic bitch like me, or are you one of those players that are like flying 24/7 through the sky and hitting the ball midair? Because I can't do that shit. Diamond rat? Okay, Sweat Lord. Oh my lord. $800? Oh my god. $800 in Rocket League. Are you a masochist? Or do you just really, really love it that much? Oh my god.
Sloppy.
I ate so fast I didn't. Jolly found the new button. Jolly found the new button I added. Jolly, thank you for the hydrate, by the way. 500 hours on Zwag, and it's a game you can't get mad at. Hang on, how do I stream? Hello? Hello? Hi? Hi? Slayer, thank you so much again for the raid. Welcome in, you guys. Sorry, I had to eat. I was editing a video all morning, and I didn't eat. And then I was like, fuck, I have to go live right now. So I ran and got a bowl of cereal because adult food, why not? You get really mad at Rocket League? I do too. I literally had to stop playing Rocket League. I literally had to stop playing Rocket League because it was making me so mad because I wasn't good enough at it. You guys now have Sloppy button. Congratulations. Oh my god. Welcome in, you guys. How do I even stream? Hello, Slayer and Raiders. Welcome in. If it's your first time meeting me, my name is Terra. I'm a variety streamer. I usually stream 4 days a week right now with horror streams, sometimes drinking streams, and everything else in between. It's so good to have you guys. You're Plat 3. You just duo with Slayer. Got you. Oh. Got Dancer to 71. Instantly lost all motivation to play 14. Instead played DBD. Hey. Getting Dancer to 71 is my level. So if you want to play Dancer with me when we're doing dungeons, full send. Why did I launch Steam to launch Final Fantasy? Final Fantasy. Did someone say 14? Yeah, I'm hyper obsessed with 14 right now. that is our game of the day. I've currently been playing Final Fantasy XIV Tuesdays and Thursdays every week, and I want to add another day because I love this game so much. It's amazing. It's amazing. You have I'm sorry, what? You have 3,600 hours in Final Fantasy XIV. Hello? Hello? Ah! World, how could you? Hi, world. Why do I always type my password incorrectly when I'm on stream? What is wrong with me? Got it? We got there, we got there. Do you think you have a newer version of the save? Oh no, did it? The only save is from October 3rd. Did it actually reset Spess? Our grounded save? Uh-oh. Your main has all but 4 jobs maxed. What are the 4 that you didn't max out of curiosity? You do savage rating on content. Holy shit. We have a lot of savage raiders like in the community right now. Whew. Maybe it has to be actively shared continually to refresh it. Oh god, I'm scared. I'm scared for our grounded save. Gunbreaker, Ninja, Astro, and Sage. Why not Sage? I actually just picked up Sage off stream. I'm dying, my chair is killing me. Goodbye. I actually just picked up Sage off stream to queue with lower level friends than me. And it's fun. It's just a DPS. Sage is just a DPS and it heals. It's great. Oh, the Eorzea button makes me mad. Oh, okay, I can get that. I can get that. Having to press Eorzea all the time for dots and shielding is, yeah, I get that. I just have mine on Q though, so it's just like Q1, Q3, Q4, whatever my buttons are set up as. Let's play Final Fantasy, guys. I am currently still madly in love with Red Mage. I don't think anything will dethrone Red Mage as my favorite. It's just been so much fun. Black Mage is your baby though, also the hardest to play in the game, as we were learning last stream. Oh. Hi Punk, welcome in. People arrive for real. Hi Golsov. And if I play a tank, I think I'm gonna level Dark Knight at some point on stream so we can do the Dark Knight quests, because people said the Dark Knight quests are like 10 out of 10. But as far as interest in tanks that I have, Gunbreaker is #1. Gunbreaker #1 interest. Let's go. Oh, I should be in queue right now. One time I logged in, it was a 100-person queue. 17. Okay, never mind, it's fine. Ponk, you've already been with me for 6 months. There's no way. Sloppy. You sloppy, Jolly. Ghost, if there's a new button. There's a sloppy button. Sloppy. Watching for 25 days, 9 hours. It's Ponk. Oh my god, you're here all the time. Love you. Mwah. Thank you for all the support. My god. My god. 6 months with 25 days watch time. Insane. No cooldown, get him. I decided since it's a new button, a fresh new button to press, there's no cooldown for now. If you guys ruin it, then it'll have a cooldown. Good morning, little Lalafell. What was I doing in here again? Why did I come to the inn? I don't know, but we're leaving. We are leaving to get Arenvald's adventure. Pew, pew. Tried Black Mage, played till 20 and 30, gave up. Okay, Slayer, so this is what I tell everyone when they pick up 14. Genuinely, when it comes to A Realm Reborn story, it's important, but it's very dry. I would not be mad at you if you were a cutscene skipper all the way through A Realm Reborn, and then started paying attention, like watch a recap after A Realm Reborn, like somebody, I'm sure there's recap videos for the story, and then paid attention after, once you reach Heavensward, because Heavensward's story is so good. It's so good. Lurk, I love you. I love you too, Punk. Thank you for the lurk. These environments. I forgot to install G-Shade. I'll install G-Shade before next stream, and then make everything look more beautiful. You might have an autosave or a logout save, something we don't have access to. Okay, so I'll try and load that then, Spess, to save it. If we get reverted, I'll survive. We'll survive. Grounded is just a fun game in general. Got my Black Mage to 90 and nah, you don't like it, Izagi, eh? It's a very stationary like turret, right? Not an MMORPG player. So Slayer, I'm kind of an MMO player, but not really. This game, at least currently, I've basically just been treating like a single player RPG, and it's so good because the story is so fleshed out and so good, especially like post Heavensward, or not post Heavensward, but like mid Heavensward. Stationary part is why I hate it. I think that's why I love Red Mage so much. It's so mobile. Came just to be called more beautiful. Hello, Cedric. Hello. Tried New World and it was okay. Didn't like WoW. I liked WoW up until Pandas. No, Cataclysm. Cataclysm was the beginning of the end for me. And then I just couldn't really get into it after that. I didn't try New World. That's the Amazon MMO, right? Didn't it just get a big patch or something? New World I had interest in, but I just never picked it up. I might have to one-on-one grounded tonight. I'm scared of conversation. What? What does that mean, Vel? I'm confused by that statement. Ooh. Do. Okay, okay. What's going on? We are now officially in the post-Stormblood patches. Is my title reflect that? Yeah, my title reflects that. We're good. We're good to go. Oh, it's about to get a new patch. Got you. I also have a long-standing bias against Black Mage because being forced into it in 11 and 14, trying to force me, 1.0 trying to force me into it. Oof. New World started and then crashed with the most brilliant fire ever to exist. Rutrow. Spess, enjoy drinks, by the way. I know you're going out in a little bit. Also literally burning GPUs. That's right, it killed some GPUs. I forgot about that. Oh, boxing emote. We're gonna get a boxing emote, guys. Least seems troubled. Arnvald's adventure. So what now? Because as far as I know,
Come to see how we're getting on?
Yes, I am. As far as I know, all of Stormblood's story is tied up in a pretty little knot, except for Elidibussi. We're like 90% sure Elidibussi stole the body of Xenos or somebody's body because, oh, what's his name? Varys? Who's the emperor? He was like, how dare you? He was insulted when he like unmasked himself. So we'll see.
We've made good progress since we took back Alamigo, but there's one big issue we still have to address.
Okay.
Leadership. The Domans had Lord Hien ready and willing to take the throne, but we've got no one like that here.
Don't we though?
Theodoric was our last ruler.
Ah.
And he wasn't called the Mad King for nothing.
Right. I can't believe Lisa's gonna be queen.
Our people have had their fill of kings, which means we need to find a new way forward.
Communism!
If only it were that easy. Everyone and his uncle has an opinion. For the time
Communism
being,
it
we're
is.
just going to have to keep leaning on General Aldin and the Alliance for support, and see if we can't find a solution together. Something tells me we're going to be hosting a lot of meetings in the near future. But if that's what it takes, I'm ready to talk till my jaw aches.
Jor. Oh, she chewed those vowels.
The reach is
Jor.
yours, Argo. Don't do
Nar.
anything I wouldn't.
Aye, aye, Commander.
So Lisa's officially out of the Scions, right? That's kind of sad. I'm kind of bummed. I know most people were mad at Lisa, but I liked her. I liked her development in this X-Pack.
I've been searching all over for you.
Hi, Arnvald. How you doing,
Don't
bestie?
worry, it's nothing bad. That said, this might not be the best place to talk. Will you join me?
Gladly. We're going on an adventure with our new best friend. Are we what if we kissed under the waterfall?
I'll get to the point. Might you be interested in a spot of adventure?
But of course.
We were adventurous before we were scions, were we not?
Yes.
After routing the Imperials and liberating Alamigo, I reckon we've earned a bit of respite, don't you? And what better way to spend it than by returning to our roots?
What a cutie.
So, what say you? Shall we call on Alphino and go adventuring?
Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Twist my arm, why don't you? That's kind of a creepy grin. The best part of getting Dancer to 70 is you unlock Dance 2. What is Dance 2? To be fair, she's only a Scion who actually got to retire, right? Was Astinian ever really one of the Scions? Because I thought he was his own party. Right then, let's go and find Master Levelia. Actually, leave that to me. I want you fresh for our little adventure. Wait for us by the Aetheryte, and we'll be along shortly. See you there. Do, 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 do. Meet me by the Aetheryte, Jolly. Even easier for you. Which is... Where's the Aetheryte here? Right there. Whoop! I fell in the water. Whoops, crack in the floor. I'm on the right server, right? Yeah, I'm on Adamantoise. What do the dances do exactly? Don't they give buffs or something? Boop. Tara, help distract me. I'm about to be older in 40 minutes. I'm already too old. Danny, I love you. I love you. Whatever age you're turning, it's the new 20, okay? I promise you. I promise. It's for damage buffs, okay. And do you lose DPS while you're dancing? Or is it like attacks? Dance, peasant, dance. Eh? What just happened to me? Oh, this is dance 1. Okay. Standard finish, damage dealt is increased. Okay. The dances do 1 billion damage. Dance 2.
I love you, bitch.
Okay, the kicks relax. Technical step, technical finish. Damage dealt is increased. So I'm guessing the technical one, because it took longer to do, probably gives you a damage, like a higher damage bonus, because it's also a smaller duration than the first finish. Cool. I should unlock Dancer. It looks fun. Big boy damage bonus. Yeah, it has a shorter duration, so I assumed so. And you still have your first finish on. You do a quick few global cooldown steps, which do no damage, but then the dance finish does big damage. Okay, so you build up to a huge nuke then. That's cool. And the red one is party-wide. Wow, that's cool. So it's like another Embolden. I like having Embolden. Red Mage just feels so useful. It feels like such a not selfish DPS. Boom. Hi, Echo. Echo, welcome in. Jolly not again. Red Mage is very useful. Greetings, sir. 'Twould seem we are to accompany our involved on some manner of escapade. Have you any idea what we've gotten ourselves into? Allow me to explain. It'll be something of a history lesson, but I'll try to be brief. No snoring, if you please. Now, the events I would speak of occurred before the occupation, back when Alamigo was still a monarchy and Theodoric sat the throne. A uniquely brutal despot by all accounts. That he was. The King of Ruin suffered no rivals, real or imagined, and his dispute with the monks of the Fist ended with Rhalgr's Reach being burned to the ground. Echo, you need Kith? First full day on phones, still no mentor tomorrow, and then alone Monday. I need Kith. Here's your kiss. Love you. Love you. First full day on phone with no mentor. Oh wait, still with mentor tomorrow. Got you. Then you're alone. Got you, got you. Ugh. You'll do great. You'll do great. You'll be a little nervous, you'll be a little shaky, but you'll do great. In the latter years of his rule, he was seized by the unshakable belief that unseen forces were conspiring to steal his crown, and so he ordered that every soul with a claim to the throne be executed, including his own family. The wealth of the poor sods he put to death became the property of the king, and it's said that these royal treasures were hoarded somewhere in the palace. Thus was born the legend of the Mad King's Trove. Ah, I believe I see the direction our adventure is to take. I assume you have a mind to unearth this hidden bounty. You assume correctly. And would I also be correct in assuming that this legend is widely known? Others must surely have gone in search of your prize, tempting as it seems. Well, of course we won't be the first to make the attempt. Following Alamigo's liberation, more than a few eager soldiers turned the palace upside down in hopes of claiming an easy fortune. But even after scouring every room from dusk till dawn, they uncovered not a single coin. Their gold lust drained away as quickly as it had come, and the legend of the Mad King's Trove remains simply that, a legend. I'm feeling pretty okay. Had someone who was real cranky today, but there wasn't a whole lot I could do, so yeah. What, like, for me, because I've been in, like, retail for so long and, like, dealing with customers for so long, I just get that sometimes people are just going to be, like, abusive because they've had a bad day and they don't understand that, like, service people are not punching bags. So I've learned after like 10 years to not take it personally, but it took me like 10 years to not get shaken by it when people would do it. Also have another macro to show you, but it requires me to be dead? Why would you kill me? Oh my god, he made most of his emotes spooky for Halloween? Wait, that's amazing. Dude, I need variations of my emotes. Imagine. Oh, it's a raise macro, cool. Do you whisper the target as well? What self-respecting adventurer would? Imagine, the three of us delving into a decades-old mystery. Tell me the thought doesn't set your heart to racing. Smiley face. Working retail is a nightmare, trust me, I know the experience. Yeah. I also believe that everyone should work retail at some point in their life. Even if it's just for like a year. I think if everybody worked retail, if it was like, imagine if it was like a mandatory like school class to work retail for like at least a year. And they like got you a job somewhere. Or food service, yeah. And they like got you a job somewhere and that was like part of your like education, was just being in retail or food service. Like, I think the community as a whole, like society as a whole, not the community, society as a whole would be like way better for it because everyone would understand what it's like being on the other end of the counter or the phone or whatever have you. Just learning to treat humans properly. Imagine. Mood, he was complaining about us not having pants like he liked in a big and tall size, and it's like, I get it, I understand it's really frustrating, but I'm not in charge of that. Exactly. And you get that they're just trying to vent their frustration, but at the same time you're like, please, I'm sensitive. Why you don't, what? Item level 370? Oh no, it's gonna replace our beautiful red mage gear. Well, I guess we're shoving it in the glamour box and making a glam out of it. The news of Doma and Alamigo's liberation has kindled the flames of revolution in every corner of the Empire. I hear the imperial province of Dalmasca has already risen up in rebellion, which means the Garleans must surely have their hands full. What better time than now to indulge in such a diversion? Tell us, Arenvald, have we any clues as to where we might begin our search? Well, judging by how the other treasure hunters fared, nosing about the palace isn't like to get us anywhere, so we'll probably need to ask around. Would that be another way of saying no? Well, yeah. I see. In that case, I shall pay a visit to the Allied Archivists and request access to the records seized from the Imperials. The Garleans are meticulous about such things. If they uncovered the trove during their occupation, the event is certain to have been recorded. In the meantime, the two of you can track down those who worked as palace servants in the officials in Theodoric's day. Given that they would have been at least 20 at the time, you will be looking for people who have seen 40 summers or more. Anything they can tell you about the king and his bloody deeds may prove useful, so be sure to listen well. Arenvald, pray try your luck at the fringes and peaks while Sir make the rounds in the Alamigan quarter. Ha! And there I was thinking I was the party leader. Not that I mind, of course. Let's be about it, eh? We can meet afterwards at Gilbard's Gate. I like how we went through big dramatic adventure, liberating all of Alamigo, and now it's like treasure hunt. The juxtaposition is a bit much. At least with being phone, they can't see your face exactly. And also, most phone places, don't they have it set up so it's if the customer says certain if the customer is too abusive, either you escalate them or you just be like, okay, no, and hang up on them. In the palace? No, not me, lad. Surely you've heard stories of the Mad King. He used to hold public executions up in the divine audience. Anyone suspected of conspiring against the crown was flung from the top of those steps. Suffice it to say that I stayed as far away from the palace as possible. Shadowbringers today? Maybe, Coco, maybe. I think we probably have at least 2 streams. If post Stormblood is the same length as post Heavensward, we probably have at least 2, maybe 3 streams of post Stormblood, and then it'll be Shadowbringers. You want to hear an old maid's stories, do you? Aye, well, most of us what I know of the Mad King is common knowledge. We'd only see his royal majesty when he deigned to attend the executions he'd ordered, and after a while, even watching his enemies die wasn't enough to coax him out of hiding. They say he started seeing assassins in every shadow and wouldn't set foot outside the palace walls. I was offered work there as a royal servant once, but the mere thought of it left me in a cold sweat. I'm excited to see you through Shadowbringers and Unwalker. I am so excited. Everyone's saying it's going to emotionally destroy me So Zwag, you just joined us today, right? I cried over Xenos. Not a lot, but like a little bit. And they're like, bro, if you're crying over Xenos, you're done. I was like, okay. I can't wait. I'm excited. Sounds like a responsible king. I like him. Sloppy. Catching up on your previous stream when I got the notification. Coco, let's go. Coco, are you fully catching up on the VODs? Because that makes my heart so happy. VOD watchers are a rare breed and I love them. I can either ask if they'd like to speak with the supervisor, or I can say something along the lines of, if this language is going to continue, you won't let me help you, then I'll be ending this call. Yeah, see? And God bless that. The fact that you can be like, hey, here's your final warning. I served at the pleasure of King Theodoric and lived to tell the tale. One of the palace guards I was. Truth be told, it was a dark chapter in my life, one I'd sooner forget. Hardly a night went by when we didn't hear the blood-curdling screams echoing from the inner chambers, which of course we were under orders to ignore. So we'd stand still as statues, trying not to imagine what horrors were unfolding within. If you're hell's bent on finding out what happened in the palace, head down the street here and ask old Arnold. He was the king's head scribe. Uh-oh! This man's gonna have trauma! Becca! Becca, I love you. Hello? Becca, how are you? Becca, you're playing No Man's Sky tonight, right? I'm excited. I'm excited for you. Especially if you haven't played it at all. It's supposed to be real good now. Like, as opposed to initial launch, it's supposed to be like amazing. I thought the sloppy redeem would give grandma a kiss really sloppy. No. Yes, I'm Arnold. What do you want with me? You would have me dredge up some decidedly unsavory memories. Yet if Alamigo is to move forward, we must needs acknowledge the misdeeds of the past. Very well. I shall tell you what I remember. I take it you know Theodoric's paranoia and the public executions of his kinsmen. Those were terrible enough, but in his last days, the king's fevered mind settled upon an even grislier method of disposal, which only a chosen few were unfortunate enough to witness. His Majesty ordered the court thaumaturge to unleash a vile curse upon the remaining members of the royal family, a magic which transformed them into fiends of hideous aspect. The resulting monstrosities were then cast into the darkness below the palace. Even now, my sleep is troubled by nightmares. If others of Theodoric's blood were prone to share his madness, then mayhap it is a kindness that the monarchy ended with him. Yikers! So wait, are the demons still alive then? Or the fiends? We're gonna have to go kill some fiends, perhaps? How is 14? So good. We finished Stormblood last stream. Went accidentally for like 7 hours because the story was just so good. We're getting ever closer to Shadowbringers, which is supposed to be the emotional devastation, or the start of the emotional devastation of this game. And I'm like, let's go. Let me in there. Let me in there. Hurt my heart. I need it. I hunger for it. Since we're all here, why don't we share what we've learned? Oh, guys, speaking of sloppy, speaking of the sloppy sound, the reason I added it is because I was actually editing a video, a meme video in relation to sloppy, and I'll probably upload it to YouTube and like do an at everyone sometime during the day tomorrow in the Discord. I'm very proud of it. It's very funny. I'm very excited to upload it. I was hoping I could finish it and upload it like today before stream, but I ran out of time. But the video is done. I just need a thumbnail and then upload. Me folding my chair up for some Terra tears. Let's go. Allow me to begin then. As promised, I scoured the Imperial records for any mention of fantastic treasures and found precisely none. It is just possible, I suppose, that a corrupt official deliberately hid the fact of the trove's discovery, hoping to enrich himself, but I find it rather unlikely that so valuable a find would stay secret for long. I conclude that our prize either does not exist, or that the Imperials somehow overlooked it. But what of you, sir? Were your investigations any more fruitful? Turned into monsters? And what could he mean by this darkness beneath the palace, I wonder? I met an old man in Aligiri who spoke of the palace's subterranean prison, but he said not of cursed abominations. The Imperial archives were also silent on the subject of fiends inside the palace grounds. Could this scribe fellow have been spinning him a yarn, do you think? Do you believe him, sir? His fear seemed genuine. Yeah, his fear seemed genuine. If he was afraid, that does lend credence to the tale, though I'm not sure how that helps us in our search. Do not be so hasty. Arnold's anecdote may well have told us where the trove is hidden, but ere I share my theory, it is a matter I would like to clarify. Julie, you bought PS5! Let's go! Ehrenwald, you spoke of lighthearted adventure, but I sense a deeper motive for this expedition. Why are you so intent on finding this treasure? Oh. It wasn't all pretense, I swear it, but you're right. My father was in the Imperial Army, a man of Garlean blood. I trust you know what I mean when I say that I want my Alamegan mother did not welcome my arrival. As I grew, she would check my brow over and over, convinced that a spot on my skin was emerging. A third eye. Like the kind you see in pure-blood Garleans, my mother did not care for his taunting reminder of my heritage, and took up a knife? War paint serves to cover the scar? Oh. No are involved. I'm preparing myself to say goodbye to my PS4 theme, which I like very much. But PS5, Julie. But PS5. I don't even have a PS5. In the end, she turned me into the street, and I was left to haunt the alleyways of Alamigo, a feral child who got what he needed through begging, cunning, or worse. Why does everyone have such a tragic backstory? I just peepo giggles. You're like an audiobook while I play Stardew. Let's go. The best I can say about the years that followed is that I survived, but I hated the animal I'd become. Eventually, I left the city behind me and joined a group of refugees bound for the other side of the wall. It was then that I turned into adventuring, and that road led me to the company of the Scions. Why does everyone have such a sad backstory? I tell you this so that you understand. I know all too well what poverty and hunger can do to a person. I drew steel on ordinary folk for a measly crust of bread. With Theodoric's gold, I could spare my countrymen the shame of living like that. I'm sad! Thank you, Ehrenwald, and I apologize. That cannot have been pleasant to recall, but I felt it best to be clear in our intentions. Well, sir, are you content to surrender the treasure to Ehrenwald's noble cause? Yes! And claim the thrill of adventure as your reward. Yes, 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 yes. Then I should be glad to tell you my theory on the resting place of the Mad King's Trove, if you are minded to hear it.
I love you, bitch.
I love you too, Margie! Welcome in! Healing, aiming, slaying, fending.
Sloppy!
Casting! Hi, Wakey! Oh, this gear better look good. Everything's a little sloppy, Tara, I'm sorry. Honestly, understandable. Amp it up a little bit. This gear better look good. I'm gonna scream. I love our little pirate outfit. Wait, did I miss a piece? Or was there only 4 pieces? Oh, it's earrings and stuff. Oh, thank God. Okay, good, 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 good. We get to keep our gear. Hell yeah. What do the earrings look like though? Oh, it's a little red ribbon. Wait, it fits us so well. And it balances out our double earrings on this side. Ah! I love it. I love it. How you doing? Had a good day? I had an amazing day. Wakey, how are you, by the way? Guys, if you're not already following Wakey, shame on you. Wakey's fantastic. Good vibes. Dude, that outfit is so cute. It's the Red Mage job gear. It looks so good. Actually, mayhap it would be better if we first adjourned to a more suitable location. In case a rival treasure hunter overhears our plans, you mean? Good thinking. That was not exactly the reason, but 'tis certainly a valid concern. Let us reconvene on the southern edge of Loch Seld. My mom worked at a phone center for credit cards. When people got mean, they had 3 chances to stop, and those who were abusive, there was chance they would lose their card. There was time where she was on the phone and the person tried to convince my mom to leave my dad and go marry the person. The person got frustrated and hung up. Holy hell. Why would you ever think that would work over a phone call? Hey, just like uproot your life, end everything with your partner, and come date me that you haven't even met in person. Great, thank you. Happy to be chilling. Happy to have you. Bargy, one more time. Twists. I need to look where I'm running. I need to look where I'm running. There's holes everywhere. I'm scared. Small point of sale company. The only time they took any action against their customers being absolutely terrible to the employees was when one said something racist. Okay, so my previous job that I still work 1 shift a week at, oh my God. It's disastrous. There was somebody being like racist to one of the employees, and instead of like kicking the customer out like I would have, a manager just took over and served them. And I was like, why are we even like servicing these people at all for this behavior? This is ridiculous. I was like mad. I was hella mad. And that's why I would like to one day fully quit that place. Forgive me, it was not my intention to draw out proceedings. I simply wish to have the lock in sight while I explain things. Prior to the great flood of the Sixth Umbral Calamity, the salt lakes you see before you were yet dry ravines, and this, believe it or not, was the site of the ancient city of Scala, which rose and fell during the Fifth Astral Era. From what we know of the period, the city was already deserted by the time the waters began to rise, having been all but destroyed by war. Yet its ruins remain to this day at the bottom of Loch Seld. Oh! It is my belief that the darkness beneath the palace, mentioned by Theodoric's former scribe, was not a reference to the prison, but to a place still further below, the ruins of Scala. I further surmise that the Mad King's unfortunate kinsmen were cast down there not simply out of a desire to punish them, but to discourage exploration. Theodoric wanted to keep the ruins secure. Wait, you're saying they meant to guard the Mad King's trove? Precisely. And since we know the court thaumaturge was involved, we can safely assume that any entrance into the old city would have been magically concealed. Which would explain how a legion of Imperial soldiers, and the gods know how many Alamegans never found a trace of the trove. We, however, have certain advantages which they did not enjoy. Sir, would you be so good as to swim down to the bottom of the loch and search for an underwater route into the ruins? While you do that, Arnvald and I will seek out an ensorcelled portal within the palace. Hi, Lord Calf. Hello there, young lad. Such a pleasure to join you and welcome you to the 14 family. So good to have you. We're so close to Shadowbringers. I'm ready to cry. I'm ready for this. Did you hear Kroger might buy out Albertsons? I'm in hell, no escape. No, I didn't hear about this. So we're supposed to swim down, right? Yeah, search the ruins.
You're my
EJ! EJ with the primer! EJ, love you. How are you? Thank you so much for the 3 months of primer. Oh, we can mount up. Primer Nutters. Thank you for taking $2.50 right out of Bezos' pockets. Appreciate you so much. Hey, thanks for the follow. Welcome in officially. You've been doing an art? Are you feeling inspired? That's why I made the meme video that I'm uploading tomorrow, because something inspired me and I was like, all right, guess I'm spending the next like 3 hours editing this. It's so scuffed and so amazing. Boop. Secret ruins? You discover a passage that appears to lead under the palace foundations. Press on and find out where it goes. Forward! Oh, hi Golsif. Hi, is this a dungeon? Is this a dungeon by chance? If Golsif's sitting here? You know that EU Shiva has the highest LGBT rate of any 14 servers with above 50%? Really? I screwed up. I should have been on Shiva. I should have been on Shiva. Makes sense. She's mommy steppies. Of course everyone, of course our kind would go there. Still catching up on the VODs. Hi Toon Touche. Enjoy the VODs. I'm gonna be uploading them all to YouTube at some point because I don't want to lose them. There's been so many great moments. Like some of them are being uploaded to the main channel on YouTube, but I'm gonna shove all the VODs on the VOD channel because I don't want to lose any of this. My biggest regret is losing my Subnautica playthrough to the sands of time, as it were. So I don't want that to happen again. Oh, sir, it's Alphino. We have searched the prison beneath the palace and found a door concealed by enchantments. Have you aught to report? And you believe it leads into the ruins? Excellent. Then I propose we proceed from our prospective entry points and look to meet somewhere in the middle. Oh, come on, lads. We might as well make it a race. Victory goes to the first adventurer to find the treasure. Godspeed. The drowned city of Scala now accessible. Oh no, you played Subnautica? Yes, I did, Toon. Subnautica was so good. I cried. I have more art ideas, so I'm planning on making a spinner to decide what and when to do art. That's a great idea, EJ. So the YouTube is already working. Oh, you found me through my Hosherfont reaction. My heart, my heart. Thank you for making your way over to the Twitch channel. I appreciate you. Adamantoise is ether. I was waiting for you to swim right at the camera. Blah, blah, blah. You come here. Anyone else want to come for dungeon? No problem. You were a delight, and I love watching other people sustain emotional damage. Well, if you're an Outer Wilds fan, that's also on the main channel. And that is major emotional damage. Let's see if we have any friends on right now. Jolly, do you want to come? You do? Yeah. Jolly, Jolly, come here. Come here, you. Invite to party. On your way? Okay. Okay, I go back to catching up. See you soon, too. Omori was emotional damage too. Yes, it was. Else I would have said, stop by on our EU light gay LGBTQ when you have the time. Absolutely. Do you have space? Yes, we do, Coco. We have space for one anything, I think. Because Golsov, I think, has every job at 90. And Jolly has healer, DPS, and tank. What's your name in game again, Coco? I think I have you on my friends list. On your way, okay. Oh, it's Coco Sifu. Wait, I don't have you on my friends? Well, that needs to be remedied. Yeah, no, you're not here. Illegal. Illegal. I know I have a twink on Primal Ultros, so I can meet ya. Let's go, Lord. Let's go. Oh, thank God I barely have the item level. I think the Sage gear gives you like I remember getting a box of like all this stuff. Oh, wait, you're on Dancer. Never mind. I'm Madge, no logic, rando is tough. Prey, are you doing another Legend of Zelda rando? Boop. There you are. You can call me Suvu, as it's my IG nick. Okay, so Lord is Suvu. I promise I'll try to remember. Exclamation mark memory, my brain has holes in it, but I'll do my best. Yes. Did you rage quit it? Dude, so we're just waiting on Coco. Oh! Wait, how do you do the float thing again? It's in the emotes actions, I think. Wait, no, it's not here? General? Guys, I don't know how to bring up the main list of emotes. I'm a baby. Group pose? No. I'm a small child. I need the full list of emotes. Same. Imagine having a good memory in 2022. Could not be me. Ocarina's locked behind Volvagia and Shadow Temple. Kokiri Sword locked in Forest Temple. Blue Po chest. Like, excuse, how can I cheat if Sword is there? You're doomed. You're doomed. Oh, here we go. Here's the emotes window. Where's the water one? Water float. Activate. Execute. I can't water float? Oh, you guys are playing dead. / play dead? I don't have it. I don't have it. Oh, you went in the wrong pond. You'll get there, Coco. You'll get there. Play dead as Mog Station. Okay, you know what? Since I'm so invested in this game, I'm gonna make a quick little round, probably tomorrow before the wedding, and do a quick little round on the Mog Station, see what cheap things I want to pick up. Because Play Dead is so good. You guys are literally dead. Literally dead. I want to be literally dead. I learned how to skip King Zora and enter Jabu without fish just to get soft locked. Maybe you should keep the logic on the randomizer, Prey. Just gonna say, the logic seems kind of important. Who's having a wedding? Spess's uncle, I believe. My partner's uncle. And he was like he was like, you don't have to go if you don't want to. And I was like, you mean your uncle that hosts like Christmas all the time for us? Why would I not go? I'd be a monster. Send friend request. Boop. Lala! Let's go! Little Lala tank. I love Lala tanks so much. Tiny little like absorbers of damage. So cute. I'd like to invite you to our Halloween event on the 29th of October on Primal Ultros if you have the time. 29th of October. Let me see what day that is. A Saturday? Depending on what time it is. Saturdays are usually my variety streams. So I usually do, right now it's Tuesday, Thursday is, what do you say? How do I talk? Tuesday, Thursday is Final Fantasy XIV. Usually Fridays are horror, and then Saturday is like just whatever I feel like. So we'll see. Depending on what time it is, I may be able to come after my stream. It's fun, but I like to be able to cheat respectfully and not actually cheat with like no collision or hovering. Therefore, you need logic, right? Drown City, go! And away we go. No. Okay, well, I can't help you. I can't help you, Pray. You just need a good seed. Out of context, the phrasing of that's not great. The drowned city of Scala. What is that mob? It's kind of cute, even though it's ugly. They're little lizards. 6:30 p.m. So that's literally my stream time. No! I'm literally streaming that entire time CST. No! Heartbreaking. Sometimes it sucks to be a streamer. Sometimes. Because my usual stream time is 4 to 10. So I'm literally live that entire time. I really like this environment. Any environment that has crystals in it, I'm like about it. Someone else roll my seeds because I'm having trouble with the fast 3. Woo! Salt swallow larvas. Okay, a little sus these larvas, but okay. Your followers will love it as DJ Razwires is attending. Anyone heard of the DJ? Actually, how many in the community like actively go to like the club events? At least from 8 p.m. Do you know what I would really like to do? I'd really like to do one of those horror, like around Halloween, I'd really like to do one of like the scary houses that people put on. But those have like long queues, don't they? Whoops. He was the main DJ at LunarCon on Ether. Okay, I'm still like very much a baby, new to 14, so I don't understand, but Ether is my home data center, so I know that. Not one for the club RPs. If I can pay for 14, and if I ever finish it, I'll probably will do, but if I do, I'll RP. The RP scene is massive. Woo! Whoa, whoa, whoa. Pretty horsey. The RP scene is massive, massive, massive on this game. We'll just embolden, why not? Ow! I'm gonna go melee combo at least a little bit. No, I was trying to melee combo, you monster. Everyone's running away. It's a bit too close for comfort. Whoa! Yours is DJ booking for events? That's so cool. It's just, I can't get over it. What's up with those bubbles? They don't look friendly. Hydro push. Uh-oh. Ouch. Water resistance down. I didn't realize what spell he was casting. Time for another melee combo. I'm sorry I have water resistance down because I'm a stinky boy. That was okay. Not for me, not for me. RP's your bread and butter. Let's go. Stone Phobad? Oh. They're running past it. I'm scared. It's just, it doesn't care. It's just sitting there. Bargy, how could you?
Hi, Gay.
I trusted you. Hi, Bargy. I really like this mob design. It's just a head with some hands coming out of the ground. Oh, ow. Oh, I'm hard casting impact. That's embarrassing. You've been out of it when it comes to playing? Just kind of got out in a funk? Absolutely get you. Absolutely get you. Sometimes the funks come and you just don't have the interest in, even in games that you really, really love. Thankfully, I haven't been afflicted by any of those in a long time. But that would happen to me, like, particularly with the Monster Hunter series, because a lot of it is very, very grindy. I love the Monster Hunter series to death, but occasionally it would just be like, I strangely don't feel like playing right now. Pray to the gods, and old and the new. Need to get an echocardiogram. EKG came back odd, and you have just went another day to redo it. It was odd again. So pretend like I have no idea what that means, because I have no idea what that means. What does that mean? I assume it's bad. However, I don't know what it means because I'm dumb. Oh, your heart go brrr. I am Prage. I am Prage for your precious little heart. Hey. Embolden. Oh, invulnerable. You would during my melee combo. You absolutely would. Activate clunk transformation. What? I'm a clunk. Help me. What is this? Shatterstone. Sets an enchanted trap that triggers upon contact? Oh, I'm human again. Whoa. I have nothing tomorrow. I'm gonna forfeit sleep. Uh-oh. Is that wise? Ah! Oh, I get what we're doing. Okay. We're leaving little rocks to blow these up. Cool. The EKG shows you might have had a slight heart attack. Oh my god. Bargy, please be okay. Oh, we're good. Bomb all the babbies, yeah. That's a fun mechanic. Conjurer, White Mage, Sage. I doubt that's an upgrade for me. Item comparison. Because we just got that blue box of things. No, that's definitely not an upgrade. Pass on you. I'm gonna greed on this for my Sage. I'm gonna pass the rest of this because I think the Sage didn't come with good I can't think right now. Sage didn't come with good accessories is the word I was looking for. If only Random was here in Bargy's thing. Random would know like everything and have all the complex questions like Zotra's does. Oh, what happened? What am I? Oh, I can float like this. Corporeal form has been altered. As the clock strikes 0, his bones grow a bit weaker, his skin slips a bit further from where it's supposed to be. He understands a few less words of the youngins. In short, everything is worse. Happy birthday, Daddy! Everything is better, I promise you. I promise. Happy heckin' birthday, though. Seriously. So melodramatic. I love it. Are you doing anything special, or are you hanging out with me all day? I would not be opposed to that, of course. Of course. I love it. Wait for me, I'm only little. There we go. He understands a few less words of the youngins got you. It's very accurate. No cap, on God, for real, just like that, etc. What are the youngins saying these days? What's a phrase you guys have heard lately that you just went right over your head from the youngins? For me, I'll out myself a little bit. For me, originally, it was the term, because you know how we used to say, like, oh, it's giving such and such vibes. Like, oh, this dungeon is giving Aztec vibes. They've taken out the word vibes out of that expression, and they'll just be saying, like in TikTok comments in particular, they'll be like, it's giving Aztec, and that's all they'll say. Or if something is like fashionable, they've just reverted to saying it's giving. Or if it's not good, they'll be like, it's not giving. I hate it's giving, right? But that's probably just the boomers in us. I don't know, I tend to not listen to them when they're using their own languages. We're getting old, you guys. We're getting old. I saw you say that in Discord, Bannikin. I didn't understand. What does that mean? Who is Papa Bear? What is Papa Bear? My brain was like Goldilocks? Oh god, I love this theme. You're joking, Vanakin. Woo! Get me in there. Vanakin, you did not work that hard to get me with a D's nuts. I don't even have a niece. Rest in peace, bozo. Vanakin, why are you like this? Oh, what's happening? Oh, why am I confused? Help! Oh, it snapshotted me. No! Rip bozo, dude. Rip bozo. You're going out to eat with the family in a restaurant in like 18 hours. Great. So you can spend your whole early birthday with me. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna place this like this. Oh, get me in there. Crotchety Bella has awoken. What do I have on me? Vulnerability up, okay. This theme legitimately gives me chills. It's so good. Oh boy, that's a lot of AoEs. Oh no! I'm confused again. Help, I'm so confused. We're good. Embolden, activate. Get him, Jolly. Nice. I don't know, I woke up from a nap and that was the first thing was trolling. You woke up and chose violence. I didn't look away, so I got confused. Every time the look away like mechanics show up, my brain is just whew. My brain doesn't get it. I think I've been caught by every like look away mechanic in the game. Oh, we didn't look very happy about that victory. Gazes hard, yeah. Gazes are hard. Ay! Jolly. No slapping. Never slapping. Alpha Noah and are involved. They came through the ceiling.
Are you all right?
They really said, whoops, crack in the floor.
Sloppy.
Exactly,
Aye,
Jolly.
everything's still attached.
Ah, it seems both our paths led here. Very good.
Did anyone trigger the Easter egg? I don't know. Hi, Rando. Welcome in.
We spent altogether too much
New
time
redeems,
fleeing
just one.
fiends horrid and numerous. How fared you?
I mean, I fought them all. I killed them. I killed the fiends. I did my part time to disappear, wait outside the next dungeon trial.
Much the
Go
same,
love
then.
you.
'Twould appear this place is yet inhabited by King Theodoric's kin, or what is left of them. The work of terrible magics, I fear.
I wonder if maybe we didn't have to kill the person and could have
Terrible, aye.
cured them.
But their misfortune is our fortune?
Quite. By the 12, there is even more than I imagined.
This image speaks to me.
Oh, I can't wait to see the look on Lisa's face. Thanks for believing in me, you two.
I'm still sad about Arenvald's scar. I just thought he had cool war paint. Arenvald and Arenvald and I forged at the fastest pace we could manage, but I was not surprised to find you waiting for us. I suppose it serves us right for challenging the Warrior of Light. Next time, we should agree on some manner of handicap. We may have lost Alphino, but think of what we found. Quite. I'm still reeling at the sight of that mountain of riches. What? Like how you reeled at the sight of that floating specter, you mean? You should have heard him scream, sir. I'm sad I missed it. On the second boss, if you have a Mikote with a well-fed buff, when the statue opens to attack during the fight, but not after, the little guy inside changes to the fat cat. No way! I don't think we had a Mikote in the party. It was 3 Lalas and a bunny boy. What? That's so cool. Nothing is just cool. Anything in this game, everything is sad. It's just oops, all sad. Must we dwell on such momentary lapses? We found the Mad King's trove, and that is all that matters. Boop. Ooh, orchestration. This isn't the measure of our reach. This isn't the battle theme, is it? The one that I love so much? All jesting aside, we must tell the people the good news, and I think Lise should be the first. Seconded, there's to be a meeting of representatives from across Alamigo, so she is sure to be in the city. Shall we seek her out? Yes, we shall. So, Terra, after finishing Stormblood, what is your current opinion on Xenos? Okay, so, Jolly, I don't know if you caught up on the VOD. I cried. Not like a lot, but it was my first friend that, like, cut my heart. The fact that he called us his first friend just told me that the reason he was so messed up was because he was not hugged as a child. And I wanted to hug him. So I loved him as a villain, and I felt immense pity for him as a person. So that's my opinion on Xenos. Oh, that's the Alamigan anthem? Yo! Xenos, our combat sexual friend. Exactly. It was absolutely my first friend, my enemy, and I was like, it got me. He was strong and powerful, but everything bored him, yeah. I think someone in chat said basically he felt alive in that moment, and he felt like he felt real things in that last fight, and so he was like, I'm never gonna feel like this again. And he did the thing. He did the thing. Oh? You three looked pleased with yourselves. What have you been up to? I'm glad you asked, Lise, and I'm pretty sure you're gonna like the answer. Money! We found money! He fought and killed, and yet nothing was worth it, yeah. You're joking. The Mad King's trove? I thought it was a myth. So did plenty of people, but they didn't have Sir and Alphino in their party. The credit for finding it should really go to them. As for what to do with it all, I vote that it go towards alleviating the suffering of Alamigo's poor. Gods, if there's as much as you say. Arenvald did not exaggerate, I assure you. We could not hope to carry even a fraction of it on our own. I've taken the liberty of sketching out a rough map for the ruins. If you assemble a squad of your most trusted freedom fighters, they should be able to follow the route and where the treasure lies. Understood. I'll make sure every coin is accounted for, and that goes for spending of it as well. Thank you. Oh, there is one other thing. When the time comes to draw up a plan for distributing the spoils, I would ask that you consult Alphino. I don't have a head for details. I'm not educated. I see that simply handing out sacks of gil won't solve everything, but I couldn't rightly tell you what to do instead. Oh, I know the feeling. I'd welcome any advice you could give us, Alphino. Of course, I shall be at your disposal. I love Alphino, dude. I love him so much. The measure of his reach is the bastardized Imperial version. Oh, so did we get the bastardized one? I'm sad. Our friend, our enemy, literally. But then he fought you, a person who could stand up to him and not only live, but get stronger. He had no idea what to think of this other than he felt alive, and so he considered the only thing he could call it his friendship. Poor Xenos, dude. Xenos is based at AF. The only thing Xenos did wrong was die. Commander, we've got a problem. Deep breaths. Tell me what's happened. Oh, I got measure of our reach, not measure of his reach. I didn't notice the subtle change. A mob's gathered outside headquarters, and they've started making demands. You'd best come and see for yourself. Why would there be a mob? We'll hop 'em. Reach this. I'm surprised you didn't use the pants grab.
Step back, all of you!
Like hells we will! We know who you've got in there!
We're not leaving till you hand her over!
Her?
Bring her out! Bring her out!
What happening?
What's going on?
Yeah, same question.
Someone let slip about Fedora.
Oh, oopsie. I forgot we had Fordola in custody.
It's true then! The bitch really is in there! I knew it!
He said
I
I swear.
bloody knew it!
He said I swear.
We demand vengeance! Bring her out! Today we butcher the butcher!
Oh my god.
Come on, you don't mean that. We'd be no better than the Imperials if you'd all just calm
PG-13.
down.
In his mind, you were his first friend, his only equal, and also his last friend for that matter. For what else can matter if he cannot fight you? Yeah. Okay, but did you tell him you accepted him, Terra? I did tell him I accepted him, Jolly.
Calm down!
Does that change dialogue?
And her thrice damned skulls dragged my man from our home and beat him to death in the street!
Does it change his dialogue if you tell him you accept him? Murder? People arrive.
Aye, and my dad! That bitch has spilt enough blood to fill a lock!
They keep calling her swear words.
We all know her crimes. She's a traitor and a murderer. How many of your resistance friends have died at her hands, eh? And here you are, protecting her!
He wanted your weapon. Browse. Browse.
So that's what all the fuss is about. Hearken to me, brothers and sisters of Alamigo.
I was sad that he called it a lie, more or less. Yeah.
Hey, who's this?
We mean, who's this?
That's the Bull of Alamigo.
My friends, you are not alone in your anger, your grief, your despair. For it is mine as well. That gnawing pain in your breast. It is enough to bring an old bull to his knees. But I ask you, brothers and sisters, to think not only of the family and friends who were cut down before your very eyes, but to think also of the ones who were abducted, the ones who may yet live.
This one particular writer has no idea what's going on. He just wants to yell. That would be me. Literally, it's like the... shoot. Anchorman? Is it an Anchorman? Where Steve Carell's like, I don't know what we're yelling about.
Where were they
it's
taken?
Me.
What became of them? I share your thirst for justice, for vengeance. But we will gain
who's this
only
guy? Okay.
fleeting satisfaction if we give in to our base appetites. We will never know the truth. Now is the time that we, the people of Alamigo, must decide what manner of nation we will build for ourselves and for generations yet unborn.
And blood for blood is not
when they look to our
the society you want to build.
Will they see a people who held fast to their principles, or one who cast them aside when tried?
Thank you for being so eloquent, Roban.
I say to you, it is our responsibility to give these prisoners a fair trial, that they might answer to all of Alamigo. The Garleans called us savages, and I'll be damned if we prove them right.
Damn right. Thank you, Mullet Man. Thank you, Mullet Man, for being the first to clap.
I know you're right, I do. But I can't.
What? What does that mean? What is it? And then they clapped. Please clap. What does that mean? He just walked up and nodded at him. What does that mean? That doesn't quell his fury. He's still mad. He still wants vengeance. Oh no, now there's gonna be a subset of the resistance. The resisting resistance. And they're gonna be the ones that want Fordola dead. And there'll be an assassination attempt. My thanks, Roban. Listening to their anger, I could feel myself being swept away. 'Tis a difficult tide to stem. 'Twas that same rage which brought us to our feet and carried us to victory, but now the war is over. All the unspent fury is being channeled into vengeance. Aye, it's not just here. We've reports of mobs forming all over. They've been targeting folk who... Oh no! They've been targeting folk known to have cooperated with the Garleans. It starts with insults most often, then someone picks up a stone. Some industrious souls even thought to seek out the graves of Xenos and his officers. It was grim. I want to build a country where everyone, regardless of race or origin, can live side by side in peace. But maybe the time isn't right. Maybe people just aren't ready. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to try. The representatives will be here soon, and I'll be damned if I'm going to give up before I've even begun. Who are these representatives exactly? Oh, village elders, refugee leaders, and the like. It wouldn't be right for us to dictate the nation's future on our own, so we've planned a summit of sorts. We've even invited the Ananta and the Kikirin to participate. Alamigo stands at a crossroads, and this meeting will decide which path it takes. The matter of Ferdola's sentence cannot be suffered to disrupt proceedings. Then let's execute her and be done with it! She herself asked to be put to death. Nago! I already explained why we wouldn't do that. Sending her to the gallows might satisfy people right now, but where would it end? Should we round up everyone who collaborated, and even who didn't resist? There would be no one left, and we'd be no better than Theodoric or Xenos. Time to hold another grand melee. Another grand melee so everyone gets their frustration out. Just like Heavensward all over. Begging your pardon, but might I be allowed to speak with Fordola? Only I caught a glimpse of her past. A moment of it anyway, during the fight. She's done terrible things, aye, unforgivable things, but in some ways, she's a victim of the circumstances in which she was born, and that's something I can understand. Alright, speak with the prison guard when you're ready, and I'll come join you. I want to talk to her too. I'll return to my other duties then. We've barely begun to investigate the facility where they gave Fordola her powers. Be fairly warned, friends. She will test you. Don't let your emotions color your judgment when she does. I definitely agree with the sentiment. They execute Fordola, and then where does it end after then? It would definitely be like a chain reaction, and no executions would be enough to satisfy. You've the commander's permission to enter then? Yes, I do. Why do you have a tiny little dagger? Oh, it's a whole scimitar. Never mind. It was clipping into his skirt, so it looked like a tiny little dagger. Exactly, Jolly. It wouldn't be enough.
Well, well, well. So many visitors. Come to have a good laugh, have you? Or do you mean to put me out of my misery? To finish what you started? It's about bloody time.
That's not why we're here, no. Do you remember what I said? How I promised you you'd live long enough to see us win our freedom? Well, I meant it. And not to mock you either.
It's easy to say that when it's not your friends and family that died. That's a good point, Danny. A very good counterpoint.
You're wasting your time. All of this is pointless. There's no reason to keep me alive, and you know it. I killed your men. I killed my men. And you know what my only regret is? That I didn't kill you when I had the chance.
Okay, maybe she's irredeemable.
That's a lie, and you know it. You think we can't tell what you're trying to do? That we're blind? Yeah, you're a fool, but you're not stupid. You're ruthless. Relentless. You'd give up anything and everything to get what you want. You didn't come this far, climbing over the bodies of your own brothers and sisters just to piss it all away. I see you,
Me
Fedora.
too, Rando.
I see you for what you are.
I love him. Oh! We get to see what she is. Jolly, I'm strongly of the mindset that an eye for an eye solves nothing. Like, eye for an eye makes the whole world blind. So even if you, like, ridiculously wrong me, you'll probably get a second and third chance. And that's not out of, like, weakness. It's out of hoping for the best in people.
Come along, Fedora. We mustn't be late. The Imperial Viceroy will be attending today's banquet.
Don't you see? If we kill her, we'll be just as bad as them. Exactly. Lala migraine.
All right.
You know, the way your character reacts to the echo, it looks painful. They always, like, wince and grab their head. What if it's like a turbo migraine for like a split second?
Father, what's Lord Gaius like? Is he nice? Are you friends?
Look at little baby Fordola. So precious.
There you go again with all your questions. Lord Gaius is a great and honorable.
Her dad's
man who
hot.
looks
I'm just
after
gonna say
all
that.
Alamigo.
Fordola's father,
He's
very
busy,
hot.
And if we don't hurry, we'll miss our chance to see him.
Just putting that out there. Just putting that out there in the ether, okay? Hot dad. Certified DILF. Daddy, indeed.
Filthy tin-head lovers.
Oh. I will, Becca, I will. She has the same tattoo as him.
Father,
When did she get...
call us?
Wait, that's the same tattoo. But she doesn't have it yet.
The little tin-head lover doesn't know what she is, eh? A traitor, sweetheart. A backstabbing bitch who gladly betray her kith and kin to gnaw on what few scraps the Imperials deign to toss her. Like your bastard father and whore mother.
Swear words! Mutton chops, it's up his nose. Yeah, the... I'm gonna say the thing that you hate, Val. His like weird mustache mutton chops are not giving. It's not giving at all.
That's not true! My parents are good people! They've never done anything like that!
Aw. No, baby Fordola.
Oh, but they were quick to help themselves and their bitch spawn, weren't they? You're just as guilty as them.
Okay, Fordola has been called a bitch like 10 times in the past 5 minutes. Even when she was little, she was still called a bitch. No, Granny, don't do it. You're gonna create a monster.
Traitors!
Aww. No.
Please, you have to do something. My husband and daughter are in danger.
You have astigmatism, Matza? Rest in peace. Kick him in the junk. What is this town? It's Alamigo. 10+ years ago?
Soldiers of the Imperial Army are under no obligation to intervene in the disputes of arms.
This guy's just as shook as I am.
We're citizens. We have rights.
Ah!
I'm scared.
It's all right. It's all right. They don't understand, but they'll see in time. They'll see that this is the only way to survive.
Traitors! Traitors!
That's a big rock. Sir? No way.
Let the savages have their
Bro.
fun. They'll be more compliant once they've tired themselves out.
So he's fucking dead? Okay, Fordola's anger makes so much sense. The townsfolk can have a little murder as a treat. Literally what that guard just said.
Fordola, please. You already have citizenship. Why would you want to become a soldier?
Because she's fucking mad. Oh, and she has his tattoo now.
Oh, gods. What have you done to your face?
Forgotten it already, have you? I'm honoring Father's memory.
By telling the world that you know better than a common savage.
Am I though, Mother? Are any of us? Can't you see? Citizenship means nothing to them. If you're not a pure-blood Garlean, you're no different from any other savage. So I'll play the part. I'll join the Legion and I'll make them respect me. And when the mob see that, they'll think twice before throwing their stones.
To be fair, she did do that. She did succeed in doing that. The citizens showing up like, I'm gonna rock you. It's no more song in the joke. Oh, rip. So what was up with the Griffith looking dude? Wait, Griffith? Wait, Griffith? Hang on, I'm confusing. He was being sloppy. First time you have brekkie with the gang after you get glasses, everyone gonna bully me, I know it. Yeah. Now that you've given me permission by saying everyone's gonna bully you, I'm also gonna bully you. I really am for prison reform. I think prisons are mostly for revenge. To put more money in prevention rather than punishment would be ideal. But if one of my loved ones was murdered, I don't know how quickly I would turn to kill him for revenge. I can say, like, I can say very well that I would not. I would be furious and miserable and upset, but I would not turn to let's murder them for revenge. Hi, hi Maria Kring. Hello, hi Raiders. Welcome in, you guys. How you doing? What were you up to? Let me give you a shout out. I don't know if I have active mods at the moment. Hiya, Maria Kring. Boop. Oh, you were last playing 14. Murder for revenge? What? We were talking about. Wait, how far in the story are you? We're not gonna talk about anything until you tell me where you are in MSQ. I'm scared. Thank you for the proper shout out. Guys, click the heart. Another 14 streamer. Hello, nice to meet you. How you doing? What are you up to? Oh, you're super early? Okay, then we're not gonna. Shh. We're not gonna say anything about anything. You just did your first dungeon today. And are you hooked? Are you in love? What class are you playing? Hi DR, welcome in. Ah, Prey got murdered. Prey got murdered. Rest in peace, Prey. Welcome in, you guys. It's so nice to meet you. Conjurer. Are you loving it? Are you loving it? There's a very cool healer later on in the game that I picked up off stream. I really like it. It's basically you DPS and you heal by DPSing, and it's great. But I think a lot of people actually prefer Conjurer to it. Especially if you're like a dedicated healer, Conjurer is like your dedicated healer with the biggest heals and the biggest everything. Hiya, she did so well healing. I'm so happy for her. Hello. So good to meet you. I will say.
I'm impressed. I did this. Am I wowed? Yeah.
DR? Did you just T3? DR, hello? DR, thank you for the T3. What the fuck? What the heck? DR, thank you so much. Holy heck. Maria was amazing. She just cleared Tamtara for the first time as a healer too. That's awesome. That's awesome, awesome. Okay, I'm gonna give you a brief little warning, Maria. It's so nice to meet you. I can't wait to watch you play through because you're further back than I am. But we're in like huge spoiler territory for you, especially if you're invested in the story or interested in the story. This is massive spoiler. So as much as I love you being here, you should like mute me and hide. You should hide yourself because this story is so good and I would hate to spoil any moment of it for you. But thank you so much for the raid. Thank you for taking a gamble on me. I really appreciate it. I can't wait to see you later. Thank you for spoiler warning. Gladly. This story has made me cry. It's made me laugh and everything in between. I wouldn't want to ruin it for anyone. So thank you so much for raid, but get out of here. Lovingly, lovingly. You kept me alive even when I made a mistake. I'm not a tank main, so you did great. Let's go. Already showing promise as a healer. Oh my gosh, going, God. Feel like you're amazing and welcome to 14. Yes, welcome to 14. Know that after A Realm Reborn, the story blows up. Like, so good. Like, so good. Mid Heavensward, if I wasn't already hooked to 14, it solidified me. It major hooked me. My body is so sore. I continue to be dead. Mac, I love you so much. Hello, Mac. Mac, did I miss you coming in here? Hello, Mac. Love you. How are you? Good to see you. Showing more promise as a healer than Terra. And it's funny too, because I'm a healer main. Like in other MMOs I've played, I always played healer. But I'm like scared to heal on stream because I don't trust myself. Where am I at story-wise? I am post Stormblood. We finished Stormblood Tuesday, because Tuesday, Thursdays are my Final Fantasy XIV days. And now we are just starting post Stormblood. We did the little treasure hunt, if you know what that means, post Stormblood. How could you miss Mac coming in just to time me out? The timing was perfect. Okay, I think Maria is safely gone. We're gonna continue now. We're gonna continue. Welcome in, everybody. Oh, I didn't even give my spiel. Hi, guys. If it's your first time meeting me, my name is Terra. I'm a variety streamer. I usually stream 4 days a week with horror streams, sometimes drinking streams, and everything else in between. Right now, absolutely madly in love with 14. Super, super hyper fixated on it. It's so good. It's my like main game right now. Do not fear, Terra. We are here to bully the absolute frick out of you for messing up. Good. Do it. Do it. I love it. All right, away we go. Boop. I forgot what I was gonna say about Fordola. I had something to say and then we got right in that exact moment.
It's time.
Oh no, these are the 3 that she...
It'll be hard. Humiliating.
I'm so sad.
They'll try to break us. Send us crawling back to our own kind. But we won't, no matter what. We'll bleed for them, die for them if we have to. We'll do whatever it takes to be free!
No, why does everyone have the most tragic backstory? Oops, all tragedy. And that's why she specifically named these 3 during the canon cutscene. Each more tragic than the last. Seriously. Unlike Fordola, I'd like for something hard to break me. Jolly, straight to jail. Straight to jail.
So, you mean to play the part one last time, eh? The unrepentant traitor whose death will serve to unite the people?
Shut up.
You had every chance to kill yourself. Fashion a noose from your clothes. Wait for the guards to leave you alone long enough to slip it over your neck.
I said shut up!
Oh, but then it would have all been for nothing, wouldn't it? Whatever it takes. That's what
Damn,
you said.
he's putting her on full blast. 14 is just Stockholm Syndrome in disguise with repeated emotional trauma that hits just the right way. Neko, I assume you're far into 14's story then. I literally cried over Xenos. Just to put it into perspective. Just because I love the like villain archetype of those that are just looking for a real challenge, like a real fight. Chaotic evil, I guess you'd call them. And I was just sad. My first friend, my enemy, I was like, ooh. Someone help, I need to do a toddler room, boy if it matters, in Sims. Don't know what color theme I want to do. Do mint. Do a mint theme, please, Echo. That'd be so cute, like mint green. Ooh, please, for me. I like how Mac went green as well. Green and yellow, Packers colors. I say mint. I've cleared all of 14, so no worries about spoilers. Yes, Xenos is one of the best characters in the game. I'd love them. I loved him.
Been in my head, have you? Had a little peek at my past?
Yeah. Nod.
And what? A few stolen memories tell you everything you need to know, do they? Don't you dare patronize me! You don't know a god's damned thing about the life I've led!
Do we know yet how the Echo works? Obviously don't spoiler if it hasn't been revealed yet, but from my perspective, it's like the way the scenes are shown to us, it's like we're viewing it from an outside perspective that is not their own. But I think it would be cool if the echo worked like you saw it from their eyes. I think that would have been really neat. She has a good point. Echo just cherry picks moments. Yeah. I thought you meant Echo as in Echoing Peach. I was like, huh? She really is Final Fantasy XIV Online Heavensward Collector's Edition.
The bastards that killed him. The bastards that let it happen. My father deserved better. I swore I'd do whatever it took to make them pay.
Okay, the voice actors are going off. Gaius Ilberd. She's seeing our past. Oh my god.
You.
I'm gonna cry.
All that power. All that pain. It's too much. Too much for anyone. The things
I'm sad.
they've done to you. The lies. The betrayal. The endless fighting. Yet there you stand. Unbroken.
I'm so sad.
How? Why?
Oh my gosh, thank you for the follow, by the way. You have no idea, you have any idea of my pain. The fact that she got to see, I don't know, that feels like, vindicating isn't the word I'm looking for. Justifying for her to see everything we've been through and be like, wow, and yet you're the warrior of light. You're doing just fine. Hi, Windows Error, welcome in. I need a second, oh my gosh. She realized we're not just talking lightly about these sorts of matters. We've been through it all. Her VA is amazing, so good. They went off, Katie. They went off. Oh. It was such a short flash of all of our memories, too, and yet it's like drudged it all up for me. Wow. I love this game. I love this line. You know why you saw, for those I have lost, for those I can yet save.
Damn you. Damn you all.
She's like, God damn it, how can you still be so positive? Rando, you chose the same line, right? For those we've lost, for those we can yet save. That's literally what's keeping me going in this game. You are the warrior of light, but you are not fine. I'm not. Warrior of light just on caffeine, 1000% will die of sleep drain. Yeah, at the end of the story, we will. Speaking of caffeine. Hi, Nitro. Go make more pizza rolls? Hell yeah.
You still have time, Fordola. Think about how you want to spend it.
I think the reason that got me so emotional is because if you've played Outer Wilds, there's a similar moment in Outer Wilds where someone else gets to experience everything you've experienced and like all that and that. Oh. So my emotional reaction was twofold because Outer Wilds is my favorite game of all time. And then
let's go.
Having a scene like that, it was so quick too. It was so quick. It was just like, here's everything we've experienced. It's that feeling of somebody truly understanding what you've been through because they kind of sort of lived through it with the Echo. That's so cool. Also, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Wait, I can gamble my points? Oh no, that's mostly what so the extra points, the terabytes, those are just for gambling and bragging rights. I haven't done anything with the terabytes. The Zim bits, which are the actual Twitch channel points, those you could do little meme noises like sloppy that I just added today. They cried, they screamed, they got angry. Each and everything has taken its toll on your character. They are not fine. And yet they're still holding it together, which I think is why Fordola was so mad. Because she's like, that's too much for one person. There it is. She's like, that's too much for one person. How can you be fine? Like, we're not fine, but we're still working. We're still working to make everything better. The line, for those I have lost and those I can yet save, is very true for your character. It really is. Oh. I'm scared for Shadowbringers. I don't know that we solved anything exactly, but we've given Fordola something to think about at least. Aye, and I found something new to think about too. I don't know about you, sir, but the visions only come to me every now and then. From the way Fordola kept wincing, though, I get the feeling she's having them almost all the time. That's a lot of bad memories to deal with. Which explains why she was able to rapid fire through our memory. I wonder, could there be some fundamental difference between the one who is born with the echo and one who has been artificially imbued with it? Well, the Immortal Flames have been scouring that research facility ever since the liberation. There's a chance they might have some answers for us. General Alden's there overseeing the investigation. Let's go and pay him a visit, shall we? This game tugs at your heartstrings like twang, just more and more with each expansion. You have a lot to look forward to. I'm simultaneously so excited for it and so emotionally terrified for it. Because I am way too empathetic with characters. I keep saying I'm not liking any more characters. And then I liked Xenos, so that's a bald-faced lie. It's a Minfilia line from ARR. I knew it sounded familiar, Brando. For those that we can save. Emotional damage. I should add emotional damage as like a soundbite for you guys to redeem. I don't know why I haven't. That'd be perfect. That sloppy line always makes me shudder for some reason. I fear divulging this fact might lead to disaster. Oh boy. I'm uploading a meme related to the sloppy line tomorrow to YouTube, and it's funny. It's funny as fuck, and I can't wait. I wanted to upload it before stream today, but I didn't have time. I finished editing it like maybe 40 minutes before stream, so I was like, okay, I gotta go get ready. Oh. You've suffered so much and still suffer, but you keep going because you want to honor those you have lost and want to protect your friends, and at this point, family, who are those you can yet save. Genuinely jolly. Huh? Where am I? Down here? No? Oh, here. General Alden is inside. Aye. Will you be joining him? Yes. It looks like, what's his name? Meffred? Like a younger Meffred. I think his name was Meffred. The meme video is delightful. I gave Becca a teaser of it. A taste. Considering your reaction to everything so far, Shadowbringers is gonna be like facing a giant in a boxing match. And this is why you guys have continuously told me to do like the what are the quests that you guys keep mentioning? I can't remember. There's one in particular you guys are like, do this, it's really funny, it's really good. And I'm like, I'm saving it. I'm saving it for when we need the emotional detox. Hildebrand, thank you, that's the ones. I see you farm the birdie mounts. Actually, we farmed the ponies. Muffin! Hello, Muffin! Yeah, we're saving the Hildebrand quests for when I'm emotionally devastated. Hi, Muffin, welcome in. How you guys doing? I think Mac is away making pizza rolls, so I will shout you out myself. That's by Muffin. I'm assuming you were Final Fantasy. Yes, you were, of course. Welcome in, you guys. If it's your first time meeting me, my name is Terra. I'm a variety streamer. I usually stream 4 days a week with horror streams, sometimes drinking streams, and everything else in between. Currently, absolutely hyper fixated on 14. It's my main game right now, and I love it. I love it so much. Thanks so much for the follow, by the way. Welcome in. What were you doing? Were you raiding? What were you up to, Muffin? No, you're still doing MSQ. You're still just a bit ahead of me in MSQ. How emotionally vulnerable are you right now? Endwalker, though, is going to be like bringing a revolver to combat the moon crashing down on you. Oh my god. I'm excited. Post Shadowbringer patches. And how are you emotionally? Do you need a hug? Are you okay? Hildy is split through the add-ons. Only Stormblood was paused. Okay, so I'm going to have quite a few then. Will there be one for ARR and one for Heavensward? Oh, I'll have a bunch. We'll take a chunk of it every time I'm sad. I'll get there soon. I know I will. We're post Stormblood. I'm excited. I'm excited and terrified. But Muffin, thank you so much for the raid. I love you so much. ARR and Heavensward have Hildy. Got you. There were 2 or 3 ARR chunks, if I remember correctly. Okay, good. We'll have lots. Oh, we'll have lots. Because knowing me emotionally, I'm going to need it. Shadowbringers is the only expansion that doesn't have one. Okay, good. We'll have so much. What news? You spoke with Fordola, I take it. Yes, as expected, she didn't say very much, but it wasn't a total waste of time. Arenvold noticed something odd about her. He thinks she might be having visions almost constantly, which is not how the Echo normally works. Have you found anything in here which might explain why it's so different for her? We've been hard-pressed just to organize the research materials, let alone study them. To be frank, I'd welcome the science expert assistance if you have time to lend a hand. Why would they not bring Kryl and Y'shtola here? Where's Kryl and Y'shtola right now? Like, we saved Kryl. Y'shtola was in the ending cutscene. So why are they not here? It's just the Ironworks and Roban? That seems questionable. Oh, you will, you absolutely will. Oh, Stormblood did get quests as well. Hildebrand is fun because the dev team really pushed the game's animation limits at the time. Yo, I'm excited. But yeah, I'm absolutely saving it for when I'm emotionally devastated. When I feel like I need an emotional break, which will probably happen a lot. After the vault and the following cutscene, I had to step away and I was like crying and eating a hot dog in my kitchen. The device in which Kryl was held seems even more ominous. Now you know its purpose. The surrounding pods are marked supply subject, while this one bears the label master subject. Does this machine infuse people with the life force of the supply subjects? The Ironworks received a request from the Alliance to analyze these devices, and I've been recording everything of interest. Did you notice the labeling? All the pods are designed to drain the ether of the occupant. Save that one right there. Unlike the others, the interior has been fitted with an array of sensors to measure etheric waveforms. To what purpose, however, I couldn't tell. Oh my god! They literally suck all these people dry of ether and infuse the one person with them. Crying and eating a hot dog. I legitimately was after the vault. Oh, the vault, that despair. Katie, if you !YouTube, I think it is, my main channel has my reaction to it, if you're curious. Spoiler alert, it's devastating. I'm trying to upload all the like big moment reactions to YouTube as we go. Next one I think is the Estinian fight, and then probably Baelsar's Wall. Dragon's Neck, that was the other breakpoint for ARR. Gotcha. I go bed since I start day shift again. Have a good stream at night. Pray I love you so much. Have a good sleep, okay? I thought the way he said that was what the master pod was for the template. The way I understand that is all the supply ones get sucked, and then the master receives it. Got Wendy's through DoorDash. You got no straw for your drink? You got scammed. This is why we have metal straws at home. Okay, not sure if you've seen it, but I dropped a 14 meme in Jokes and Memes. I didn't see it yet, Rando. I didn't. Or was it the healer one? The last meme I remember seeing 14 related was the healer one, where it's like sages are like to heal. Going there right now since I'm an emotional vampire. Love 14 reactions. Please enjoy, Katie. So many bodies, every one of them a victim of these experiments. Few show any signs of external injury. From what we've been able to determine, they perished from forcible ether extraction. Such a miserable way to die. Oh, it's a video. I'll check it out after, Rando. I didn't see it. They suck, then you die. You die of suck. Oh. I know little less of science, so any light you can shed on this facility's operations would be much appreciated. Sir, shall we start with you? You get sucked to death. Can't believe I keep debating Terra into playing emotional damage games. First Omori, now Final Fantasy. Yeah. You still have to play Outer Wilds, Golsif. That was the deal. I said if I play Omori, you have to play Outer Wilds. Taken in combination with the testimonies of Kryl and Thancred, I do begin to see exactly what the Imperials were attempting here. The enhancement procedures entailed infusing a single candidate with ether siphoned from multiple supply subjects. As for the master subject, in this case Kryl, the patterns of her etheric activity would provide the model upon which they would artificially engineer the candidate's aura. In other words, they were trying to recreate Kryl's echo, which is why they kidnapped her. I believe so, which would explain our prisoner's present state, Krile is possessed of an unrivaled ability to hear the whispers of the soul, and it seems probable that the procedure engendered the same acute sensitivity in Fordola. So it would have basically been the same if they got Y'shtola, right? Or does Y'shtola not have the echo? She's just ether sensitive, like that's how she's seeing now because she's blind. I don't know if she has the echo. I can't recall. The soldiers who guard Fordola, many of them lost friends and family to the skulls. There's a sentry at her door night and day. If she can't help sensing their thoughts and seeing their past... But you don't just see their past, you live it. All the emotions, all the... So this is how it works. So then, through this definition, we are living through their experiences, not like viewing it as an outsider. I don't call Y'shtola having the echo. Yeah, Y'shtola doesn't have echo. Right. She just views the world through ether now. You, Minfilia, Krile, Arenvald have echo. Thank you for clarifying. What's your YouTube channel name, if I may ask? Oh, Katie, if you go right below, or, oh, somebody exclamation mark YouTube. There you go. If you go right below, there's links in my bio for both the channels, the main channel and the VOD channel. But that also works. Thank you, Princess. Arenvald? Yeah, Arenvald has the echo. That's how he knew of Fordola's past. You live it. All the emotions, all the pain. Imagine what did it do to you. You'd never be the same again. Indeed. As you may recall, Eorzea was completely transformed by a single glimpse of Hraesvelgar's past. Post Stormblood? Yes, Perline! I already cried once. Seems I missed something on the ride. There are some things that are easy to miss, but yeah, Arenvald straight up was like, I saw her past. I know what she is. I kind of expect that with this game, to be honest. Yeah. Fordola has been forced to experience the agony of those whose lives she destroyed. The guilt must be unbearable. That explains her request to be executed. Sounds to me like a kind of justice. Regardless, she can suffer on for now. We have more pressing matters to consider. If the results of these experiments have been relayed back to Garlemald, there will be naught to stop the Empire from repeating the trick. They could give the echo to anyone, to an entire legion. We must be ready. We must learn all we can of these gods-forsaken procedures, and Fordola remains our best source of information. She'll not be getting her wish. Not yet. Right. Keep faith, lass. If you're to convince others to follow you, you must believe what you're telling them. People will respond to passion, but not if it's feigned. I understand. Thank you, General. Not fair to have this music over this. It's all pain. It's all pain. Also, can you imagine someone requesting to be executed? I'll chill, I swear. This game just so good. Honestly, given the information we've gotten now of her living through everyone's experiences around her, like the echo happening constantly without control, it would make sense why she just wants to die. And plus, she'll be viewed as kind of like a martyr, I think. It hurts so good, literally, Neko. Echoes of an Echo is what that quest was called. Oh no, it makes total sense. I just can't imagine her mental state for her to have to ask that. Really in the dumps, Perline. Really in the dumps. Imagine, dude, that's like, imagine being a person just walking down the street and it's like, it's like every person you walk past just trauma dumps on you. Their entire life's trauma. Like, that's it. You're just walking past them casually and they're like, oh, sadness and despair. And you're like, oh God. You walk past 3 more people, same thing. Imagine being a person. Couldn't be me. Echo of an echo of an echo. I go looking for answers about the echo and end up being schooled by Roban. Yet more evidence that I don't know what I'm doing. It's no wonder people listen to him and not me. General Alden is a veteran of countless campaigns, Lise. You cannot compare yourself to a commander of his experience. She's being taken by darkness. It's happening right now. I know, but I also know that I couldn't have convinced that mob to give up and go home. It makes me realize how much we rely on his authority and how much I still have to earn, or have to learn. I wonder what he'll do when everything here is settled. I mean, it's his homeland. After going to the trouble of winning it back, might he not want to stay? 'Tis a quandary which countless refugees now face, to continue the life they built in Ul'dah, or to start again in a land of their birth. I like the dynamic weather even in these like cutscenes. Believe in yourself, Lise. So many people hated her this X-Pack, but I loved her. Watching her growth as Lise and not Yida or her father just made so much sense. Hey, thanks for the follow. Welcome in officially. I am newly returned from Ul'dah with a massage. With a message from the Sultana. Her Grace desires an audience with you! She understands you have responsibilities here, but asks that you visit the palace at your earliest convenience. Nanamo! Well, I must away and attend to other business. Until next time, my friends. Dude, we haven't seen Nanamo since Heavensward 3.0? I think 3.0 is the last time we saw Nanamo. Kill the general with the machine, steal his authority. I still don't know how people can hate Lise. She was kind of culturally inappropriate. She was kind of dumb and shaky. She was a little bit annoying, but it only made her more endearing to me because she was just trying to figure herself out. So like, I got it. Considering how the echo works, there's a chance someone will see the past of a person with the echo, and all they see is said person experiencing a flashback to... Jolly, no kidding, it would be an echo of an echo of an echo. All they see is the person holding their head for an hour. An audience with the Sultana. Depending on the nature of her consultation, this might be the perfect opportunity to inquire about the general's future plans. Yes, we'd all like to know about those, Alphino, but not everyone's as comfortable interrogating royalty as you. Take note on this of him, sir. Echoes of an echo. She was annoying, only reason, yeah. For some people, they'll see the annoyance of her character growth and then ignore the growth aspect of her character growth. So like, I get it, but it's wrong. Well, the question of how to put the Mad King's treasures to good use shows no signs of answering itself. Shall we be about it, Arnvold? I'm at your beck and call. And I should be getting back to my own tasks. I'll organize a squad to head down into the ruins and then start preparing for the big meeting. Oh, send Nanamo my regards, sir. And ours too, if you please. We shall see you on your return. They had to ease her from dumb Yida, so dumb, to a real person and leader. Exactly. They had a lot of growing for her to do. She's worse than Alphino in ARR. Okay, Alphino in ARR was, oh god, he was insufferable. But I grew to love him so dearly. I literally cosplayed him because I love him so much now. His character progression, fantastic. He's such a like natural born strategizer now. He's like, I've loved his growth so much.
You're my
Hello?
superstar.
Hello, Lord Cav? What the heck? Thank you for the subby. The fresh, organic subby, no less. Thank you for the T1, you sweet soul. Hi, Becky, welcome in. They had to eat. Oh, I read that one already. Subhive. Ooh, ooh. Oh, okay, part of the reason I want to be a gunbreaker is because their weapons are so cool. I love gunblades. I want gunblade. I want gunblade. I don't want a tank. I just want the gunblade. Lord Cap, I really appreciate it. You are expected, my lord. Please proceed. Oh, I have to pee really badly. Please don't be voice acted. I have to pee.
I thank you for answering my summons in these most interesting times. You have been busy.
You can stick around a little bit. Welcome back, Gray. Gray, love you. Guys, I have to pee so badly. It's a good thing it's not like an auto cutscene because I'm gonna pee. I'll be right back. Okay. He just so quietly came around. What is this? Picture of a bunny. Where's Spess? This is what Spess looks like IRL, guys. You got your face reveal for Spess Bun Bun. It's right here. What Spess actually looks like. Take the train again? What the fuck? But I think the best experience I've had in a category, as far as like, whoa!
You're asking for it, you bastard.
We're just gonna move on. I've killed again. I can't stop killing. I can't stop killing. My hands are red with the blood of innocence. I was really hoping something would come out of its neck when I jumped on it. Kind of sad that nothing happened. Oh no, I got greedy. It was so close. It was so close. Where's my fucking memes at? That's not the meme I wanted. There it is. Dude, Red Dead Era was fantastic. Red Dead Era was fantastic. I also saw as I was leaving, by the way, Tara, how many Final Fantasies have you played? So I have played a little bit of 10-2 up until the 1,000 words moment because I didn't want to keep playing after that because I love that song and it made me cry. And then I've also played a little bit of 12, and beyond that, I'm such a virgin with Final Fantasy. I'm kind of planning to maybe go back and play like all of them after this. Gunbreaker has the most funny invulnerability skill. Let me shoot myself in the head to prevent myself from dying. I'm sorry, what? I know the memes about Gunbreaker shooting themselves because whenever there's like classes in a nutshell, like in meme versions, it's always like that one guy that shot himself in the foot. He's, oh, I just shot myself. And that's Gunbreaker in a nutshell. That kill in Dark Souls made me think vindication. Dude, Dark Souls is so satisfying. Terry, did you hear? I shot a .22 rifle the other day. How did it feel? Did you feel powerful, Waffle? Did you feel strong? Also, welcome in, Waffle. Okay.
The liberation of Alamigo will have far-reaching consequences, and there is a matter upon which I would seek your counsel.
Okay. Nanamo, I missed you. I'm glad you're here.
I speak of Rauban and his future.
Oh, well, we were here to interrogate you about that, so you saved us some effort.
All know the tale of his rise from penniless refugee to member of the Syndicate and General of the Immortal Flames.
Yes.
Yet though he has come to call Ul'dah home, it will never be his homeland. He is a son of Alamigo.
Okay. And he's not going to leave because he's loyal to you?
Now that she is free, I thought it only a matter of time before he sought my leave to return to her. Indeed, I had resigned myself to his loss.
However,
suffice it to say, I was greatly surprised to hear him speak so lightly of handing over the reins in Alamigo and retaking his place at my side. I will welcome him with open arms, of course. He is my most trusted advisor and my dearest friend.
So his loyalty to Nanamo is stopping him from returning home, basically. You've played the first hour of Crystal Chronicles and nothing else, so you're just as much of a virgin as I am then. To be fair, Dark Knight Invuln is literally, I'm not going to die, but if I don't get healed, I will actually die. Wait, how does it work? Not really. It gave me the same serotonin a BB gun would give me. Small bullets, but I think I might be trying a .30 or shot. Did you go to like a shooting range for it or something, Waffle? I can safely say I have no interest in shooting guns. I get that some people it's like cool and bang bang, but I'm like, me.
But I have known the man a long time, and beneath that steely gaze, I spied a flicker of doubt.
Don't even know what this baby race is called. Danny, these are Lalafell. Baby race. And they were based off of the Tarus from, what was it, 11?
Whether Rauban chooses to remain in Ul'dah or return to Alamigo, I only wish that he do so with a heart unburdened by guilt or regret.
Yeah.
Yet, how can he freely make such a choice, knowing how much I depend on him?
Look at her plushies in the background! She's got a little Chocobo plush and a Moogle plush. Oh my god. Instead of dying, you become living dead. If you don't get your health pool healed back, you die. So you have to be max health or you'll die. Become unkillable, but you need to be healed just a certain amount before the timer runs out, or you just flat out die, I think. That's crazy.
It is past time that I learned to discharge my duties as a sultana alone. I must go forth and see my realm with my own eyes, and hear the wind with my own ears. Might I have your company for a brief adventure?
No.
Wonderful. Allow me a moment to change into something a touch less conspicuous, and I will join you outside.
Casual Nanamo? Hang on, I'm excited. Not full health, just the amount of your health pool. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. Wait, outside the quicksand, is there a, oh, there is. Adventurers Guild. A total 100% rather than outright 1%. Because yeah, if you're the tank, you're still going to be continuously taking damage. It'd be so hard to actually full heal them. Boom, 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 boom. You gave your dogs their shots today for the first time, and it was actually pretty easy. And now your cat's snoring. I need as many animals as you have, Becky. Not if you have benediction. Boom, full health. That's white mage, right? That's why healers have insta-cast full heals. I don't remember seeing one for Sage. Unless Tarokol, because I haven't had a chance to use Tarokol. What do you think of Lilira? Oh my god, casual Nanamo. What do you think of Lilira, the merchant's daughter? This is the disguise I don when I wish to leave the palace and observe my subjects unnoticed. Ordinarily, Papa Shan would accompany me for this, but for this particular outing, I need an advisor, not a minder. And that is why I requested your company. Over the course of your many adventures, you have met people from all walks of life in every corner of Eorzea, and I would make use of this worldly experience. Now let us be on our way. Our first destination is Stone's Throw, just beyond the gates of Nald. Drinking Ramune, thanks, I have a craving now. You monster. Sage does not. I didn't think they did. 5 sweet fur babies in this house, and John is talking about wanting another dog. Becky gonna live in a zoo. Becky needs a farm. Becky 100% needs a farm. If you start in Ul'dah, you'd have seen Lilira before. I started in Gridania. The insta full heal is known as the oh shit button. Look upon this procession of tattered tents. These refugees camp in squalor at the mercy of the elements and Thanalan's predators both. The city's mighty walls offer safety, but the streets overflow with people as it is. And unless blessed by the hand of Nald himself, no refugee could ever hope to afford a dwelling in Ul'dah. 20 years have passed since the fall of Alamigo, and 5 since the calamity. Yet the plight of the poor has grown more desperate, not less. As Sultana, the blame falls upon me. But you've done your best, Your Grace. Then my best has not been good enough. Shall we press on? I will follow the road to the unholy air. Astrologer has a maybe full healed / shrug button. I would love to have a farm. Would rescue old animals and give them good retirement. Becky, you're so precious. I love this. Gunbreaker's the main tank class to make you go, oh shit, because they shoot themselves in the foot, right? How many times, like healer mains, how many times have you healed a Gunbreaker when they were in danger and then they shot themselves anyways? And you like full healed them and then they shot themselves in the foot? Hi Manila, welcome in. When I heal and there's a Gunbreaker, I do not take my eyes off them. They're so squishy. Oh, that's not good to hear. As somebody wanting to play Gunbreaker, that's not a good thing to hear. Literally for Gunbreaker, they have the invuln button, but for healers, it's the wake up button. It was here, in this wholly unremarkable place, that my mother and father met their doom. I was but a child at the time. My parents were returning from an inspection of our interests in eastern Thanalan when an untimely rock slide crushed their carriage. To this day, it is not certain if the incident was simple misfortune or an expertly planned assassination. Roban once offered to reopen the investigation and bring me the truth he assumed I must surely crave, but I refused. Even if my parents' deaths were orchestrated by the monetarists, we could only have brought their hirelings to justice. The true villains, those who plotted to put me in the throne as a biddable puppet, were ever beyond our reach. Thus did I plan to strip the merchants of their power and place our nation in the hands of the citizens, quite unaware of the consequences my actions would have for you and yours. I shudder to think how many goodly souls have paid the price of my naivety. Ooh. Paladin has the best invuln. I mean, Paladin makes sense as like the tank, because they're sword and shield, right? They are the tank. Gunbreaker, invuln puts them at 1 HP for the total duration. Oh, so you can't even heal that? Wait. For the whole duration they're invuln, they're at 1 HP. So how do you save them from just getting tapped after that? I would have a California king just to fit as many animals in bed with me as possible. The king beds surrounded by pets. That'd be so cute, Becky. That'd be so cute. I can't tell you how many times I've played Sage, putting shields and mitigation on the Gunbreaker only for them to super bull-eyed invuln themselves. Undoing all my work. No. As a future Sage player, that gives me concern. Oh, you can heal Gunbreaker during super bull-eyed. You save them by waking up. Gotcha. How many classes are in there? 14? So many. There's 4 healers, a bajillion DPSs, and 5 tanks? Paladin, Gunbreaker, Dark Knight, Warrior. Paladin, Gunbreaker, Dark Knight, Warrior. Is there... Oh, there's 4 tanks. 4 tanks, 4 healers, everything else is DPS. But there's 20 in total. Holy shit. I've always cured them when they suicide. I mean, super bull-eyed. I'm no longer a child reciting words with witless obedience, and I will not be used as a pawn in the monetarist's damnable games. Forgive me my outbursts. You're one of the few people to whom I feel I can speak my mind. Come, let us return to Ul'dah and visit the Colosseum. 4 tanks, 4 heals, 10,000 DPSs. But the DPSs are also broken up into like magic DPS, range DPS, melee DPS, right? So there's breakdowns even then. Breakdown, breakdown. Breakdown, breakdown. Currently have 11 unlocked to various levels. I currently have... How do I see that again? Here we go. 70 Sage, because I unlocked it for roulettes. 54 Bard, 54 Machinist, 62 Summoner, 72 Red Mage. I have a few getting there. It's very nice. Boop. In the Colosseum, which is... near the Gladiators Guild. Oh god, I ran away from the Aetheryte. This is embarrassing. Paladin invuln doesn't have a gimmick. It's just you take no damage. And you don't even have to put yourself at 1 HP for it. That's amazing. Paladin enemies says, I hurt. Paladin says, no you do not. I simply choose to take none of the hurt. And Gunbreaker is choosing to take all the damage before they can do damage to you. Alright, I love you too. Welcome in. You see Tank Buster on you as Gunbreaker, and it's like, oh, I'm about to do damage, and you're like, not if I damage myself. And then the healers cry. I can't wait to play Gunbreaker. I'm gonna be a nuisance. I'm gonna be a menace to healers. No commends for me. Melee DPS, magical range DPS, physical range DPS. Yeah, that's the breakdown for them. To imagine the healer being a little, okay, I'll just be half here. Then suddenly you have your Gunbreaker tank at 1 HP, you would scream. I would. I absolutely would. Warrior is a little bit gimmicky unless you just macro it to target yourself. And it's like clunky to play. That's a dang shame. I have everything except Reaper unlocked. All at least at 60. Most at least at 70. Gotta get them all to 90, Rando. Come on, what are you doing? It's a rite of passage for 14. Physical DPS and Narnia DPS? From the moment I became Sultana, I found myself thrust into an endless parade of document signing and ceremonies. For years, I simply signed where I was told to sign, and sat where I was told to sit, blissfully oblivious to what any of it meant. Yet one good thing did come from that ignominious chapter in my life, for it was during an official visit to the Colosseum that I first met Roban. The match I had been invited to attend was not all not at all what I expected. They had pitted the Bull of Alamigo against some dozen or so rival gladiators. Blinkered though I was, I would not stand for so obvious an injustice, demanded to see a fair fight, one man against another, and my royal army wish was duly granted. It was not until later that I learned of the gambling ring, which had arranged for Roban to die on the sands that day. Regardless, my intervention meant that Roban had but a single opponent to dispatch, which he duly did, and when he knelt before me to receive the winner's purse, he swore that he would one day offer me his blade in service. Surrounded as I was by liars and manipulators, I confess I dismissed it as a pleasant piece of theater. But as you know, Roban is a man of his word. Though it took him another 5 years of fighting in the Blood Sands, he amassed a fortune so great as to buy not only his freedom, but a seat on the Syndicate, and then I had my blade. Aww. Warrior's the green tank, so much self-heal. So they're basically a healer? I thought Paladins had a crap ton of self-heal. Hey, we get to see it ourselves. Oh! And he dropped the shield. God, Roban's so cool. Remember when he had 2 arms? What a force to be reckoned with he was. Didn't even need both his swords. Y'all know the sound of a light bulb breaking violently when they just choose to explode and choose violence? Yeah. Remember when he had 2 arms? Just so casual. I like how they're playing fanfare for him. Like a modified fanfare.
Your Grace, you mustn't! The danger is too great! Please, Your Grace, come back! I beg of you!
That little jump!
It seems you're the one who needs looking after, Master Shah. Rabon!
Your Grace, I have kept the promise made.
So you have, and in turn, so too shall I keep mine. With your winnings, you have become one of the 6 most wealthy souls in all Ul'dah, and so, as tradition dictates, Rauben Aldin, you have earned yourself a seat on the Syndicate. May your new station garner you still greater glories.
Let's go!
I am honored, Your Grace, and vow to serve with every fiber of my being from this day till my last.
Dude, they're so cute together. Like, their relationship.
Long live the Sultana, and long live Ul'dah!
So cute. That's a redone 1.0 cutscene. Glad they salvaged it. What else did I miss in chat? Give me 1 second. Paladin invuln, square the fuck up. Warrior invuln, you me fight. Dark Knight invuln, I feel nothing. Gunbreaker invuln, can't kill me if I kill myself. Ah, fuck, I hit the wrong part. I failed a dungeon when the final boss had like 1 HP. No, EJ. Just means you do it again. Just means you do it again. Pick yourself up, fire yourself at it. And 90, they have a decent amount, but Warrior has so much. That's like Warrior's whole shtick, I guess. Can't mitigate if you just fully heal. Y'all know, only every 25 seconds or like, and like 3 or 4 others. Paladin heals, this is in relation to Izagi? I swear I heard the sound in my head as I woke up not too long ago, but too short of a nap. Maybe, did you check your light bulbs, Mannequin? Because maybe one of them did explode. He looks weird to me with 2 arms now, not gonna lie, right? We've been seeing him with 1 arm for so long. Nanamo and Roban are cute as fuck. I love their friendship, me too. They're so precious. Your floofy jumper pocket has a hole in it. You gotta work out how to fix it. Sewing! Little sewing kit. No problem, easy. Words cannot well express what that man means to me. There are others who care deeply for my well-being, of course. Papa Shan's love for me is that of a grandsire for his grandchild, but upon matters of governance, I cannot turn to bodyguards and maidservants for counsel. Roban and the authority of his syndicate position was the first sword I could wield. His was the only edge which could cut the strings that bound me. Money please. I have enough food in my inventory that I'm not eating. A Sultana's duty. Gotta sew it, but it's done in a particular way. I gotta work out how to do it so it blends in, and like the stitching isn't showing up outside. Really want to play 1.0? It wasn't great. The only thing you're missing out is Nail Van Darnus fight and like a few dozen story quests. Yeah, I don't think you're missing anything from 1.0. You could probably watch a recap for it if you're curious story-wise, but there's a reason it no longer exists, Jolly. Where is the anime trope of someone attacking a character with full power and said character taking no damage? Well, they're taking the damage, they're just healing it back. We must make haste. My absence will not go unnoticed by the Sultan Sworn for long. There are other places I would visit. To the Azernith Ossuary? Who? Where? At the Thaumaturge's Guild. Mostly just watch the story. I'm certain that there is a recap for it. Yeah, but at the rate they heal, you think they don't take any damage? Gotcha. Warrior sounds cool. I feel like Warrior would be a perfect pairing with like a shield healer. When the calamity threatened, Roban led the Alliance forces into battle on the plains of Cartano, and I remained here. I prayed with all my heart that Archon Louis Sois would have the power to rouse the 12. Since that day, I have made a custom of visiting the shrine during each of my little excursions. Here I seek the blessing of Thal, reflect upon my choices, and ask myself if I am fulfilling my duties as Sultana. You are rightly celebrated as a champion because you have led the line in 100 battles for the good of Eorzea. In much the same way, I believe the measure of a monarch lies in how she leads her people in times of adversity. If I am to be Sultana worthy of the name, I cannot turn a blind eye to the troubles facing Ul'dah. I have chosen my path, sir. With Alamigo now freed from Imperial chains, I finally see a way to aid the refugees. Already, many displaced Alamegans seek to begin the long trek home. To facilitate that process, I have made a small contribution, an artisan's school in Rhalgr's Reach for any who wish to learn new trades. Realistically, however, it will take years for such training to yield tangible benefits. But we do not have years. These people will need shelter and employment if they are to survive, and this time, the Ul'dah Treasury shall provide. Precisely where and how to allocate the necessary funds is, of course, another question. Might you ask a member of the Syndicate for advice? A wise suggestion. Mayhap a visit to the Gold Saucer is in order. Its proprietor is a member of the Syndicate, and he is one of the few who pay refugees a fair wage. I wonder, are you acquainted with Godbert Manderville? No. Ah, well, he is a most generous man, if something of an eccentric. Let us make our way to the landing, and I will see that word is sent to the Gold Saucer. Godbert should only be too glad to receive us. Dun, 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 dun. I'm gonna sleep. Take care. Have a good rest of the stream. Wait, not yet. What do you mean, wait, not yet? Jolly, have good sleep? Question mark? Boom, boom, boom. I can go straight to the airship landing from a crystal, right? Do, 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 do. Yes, I can. I believe you nod there, and the dialogue changes if you've done enough Manderville quests to have experienced him. Got you. I've ridden aboard a public airship before, but this shall be my first visit to the Gold Saucer. I must confess to some excitement. I've been in the Gold Saucer once before because of Red Mage quests, but beyond that, I didn't do anything in it. I just did the quest and left. Do 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 do. It makes me so happy in here. The music too. Do, 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 do. Only once? I plan to make a lot of visits to the Gold Saucer in moments of despair through later story. Unwind with some gamba. At one point you had a Golden Saucer addiction. That will be me mid-Shadowbringers, mid-Endwalker. I'm definitely heading to bed, 1:30 a.m. here now, so I should go to sleep. Hope to catch your stream again. Lovely watching you play. I'll be back to it Tuesday, 4 p.m. Central, miss. It's been a joy having you. Hope you have a good sleep. There is a daily MGP lottery, and there's so much to exchange. Looking forward to it. Terra gonna get depressed and turn to gambling. It's gonna be my coping mechanism. It's gonna be the quests that are funny and Gold Saucer. That's how I'll survive. I heard descriptions of its splendor, yet I never dreamed it would be so bright and inviting. No, I couldn't possibly. We did not come here to fritter away the royal coin. Godbert will be expecting us. Come, let us head directly to the lounge and ignore these gaudy temptations. Gaudy? You believe them to be gaudy? Rude. The Hildebrand quests are gonna kill you, Terra, legit. Like, kill me as in, like, funny, or kill me as in sad? Because hang on a second. Oh, also, I didn't show you guys this yet. Do you guys want to see my retainer? First of all, look at his name. His name is the Forgotten Terra. Guys, it's my 2.0. It's my 2.0 aura. He's now my retainer. My headcanon is that he's been retired and now he's just doing a retainer job because he's no longer me. I thought it good for him to live in some way, shape, or form. Holy shit, this is what I was before I switched to Lalafell. And his name is just the Forgotten Terra. If Terra's showing us his retainer, then I must insist. Exclamation mark OnlyFans, oh my god. You thought retainer that goes in my mouth? No. My, like, equipment retainer. One of your retainers looks like your 1.0 look. It's good. Or not 1.0, 2.0, I guess I should have said. Okay, Terra, why did we have the same idea? Because it's like, I put a lot of effort into designing that aura, and I loved him. So, like, I had to have him exist in some way. I said 2.0? Okay, good. I thought I said 1.0. Thought I misspoke for a second. I love it here. The retainer on your main character is your aura character too. I love it. Your retainers are both unique, not a previous look like what we've done. The only tears I'll be spilling are tears of laughter. Okay, don't hype it up too much. I have an aura femme and an Ellison male. I could never Fantasia. I've only Fantasia'd once, and I don't regret it. The only other thing that I would like to Fantasia. The only other thing I'd like to Fantasia to is to John Final Fantasy, like the trailer character design. But Rando already does that. Rando is John Final Fantasy. How is Terra's current? Thank you, Jolly. Just like that. I believe this is where we come to meet Lord Manderville. Shall we sit while we await his coming? Sure. My apologies, Your Grace. I've kept you waiting. No apologies are necessary, Godbert. My request was sudden, and you were kind to make yourself available at such short notice. When the Sultana herself comes calling, there's no more important engagement. As to the purpose of my visit, I would have your thoughts on how the Crown might best aid the refugees residing in Thanalan. You are aware, I'm sure, that many of Alamigo's displaced sons and daughters long to return to their newly liberated homeland, and you are also aware of how they will suffer without shelter and work to sustain them. I would use our nation's wealth to spare them that suffering. What advice have you for me on the matter of how it might best be distributed? Wait, he's Krillin? The unusual circumstances of our meeting, and your Grace's choice of companion, would suggest to me a desire for an honest and unvarnished opinion. I shall give you one. My advice to you is stop. Taxing Uldah's wealth to save Alamigan refugees is a terrible, terrible idea. Okay, Terra, I think this is this very area is a big gold statue next to you. After this cutscene, I need you to look at it. Okay, bet. I will. I love my Catgirl and Femril too much. What do you guys think the Femme Hrothgar are gonna look like whenever they come out? Do you think they're gonna look the same as male Hrothgar, but just different? Or do you think they're gonna be like hyper-sexualized? This is the one and only time you will see this man like this. Serious? You oppose my proposition? Most empathetically, I agree with your grace that the refugees must have housing and employment, but what profit is there for Ul'dah in this arrangement? Profit? After all you've done for Girabanya's displaced, I thought you the very last person to seek to benefit from their misfortune. Forgive me, your grace, but you appear to be laboring under a misapprehension. It is a fine endeavor to support one's fellow man. I fear, however, that your stance is one born of pity. Your intent is to save the refugees, is it not? Called out. Called out. I hope they are sleek. Like Femros are more sleek and curvy than male Ro. So my biggest issue with the Hrothgars are their spine. Whenever you see a Hrothgar, like they're so rare in game, but whenever you see them, they're literally like, I'm ready to play. Let's do dungeon. Like their spine is so not okay. You unlocked a new job? What'd you go for, EJ? Terrible. They just have terrible posture. Yeah. Hrothgar are basically based on the Ronzo from 10-2. I remember the Ronzo, but I felt the Ronzo had upright spines. Did they not? Why did the Hrothgar get so depressed and like screw up their posture? There are female Ronzo in those games. Femros can crush my head between their thighs. Same. Same. The only one I could find that I could do, Samurai! I have a friend playing Samurai right now and they say they really love it. Jolly wants them to be Hrothgar but with massive Bahanga Zongas. JK normal but probably shorter. And sleeker would be nice. I would assume they'd be similar. I want them to be like the same bad posture just with Gazonka Honkas. I think that'd be funny. No one would play them though. For all our potential, we are indolent creatures by nature. If unconditional charity is all we know, then we begin to rely upon it, to expect it. And then we must consider Ul'dah's own poor and downtrodden, should they hear of you spending the nation's coin, not to improve their lot, but to nurture the distant citizens of Alamigo. It is unlikely they will applaud your generosity. Surely it is not your grace's intention to foster new resentments, but to spread goodwill? Indeed. Then any support I pledge to the refugees must promote self-sufficiency, whilst also serving the interests of the people of Ul'dah. Exactly so. Such an arrangement will create a far more equitable relationship with the returning Alamegans, even as it generates the revenue required to win the approval of your subjects. I think Femhroth will just be the new furry race, more than likely. I didn't like tanking, so I've been desperately searching for anything else. Well, judging by my friend's reaction to Samurai, I think you'll like it. You've given me much to ponder, Lord Manderville. I thank you for your candor. Why is he just Krillin, though? Why he have the Krillin dots? I love tall, muscular women, honestly. Is there anyone in this chat right now that does not appreciate a good Dommy Mommy? Because if so, you're lying to yourself. The sword looks to be the size I am. Lalafell best race. Oh, remember our statue. Okay. Someone say good-looking human. People arrive. Not the binoculars. Prophet. The thought never even crossed my mind, but standing about lamenting my naivety will not do any good. I shall consider my lesson learned and press on. Sir, are you perchance acquainted with any successful merchants? If my attempt at philanthropy is obliged to reap a profit, it would seem wise to consult someone with an knack for business. Why not Tataru? Let's go talk to Tataru. Ordinarily I would not trust any agent of the East Aldernard Trading Company, but if you hold this Hancock fellow in high esteem, I am content to be led by you. You may repay my faith by journeying to distant Kugane and speaking with him on my behalf. Hey Kyo, welcome in. Some very attractive ladies have come across my TikTok For You page and I borpa respectfully. Eager though I am to visit those shores, I have not the leisure for a lengthy sea voyage. Now, assuming you will travel as adventurers are wont to do, I shall await your report by the Aetheryte in Ul'dah. A fair journey to you, sir, and a swift one, if you please. Borpa? See that emote in my chat over there? It's the little ugly thing with the suit and tie. That's Borpa, respectfully. It's part of 7TV. What? Huh? What is this? What am I looking at? Why is he in his underwear? Is this the same guy that I was just talking to? What happened? He kind of built though. Oh, he has negative ass. Oh, flat as a fucking bannock, dude. He got no ass. I mean, at least he's got titties. He got them pecs, but no ass. Literally negative an ass. It's a statue of Godbert Manderville. That's how you usually see him? Is he okay? Flatter than Mario? Flatter than Mario. It's Godbert in all his glory. We need butt sliders though? Genuinely we do. Nobody has ass. We got Booba, we have no ass. Oh my god, I've never seen that statue. I'm looking forward to the quests. How can't you see the statue? I mean, my like view perspective is so low down. I have to like angle up at everything. I'm so little. I'm only whittle. You should talk to the guy behind the bar. He's got some interesting comments about it. Wait. Oh, you. Oh. No. No. Oh no. No. Do not lewd Lalafels. Do not lewd the Lalafels. I understand they're adults, but do not lewd the Lalafels. Just put the 2B bottoms from the near raid and get yourself an ass upgrade. Listen, my view is low. I'm a cat girl. Lewd the Lalas. Testing and practicing makeup for the Comic-Con. I'm excited yet nervous. It's your first Comic-Con. Oh, you're going as Umbreon. That's a cute idea. Tara, I'm just a baby Bellum, literally. The limited time event Leap of Faith is now underway. All guests are encouraged to participate. What is that? Sometimes I think the owner stationed me here just so I'd be forced to ever gaze upon the Battle of the Bulge being waged beneath that shimmering statue's small clothes. And then he looks right back up at it. What bulge, dude? What bulge? He ain't packing. He got no ass and he got no bulge. Battle of the Bulge, though, pretty funny. It's not lewd. She just wanted to be small Viera. Oh, she's cosplaying Viera? That's fine then. The 2 booty bottoms literally make your character's ass fatter. Love that. Love that for us. It's got padding back there. Leap of Faith is the jumping puzzle. Tara, don't shame. Okay, you know what? We can't all be hung. We can't be all hung Adonises. He's got the rest of the body, so like at least he's got that. He has mods installed. It's the Bulge. Have you tested your tactic? Okay, we're coming to Gold Saucer at some other time. There's a bunch of pop-ups and I'm intrigued, but now is not the time. I must make it to the best expansions. I need the booty bottoms. He has the heart on. The bulge is in the heart. Like I said, he got the body, not the booty, not the bulge. At least he's got that. Where shall we go? To Kugane. Meow. Oh my god, it's expansive. As Braum from League of Legends says, the heart is the strongest muscle. I love Braum. I love Braum players. I don't play him, but I love Braum players. Do 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 do. I wonder if I should do the near raids on stream at some point. It's post Shadowbringers for near raids. Braum enjoyer, literally. The best part of Heroes, Elizon's Rogues, and Lalafels is that they can cosplay as Mikotes and Vieras. Exactly. You don't need to play the race. Just get some ears and you're good. Yes and yes. Okay. We should do them on stream if they're that good. Sir, to what do I owe the pleasure? Oh, you're here on business. Where's Tataru? I thought she was going to stay behind here. I beg your pardon? Her Grace the Sultana would have my opinion on how to best invest the wealth of Ul'dah. My dear sir, I have you to thank for this. Recognition, I'm sure. And I'm flattered that you came to me, truly flattered. But why settle for a lowly apprentice when you could have the master? Upon matters of profit, there is no living soul better qualified to advise Her Grace than Chairman Lolorito. Because Lolorito's a shit, dude. He'll be lining his pockets in no time. A man whose morning exertions are said to fill his garter robe with gold. I should be happy to arrange a meeting for you, say at the Scion's former headquarters in Thanalan. The Waking Sands would seem a suitable neutral venue for negotiations, don't you think? Fare you well, sir. And may you pray return to the fucking Waking Sands. I don't want to deal with Lolorito, and I don't think Nanamo does either.
Sloppy.
Sloppy indeed. Have you ever played Nier? I have not. Despite Jolly's best efforts. And probably cosplay a bit the auras too. I mean, there are horns, right? I have those, or I have a set of horns. I'm actually gonna go sleep now. Yes, the Nier raids are post Shadowbringers. Okay, maybe we do that on stream at some point. My tummy's making weird noises. What did you eat? Oh, where am I? Nanamo? I walked right past her. I didn't even recognize her in her casual attire. Hand Eggplant, best Stormblood character. Who? Who? Welcome back, sir. Did your merchant friend have any useful advice to share? Nar. With Lolorito? And you agreed? I didn't willingly agree. I am well aware of his standing in the field of business, but I'd hoped to keep the monetarists at arm's length, and him in particular. Oh!
Sloppy.
Hand Eggplant, Hancock, best Stormblood character. Got you. I'm still partial to Hien, and Gosetsu for that matter. Hand Eggplant, Hancock. Got it. We got there. Took me a second. Hien, right? Nay, I cannot live in fear of the man. I must learn how to treat with him if I am to rule Ul'dah effectively. Very well. I will meet with Lolorito. Let us get on ahead to the Waking Sands and prepare for this coming. Pray return to the Waking Sands. I still have the trauma. Fuck bowl cut though. Okay, goodbye. Goodbye, Jolly. Go to sleep. Oh, she pray returned us to the Waking Sands. Love that for us. I just remembered some more Final Fantasy I played. I hunted the mighty Kuluyaku and some chump. Same. Not same. But also there's another. Ooh, EJ, thank you for the secure password. So this is where the Scions first congregated. I've heard many tales, but never had occasion to visit. To work, then. The hour of the meeting draws near, and I would gather my thoughts. Pray see to it that we have appointed room ourselves.
A personal summons from the Scions. This must be important business indeed.
Ugh.
Though, if it concerns anything so underhand as an assassination, I fear I can be of little help.
I hate him. I love the potato walk muffin. The potato strut. So powerful. I found Terra Ul'dah. The bitch vanished on me. I deserve that, princess.
You have made your point. 'Tis indeed unsettling to find oneself seated across from an impassive mask.
Oh, is he gonna unmask himself? We get to see the fucker's eyes. Oh no, he's cute!
There. Would this better please your grace? Or should I address you as Lady Lilira?
I'm mad that he's a cute Lala. I'm mad. He should be ugly for how awful he is. But he's a cute little Lala. Lolorito, don't know why you would consult me for assassinations. Don't know anything about that. Yes, he does. Oh, the Monster Hunter World crossover. Ah, right. All Lalas equals punt. Hey, Red Dog, don't punt me.
Nay, the deception has served its purpose. I am glad to see you found amusement in my little jest, Lord Lolorito. But shall we proceed to the business at hand?
EJ, you tried to hug me, but you only hugged the air because I poofed.
By all means. I must say I am most eager to hear your proposal.
All Lalas have to get punted at least once. Only once if I like them. And as I heard while we were farming mounts from ARR? Yeah, while we were farming ARR mounts, that Lala sacrifices increase drop rates. So I will willingly die for the cause.
I would aid the refugees camped in Thanalan in their efforts to return to Alamigo. The reparations you paid in the wake of your earlier misdemeanors will be used to fund the endeavor, together with the fortune seized from the late Teleji Adeleji's estate. But this plan is not intended to benefit the displaced alone. I would make of this an investment which shall enrich Uldar and Alamigo both. And who better to consult on matters of profit than the wealthiest man in all of Thanalan? I beseech you then, Lord Lolorito, share with us your mercantile wisdom.
She has such a breathy voice. Nanamo.
Ah, 'twould seem your grace has matured beyond acts of earnest yet misplaced charity. Pray tell me more.
He's such a skis bag, dude. Oh, a stretch is a good idea.
To summarize, in return for facilitating the repatriation of refugees and assisting in the establishment of new industry in Alamigo, you ask that a proportion of all subsequent profits be promised to Uldar.
Whew, I needed that stretch. Holy crap. My spine cracked a lot. By the way, Terra, as Lalafella, you might love this. We are supposed to at some point be able to mount on tall players like Childs on their parents, or like when Roban carries Nanamo. That was asked to Yoshi P some time ago. I need this so badly. I would be like, carry me around, peasant. I need it so badly, especially if they can run around with you like while carrying you. Would be the cutest thing in the world. I want to have a Lala stack. Can the Lalas just like carry each other? A Lala pillar. Wonderful Bean, I must go to the sleeps. Muffin, thank you so much again for the raid. I hope you have a good comfy sleep. It was a pleasure having you as always. He said he would look at it. Oh, fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. I just want to quickly reread this. Establish new industry. Proportion of subsequent profits be promised to Uldar.
I am impressed, Your Grace. 'Tis an elegant solution, albeit one lacking certain crucial details, specifically which industry and where.
Like, what are they gonna need?
How swiftly you identified the weakness in my plan, just as I knew you would.
I can't stop mishearing Lalafell. The internet ruined me. Mishearing? In what way? Do I want to know? Do I want to be ruined? 3 Lalas in a trench coat. I'm still in a cutscene, EJ.
Your travels have taken you across the length and breadth of Gear Abania, and you know the land far better than I. Which of the settlements you visited would best provide a home for our refugees? Which has the greatest potential to flourish, given the appropriate investment?
Their names are so similar, I can't put them apart. Alagana, Alagiri, and the Saltery? What was the Saltery? My heart wants to say Alagiri, but I don't remember what the cities looked like because they're so fucking similar. They're all desert cities. Saltery equals League of Legends. It's true. Nanamo was the first ARR voice to be changed. She changed as soon as you hit patches. Wow, they ousted her. The Saltery is the one next to the salt mines. They could mine salt. Which is the most likely to flourish? Salt mines? Salt mines? Guys, help me. I don't remember these cities at all. Alagana is where Lise grew up, right? So that's that shitty little town where they're all miserable. Alagiri, I don't fully recall. The Saltery, I don't remember salt mines. I don't remember shit all. Let's just say Alagiri, because that's what my heart said.
Yes, If a stable trade route can be established between Uldar and Alamigo, then Alagiri would once more become an important waypoint.
Salt is profitable, yeah.
But while such growth would greatly benefit its current residents, I'm afraid it could sustain little beyond that.
The Saltery. No, I meant to click the I meant to click the Saltery.
Quarry Town
Fuck.
certainly does carry the potential for profit. At least it would do were
Great,
it
enjoy your
situated
raid.
anywhere near a lucrative market. It would cost more to transport the materials than they are worth, in my
I wanted to click the Saltery. Clearly you want me to say the Saltery.
Ah, yes, that desolate little village on the shore of Loch Sel.
It's a good thing there was no actual decision there for me. The real question is why everything starts with Ala, Alamigo, Alagiri, Alagana, Alalalafel. The way he says you're a dumbass, so eloquent. Really though, really though.
I know the Saltery and its products well. The Imperial invasion brought an end to their more widespread distribution, much to the dismay of many a wealthy gourmand, myself included.
Oh no, you can't get the fancy salts.
Salt has ever been a transformative ingredient. And in this instance, I dare say, it could transform a modicum of effort into a mountain of gil.
It's the spice trade. It's the spice trade, you guys.
Be consulted, of course, but I trust the East Aldenar Trading Company can be relied upon to provide its assistance in negotiating a mutually beneficial arrangement.
And it's the only spice that white people know how to use. Salt. Is salt even a spice? I don't think so.
Naturally, Your Grace. I shall dispatch representatives well versed in the extraction of this white gold and wring
White
every
gold?
last ounce of
Hey, I like salt too, but that white gold is a bit far. The spice must flow. In all fairness, spices have always been extremely profitable. Yeah, literally. Was there not like wars fought over spices? The whole spice wars? I don't know. There's the Spice Girls as well. Alligiri. Oh yeah, the big one before you get to the two locks. Yeah, I thought Alligiri was the larger one.
Contribute to Alamigo's enrichment, whilst easing the burden on the bull's aching shoulders.
Salt is not a
Just
spice.
as
Thank
Your
you,
Grace
Rando.
desired.
A deal is struck then.
We will sell salt. England invaded huge chunks of the known world for spices, then decided they don't like any of them because they're white people. Okay, wait. Before I potentially get warped away, EJ's like, Terra, please, I'm. Oh. I was like, I can't get out. Yeah, technically salt isn't a spice, but a mineral. Boop. EJ? Ah! Wait, that wasn't EJ. EJ? I see you! Are you deepest voice in the world? How deep is your voice? Oh no, you ran away. I'm hugging air. How embarrassing for me. How could you do this to me? I like your eye patch. I like your eye patch. Hey-ya! There you go. I hug you, EJ. Thanks. You're good. You waited so long for that hug. A good rock is tasty. I mean, I do love salt. But I still think white gold is a bit far. You picked the deepest voice because funny. All right, fair enough. Salt also fits in the category of seasoning, but not spice. #Hugafel. I fear it may be many years before I feel comfortable taking part in such negotiations, but I shall not complain. We have piqued Lolorito's interest and secured his invaluable expertise. Thank you, sir. I could not have done it without you. I'm not happy about it. Secure the Saltery. Of course, our course is decided. I shall return to the palace and have my ministers begin work on implementing the particulars of the plan. If I could prevail upon you one more time, sir, I would ask you convey the details of our negotiations to Commander Hext on your next return to Alamigo. Okay. It's the smallest thing with the deepest voice. 10 out of 10. My thanks again. Together, we have laid the groundwork for an endeavor which promises to benefit the peoples of Alamigo and Ul'dah both. For a more medieval, early industrial setting, salt would typically be worth more than gold? I guess it's because food is absolutely garbage without salt, right? Why live if you can't salt everything to hell? That's literally like restaurant secrets. The reason why restaurant food is so good is because they just destroy it with butter and salt. I finally arrived! Hi, Froggo! It's because it's a luxury item in that time period, yeah. Also food preservation, right, I wasn't even thinking of that. Salted meats? Sir, you're back. What did Nanamo? Oh, sorry. Are you allowed to talk about your audience with the Sultana? Yes. Yes, we have heard Yu Yu Hase's JP voice. Domo. Eorzea no tameni. Literally deepest Lala voice. Hi, Soma! Soma, welcome in. So, Roban says he's going to return to Ul'dah, but she isn't sure he wants to. Tell me something we don't know, but I'm pleased to hear she's committed to helping our refugees come home. And this plan to revitalize the Sultry does make a lot of sense. Quite how you convinced her to seek Lolorito's help is another question. After all that has happened, he's the very last person I would expect her to turn to for advice. But on a more practical note, Lys, assuming the interim government elects to accept Ul'dah's proposal, I have one caveat I should like to include in the bargain. Alamigo must be permitted to cover a portion of the investment. We have a fortune at our disposal, after all, and allowing Ul'dah to provide the entirety of the capital will afford Lolorito too much control. What was that text pop up? Did anyone see that? Domo como subete Eorzea no tameni. I love Yu Yu Hase's Japanese voice. It's so good. It's often a status symbol in medieval times, having salt. I also have one time Topic gifted me a sub to Bizarro, and the time I was told I'd make a great tank one day, the time Ma and a stranger helped each other over a task, just shit to make me smile while I feel like shit. Let's go, EJ. That means there's an S-rank hunt mark in the region. Oh, is that worth doing at all? I don't know what that means. Honestly, Alphino, it's like Kugane never happened. What exactly does a ruthless profiteer have to earn your trust? But yes, you do make a good point. First things first, though, we need to discuss the proposal with the Sultry's residents. Whisker, how do you fancy explaining the Sultana's plan to your grandfather? I'd like to hear what Watt thinks of the idea before agreeing to anything. Right away, Commander. Would you mind coming along, sir? I might need you to fill in the details. Then I shall come as well. Should Watt wish to discuss figures, my knowledge of the nation's finances may prove useful. God, Alphino is like a wealth of knowledge. He's incredible. Damn, dude, I forgot to do the Ether Current quests in this region. Do I have time to do them post-stream today? What day is it? Thursday? I think I do. Because I needs to get them done so I can fly around. What in the bot? I said what in the bot. Kind of like how some things you wouldn't really think would be are now status symbols, like how trucks often know which is why they cost so much anymore. Heh? Hang on. How trucks often now, which is why they cost so much, are now? Thank you for the Hydra, Froggo. Hang on, Red, I'm having so much trouble. I'm having so much trouble. What part was supposed to be are now? Are now status symbols like how trucks often now, which is why they cost so much anymore. Has anyone been so far as to even have wanted to do look more like? Trucks are often are now? What? Help! Somebody translate Red for me. I don't understand. I'm too stupid. It's literally like that copy paste with the has anyone been so far? Could the hug screenshot go in highlights? Absolutely, EJ. Absolutely. Oh, actually game discussion is better for it. Or game Gameplay general? Game general? Whichever one the game channel is, put it in that one. Oh, like how trucks often are now, which is why they cost so much. Echo, thank you for translating. My small brain lost it. I appreciate you so much. He's saying words, that's about all I know. Translation, Optimus Prime, expensive. True. Trucks are like status symbols, so expensive. And the fuel to refill them? Diesel? Sheesh. I get you, I get it now. That took me way too long to get. What manner of mischief brings you youngins to Old Wat this time, eh? They want to rebuild the Saltery, Granddad. Sir, tell them about the deal. Well, bugger me. We've never had the coin or the hands to put place back how it was. But it sounds like that's about to change. There's just one small wrinkle in your plan. Doesn't account for all the nasties queuing up to eat anyone who goes near the shore. We'll kill him! Yo, welcome and thanks for the follow. I appreciate you. I miss one word, and this is what happens. Listen, I'm really bad at reading. Terra, don't read so good, okay? I don't know how I'm reading the text bubbles. The king used to send soldiers to cull the buggers, but the Imperials weren't about to help the likes of us. Don't worry, Granddad. We'll take care of all that. Commander Hext has been talking about starting up regular patrols, and I'm sure she'd assign... I forgot this was a mini. This is White Mage Dino's mini. White Mage Dino. Why did I say Dino? I love the little frog mini. Don't worry, Granddad. We'll take care of all that. Commander Hext has been talking about starting up regular patrols, and I'm sure she'd assign me to the lock if I asked. I'd appreciate that, Whisker, my lad. I would. So, does this mean you've gotten better with your blade of yours? I've been training, aye, but mostly to kill Imperials. You've some experience hunting monsters, don't you, sir? Yeah, some. Yeah, some. Just the Icon Slayer, you know, I literally killed Shinryu and Xenos, like, I have some experience. Think you could cast an eye over a few of the local beasties and teach me how to deal with them, eh? Yeah. I can see the confusion. Thank you for justifying my stupidity. I should share a screenshot of the comments I made on Facebook when I woke up at 4 a.m. I saw them again during my break earlier and yeesh. Dude, Facebook comment sections was the only reason that I was on Facebook. Like, I haven't loaded up Facebook in like over a year now, but it was the only reason that I was on Facebook at all was just to watch the drama unfold in every single Facebook comment section. Keep running into you in 14 streams. Community is tight-knit. Community is sweet. Let's not waste any time then. I'll see you by the lock. Kebab and beer at 2 a.m. Guess I can take 1 more hour. I keep saying I need to stream a bit earlier because I have so much EU gang that just suffers, and it's like, Tara, it's 4 a.m. I'm going to bed. I'm like, what are you doing awake? Whilst you're busy attending the local fauna, I shall have Master Watt explain to me exactly what is required to restore the Saltery to its former glory. Good hunting. Okay. Wait, up? Down? Down. EU gang represent. I swear like 50% of my chat is EU at this point, and I feel so bad for you guys. Just woke up at 4 a.m., decided to check Facebook, and you could tell I was very tired. Oh, okay. Wasn't a shit show like it normally is? Right then, sir. I've got a spyglass here you can use to take a closer look at these pests. Once you've got their measure, you can tell me what to do, and we'll see how well I get on. Search your surroundings for yabbies. You may move the camera as well as zoom in and out. Target a yabby and inspect it with left click. What? Is that a yabby? What is that? Are you a... huh? Yabby. Discover its weak point. Is it Tum Tum? Tail? Help! Lovely greetings from Vienna, Austria. Hello from Canada. Imagine being you. What region are you from, Red Dog? Posted in stream discussion for your viewing pleasure. Appreciate your face. Guys, why am I too dumb for this? Is it their mandibles? Ah! It's jaw! You gotta punch it in the jaw. Oh, you're US. Jobby. The Yabby's entire body is protected by a hard carapace, but the underside of the head looks soft and vulnerable. Why am I too dumb for this is a loaded question. I appreciate you not answering. Looks like you found a Yabby. They say hitting their shells is like smacking a rock. Any suggestions? Punch him in the jaw. Just hit it as hard as you can. Aim for the soft underside of the head. My state likes potatoes. Idaho, indeed. Vulnerable under the head, are they? Right then. Wish me luck. Whoop its butt. Give it a swift uppercut. Shoryuken. Pause chat. Hey. Terry, you're not dumb, you beautiful human. You're so freaking cute. I am street smart. No, I'm not even street smart. I'm like, natural selection would have gotten me a bajillion years ago. If we did not have the modern comforts of life as it is, I would have been naturally selected for death. Thanks, sir. I did just as you told me, and the wavekin went down like a sack of popotos? Popotos? Let's find something else. Street smart, I fell out of my chair. Yeah, no, I couldn't even get through that lie for like half a second. Everyone is dumb for a few seconds every now and then. I really appreciate you guys trying to defend me. It means the world. Dude, they're level 69. Nice. Nice. Popotos are the potatoes of 14 and 11. Hate that. Just call them potatoes. No, I won't. Thank you. Thank you for your restraint, Mac. I think I can handle the Yabbies now. We should try something different. What else is out there? Hit it in the eyeball. And that's literally, like, what else is there to click on it other than the eyeball? Obviously, potato is trademarked. Learned every time I did something dumb, my ex would just say, "You're so cute." And when I knew that she was secretly meant, "You're dumb as fuck." Oh God. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? It's low-key like your ex's way of calling you dumb, but meaning it in a loving way, maybe. The Phobad's hands are large and powerful, but destroying its crystallized core should render the salt golem inanimate. You sense power pulsating from behind its brow, his eyeball. That's kind of cute though. I agree. Ugh, a Phobad. How do I defeat one of those? Just hit it really, really hard. No, destroy the core. Oh my God, I almost spit my coffee out. That dirt has a face and balls. Inside its head, I'll try to stab right between its eyes then. You're talking about the balls floating around its hands, right? Oh no, its balls are also floating around its head. Oh my God. Phrasing. Help. Oh no. He's just smooshed. He just deflated. He didn't die, he just deflated. My friend does that jokingly with his wife, just says, "You're so pretty." Okay, that feels worse because it's like, hey, you're not smart, but at least you're pretty. It's not easy fighting with the Liberator of Alamigo watching your every move, but I got the job done. Thanks for the advice, sir. I feel a lot better prepared for my patrols now. Any road, we should head back to the Sultry before Granddad starts to worry. I've been snipped into pieces and fed to baby Yabby's hatchlings. No thoughts, head empty. It me. No room, not a single thought behind these eyes. Just all crying. No thoughts, just crying. He stepped on them. He just sat on them with his thick, juicy booty, and they got flattened. God, I wish that was me. What? But it was cute. It made me feel cute even though I was dumb. I think it's an endearing way to say it. No thoughts, just cute cat videos? Dude, that's my TikTok For You page. It's thirst traps and cute cat videos. I see you've returned in one piece. Dealt with those beasties then, did you? I fought them myself after a bit of instruction from Sir here. Once I've shared what I've learned with the others, we should have no trouble keeping the shoreline clear. Good lad. Fine young man you become, Whisker. Fine young man indeed. Is Terra on my TikTok account? Maybe. Maybe. Or a mixture of the two. I have seen thirst traps with cats in them. So it's like the perfect video. So I'm not gonna lie, I forgot how deep I had made the voice until you brought it up, as I usually play at night, so I have TV muted. Too often of late, I hear tales of folks over in the city, drunk on victory and hungry for revenge, their heads stuck firmly in the past. But we need to set our sights on the future, on things which will improve our lot. Things like getting the Psaltery ready to welcome our long-lost countrymen. I don't even know what my For You page is. I couldn't explain. Poor Froggo. Imagine not being on Thirst Trap Cat video talk. Ooh, a weapon coffer. It seems Whisker has the Psaltery's security well in hand. I, meanwhile, have discussed the next steps with Master Watt and completed my inspection of the site. With a little work, the vacant buildings here could be made into very presentable dwellings. Message from General Alden. What's up? Apologies for the interruption, sir, but the General would speak with you at your earliest convenience. This poor guy struggling with the... Just tell him where to put the box. He's been struggling in the background for like 10 minutes. Just let him, like, put it down, bud. Just put it down. You're not going anywhere. This poor man. I feel for you, bud. I feel for you. Do not feel obliged to wait around on my account. I will remain here to hammer out the finer details with Watt and act as an intermediary with our business partners in Ul'dah. You should go. You've once seen a guy's bare ass on your For You page. It was kind of funny. Is that even allowed? I know it's like kind of allowed on Instagram. You can show your bum on Instagram. I don't know about TikTok. General Alden asked that you wait for him by the main gate in Alamegan Quarter. My apologies again, sir. Fare you well. To the Alamegan Quarter. It depends on how much TikTok cares. So if you're like a really big creator, they'll be like, yeah, okay. Like if you're one of the cash cows, they'll be like, yeah, okay. You can show your booty every now and then. But if you're like a smaller creator and they catch wind of it, they're like, kill you. It's probably allowed if you're a straight white dude. Damn, call them out. TikTok's community guidelines make me very angry. Yep, same. So you guys know Bravo Becca, right? My beautiful bean, Bravo Becca. At one point, you guys know the shape of the Blue Yeti, right? At one point, TikTok thought it was a penis, and her account has been flagged ever since. Every single video she posts goes up for a review before it's actually posted. Because one time, they thought that the Blue Yeti was a penis.
Apologies for the wait.
Oh fuck, yeah, it's dumb as hell. Even after having that cleared, every single one of her videos still goes up for review.
Again. No sooner have we broken up one mob than another forms. Thankfully, all have been amenable to reason, thus far. But it is no concern of yours.
Yep, literally, Mac.
We must speak of the men Arenvald and his comrades apprehended in the peaks.
By their uniforms, the captives were first judged to be Imperial troops. But after further investigation, their true identities came to light. I dare say you remember Yuyuhasi and Laurentius, the fugitives who conspired with Captain Ilberd in the Crystal Brave's betrayal.
Yes, very vividly, actually.
It would seem they followed him all the way to the wall. It was they who orchestrated the slaughter of the resistance fighters prior to the Griffin's infernal ritual.
Were it in your hands, how would you punish these men?
Kill them! No, I wouldn't actually. Execution is not the answer. Same with Fordola, same with these two.
You would spare these animals? Yours is a more merciful brand of justice than mine.
How is this any different than Fordola? Roban, you literally spoke out against executions.
In any event, I thank you for your honesty. When the time comes for the Alliance to pass judgment, I'll see that your opinion is heard.
Huh? What kind of backwards-ass logic is this?
Well, that concludes our business here. But there is more I would say.
How is it?
Walk with me.
How is it any different than Fordola? Fordola fired on her own men. What? Hang on, this cutscene makes me a bit upset. Because it literally contradicts Roban's previous speech about, like, vengeance and execution.
I bear a share of the blame for Ilbert's atrocities. Had I openly supported the cause of Alamegan liberation, he might not have felt driven to do what he did. Things could have been different. And I'm sorry.
Fair, Rando. Fair. Yeah, I guess when you put it that way. Local war crimes versus international war crimes. Fair. I think the difference is that previously was mob justice, whereas this would be a legal execution.
But even after all that has happened,
yeah,
my homeland
fair enough.
is
Hi,
free.
Luv, by the way.
With the Scions and the Alliance at their side, my countrymen have reclaimed what many thought lost forever. Under her new leadership, I have every confidence that Alamigo will emerge from the shadow of the Empire and rise once more to greatness.
I'm excited.
Which means my work here is done.
The labor of us.
Soon I will return to Uldar and take my place at the Sultana's side.
But do you want to stay here?
Father...
I'll not deny there's a part of me that wants to stay. The same part that contemplated renouncing my rank and joining you as a wandering sellsword.
Aw. Father? Yeah.
I pledged my blade to Nanamo, and I will not betray that oath.
Is this truly what you want, Father?
It is. Ever has my sword been hers to command, and ever shall it remain.
Dude, he's loyal to a fault.
Thank you for lending an ear. When all the rest are clamoring for me to stay, I trust you'll send me on my way.
Aww. I won't be happy about it. Samurai outfit's so heckin' cute. Update your plate because it's so cute. I think this, if it's the same that I saw my friend wearing around level 50, yeah, the samurai armor is very, very cute. That took longer than I intended, but at least you know where I stand. Now that's settled. Arenvald, what news? We may have a problem, sir. A group of Ananta has arrived at the main gates, and I don't mean the Vira. These are Kaliana, the ones that summoned the Primal. They're insisting they be allowed to attend the council. Lisa's trying to reason with them, but she may need help. An invitation was extended to all of the native beast tribes, but we assumed the Kaliana would refuse it out of hand. We had best go see for ourselves. Pippin, take command of our forces and be ready for battle. I don't think the Kaliana have come to fight. Sir, you've dealt with these Kaliana before. I'd have you at my side. I don't think they're here to cause trouble. It wouldn't make sense if they were. Like, yes, they were pissed off that we killed their primal, but we did say that, like, we want them to be prosperous and, like, be okay and one day be part of, like, Alamigo's liberation. I think that's exactly what Lise said. So maybe they're like, hey, you invited us. Hi. Spess is home. What the? Asterion? Why is there just big beefy Minotaur man with the Kendall treatment here? Hello? Lakshmi? Sorry. Lakshmi? Sorry. Lakshmi? I loved the Lakshmi fight, and not just because she pulled people into her bosom. It was actually just a cool fight, and the music was really, really good. Bam, 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 ba-da-da-da-da. Oh, by the way, what's up? I don't know why I don't just leave the map up. I end up just like flicking it on and off constantly. I should just make it a little smaller and leave it up constantly when I'm like running around. You know the hearts that you had in her fight? You mean the ability, Viral? And like the bubbles that showed up? Hearts. Lakshmi is probably the easiest extreme to unsync, yeah? When she pulled you and like everyone starts dancing? Yeah? What about him? Sir, Roban, gods, it's good to see you. 10-minute solo on Warrior for Lash Me Extreme. And that's level 90, like unsynced? You can get it as an emote? Is it from the fight? Ah, the Slayer has come. We have not forgotten how you sinned against the Lady of Bliss, but we did not come here to shed blood. You claim to seek harmony with all those who call Girabanya home. If this is truly your wish, you will welcome us as envoys of the Ananta. It is our wish, and you are welcome, but we cannot condone the summoning of primals. If you want to enter the palace, I must ask that you first surrender any crystal jewelry. You have my word that it will all be returned to you when the meeting is over. We will do as you ask, but you will not have our weapons. We are not so foolish as to place ourselves entirely at the mercy of our tormentors. I reckon that's the closest we're going to get to a compromise, and we will have people standing guard. Aye, let them keep their swords. Then we have an agreement. Lead the way to your meeting chamber. Cool! Nope, tribal quest. Okay, I'm assuming Ananta tribal quests? Or like a beast tribe quests? It's the only 70 extreme I've managed to solo. What's the average group size that could do the extremes, like together? I'm assuming tank healer, maybe 1 DPS would be enough? Why do I have the feeling we've welcomed a Viper into our midst? I hope this weapon looks cool. I've been enjoying our current red mage weapon. I like its subtle glow. Shishio Kai, this weapon's called. It's okay. I like the crystal. It's like a little, what is that, a pig or a lion? Wait, the crystal's actually kind of cool. The sword itself leaves something to be desired. This is when I really wish that red mages could mix and match, because the sword is kind of underwhelming. For 60, all but 2 of them are soloable. For 70, I haven't checked, but probably 2 men is reasonable. 80 and 90, you should probably just get a regular group, yeah. Shishi is lion. Aw. Return of the Bull. What is this? Dress up Roban? A detachable arm optional? Oh, it's a minion. It's a minion. Get little baby Roban. 80 should probably get a group. 90 is definitely a group. That makes sense. The Kalyana's elders' intentions seem at odds with all we know of her tribe. What think you, sir? Mayhap even the enthralled can learn to compromise. You believe an understanding can be reached. 'Tis not entirely unheard of. I suppose those who followed Saint Shiva eventually sought reconciliation with Ishgard. Whatever the truth, I would take no chances. The guard must be strengthened, ideally with people who know a thing or two about primals. Can we rely on the Scions? Of course. I'll round up our comrades and send them to Alamigan Quarter. You can go on ahead if you like, sir. My thanks. I will see you in the palace. Doo-doo-doo. 8 races, I think. There's Lalafell, Elizin, Rogadin, Hrothgar, Vieira, Mikote, Aura. I think I'm missing one. I might be missing one. Did I say Lalafell? Did I miss Lalafell in that list? Here, right, the humans. People who play fantasy games just to play human. Sir, I've brought reinforcements. Arnvald told me of the arrival of your unexpected guests, and I agreed that it would be prudent to call upon Ishtola and Thancred as well. Hi, gamers! Haven't seen them in a little while. One can never be too careful when dealing with the enthralled. I'm not familiar with the Kalyana tribe myself, but Alize's reports suggested that they shunned contact with other races. Despised it, in fact, even compared to the other Ananta. Indeed. This apparent reversal in attitude is most curious. No one expected a response to our invitation, much less an envoy, and I imagine Lys was forced to make some rather hasty arrangements in order to accommodate them. Speaking of which, how should we deploy ourselves? If the meeting is to be held in the throne room, 'twould seem wise to have eyes both inside and outside the palace. Y'shtola and I could stand guard without. That leaves the three of you to keep watch over proceedings in the throne room itself. Understood. We should join General Alden inside then. Each race also has 2 tribes. Yes. Yeah, each has 2. I'm, what am I? Dunesfolk? I'm Dunesfolk Lalafell, and there's also Plainsfolk Lalafell. And they have some key differences between the 2. Like, for example, Dunesfolk, I don't think they have any pupils. Their eyes are just kind of like glazed over. And Plainsfolk have little pupils. Sir, do you know of the rear entrance to the palace? It's on the eastern edge of the city, at the top of the stairs. The guard there should have been instructed to let us pass. Hi, Muddy! Terra, my face hurts. Why? Another example is, I think, the Aura. I don't remember what the 2 tribes are. It's the Zayla and the... I can't remember the other one. But they all have, like, lizard scales on them. And one tribe has, like, beige or white scales, and the other one has black scales. So on and so forth for each of the races. And I don't know why, but here, one of the sub-races are called Thailanders. I don't know if they have thicker thighs or what, or if that's just the joke, but I always hear them referred to as Thailanders. And that's supposed to be Highlanders. You're with the Scions, sir. General Alden left orders that you were to be escorted inside, if you'll follow me. Yes. Oh no, you ate shit in the shower! Muddy, you need one of those like rubber mats for inside the shower. That's so dangerous. I hope you're okay. Oh, let me move my mouse. Night, Aaron! Oh my god, the Kikirn. Shaky little guy in the background. Bought one today, understandably. Hope you're okay.
Thank you all for coming. I am Lys Hext, and I speak for the Resistance. Among you are village elders, refugee leaders, envoys from the Ananta and the Kikirn. You've come from every corner of Girabania to help decide the future of Alamigo. But before that, I want to ask you a question. What was the first thing you noticed when you came in? For me, it was that empty throne. It has no one to sit on it now. No viceroy, no king.
They're called Highlanders, but people call them Thailanders because Highlander women, like Vani, are... Chef's kiss. Got it.
Would any of you like to take their place? Or should someone else sit there?
Borpa? Borpa respectfully.
Then let's sit here in a circle, as equals, and I hope, as friends.
Communism! So yeah, blah, 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 blah. No, it's probably not communism. Oh, what? They're just sitting on the ground. This is so cute. Muddy, any lasting damage or just mostly damage to your pride? I'm so sorry to hear that.
Expertly done. Lys has removed monarchy as a choice early in the game and positioned them to consider a joint government.
Joint government!
All things considered, I would say events have got off to a fine start.
Agree. Also, yeah, have you checked if it's a concussion?
Stance on the matter.
Wait a second, Muddy. Pause for a second. Have you checked if you've got a concussion from it? Because maybe making a quick trip to the emergency room might be an idea, just in case. It didn't even occur to me.
Thank you, Ragenfrid. Another vote in favor. Next, let's hear from Shanti of the Kaliana. Tell us, how do your people feel about the idea of a republic?
Dude, she's sitting so sexy. She was sitting so sexy.
The Ananta wish only that those who dwell within Gia Abania devote themselves to our faith.
She's a missionary. She's like, you must give yourself to Jesus Christ. Oh.
You shall all worship Sri Lakshmi!
Get the missionary out! Everyone's like, hey.
Lady of bliss, grace us once more with your beauteous visage!
No! Stop. Lock shit, here we go again. Lock shit to electric boogaloo.
This can't be happening. No crystals were allowed through the door.
We can worry about the how of it later. We need to evacuate these people right now, or the Primal will make thralls of them all.
Yep. You fucked. This is cool though. It's very cool. Oh. Hey, how do you feel about democracy? Worship our god!
It's up to us.
It is up to us. Let's go, Arenvold. Da, 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 da. Deserved. Deserved, bitch. Deserved. I trusted you. I fucking trusted you. Religion Madge. Right? Pick her up and go. God, we're so cool. We're so cool. No, Snake Mommy. Swag. We must. We must. Despite her glorious bosom. I like how one of the other Anantas is like, get me out of here.
God damn it! The guards were already turned.
They were already thralled?
Fools!
Aww. Dun, dun.
No, you
dun,
don't.
Dun, 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 dun.
The Kalyana would see us all enthralled.
Yes, they would. I mean, hello cosplay gown though? Dude, Sri Lakshmi cosplayers going off. Ah, look, but thank you for the kitty bitties. Love you. Hope your day's been awesome. Arenvold using Passage of Arms. Nice.
Then they're going to be sorely disappointed. We have the Warrior of Light and Arenvold to shield us.
Yes.
Aye, but they can't well defend your guests and attack the Primal, can they? We're stuck on the back foot.
Did Roban always have a hot grizzled beard?
All right, I think I have an
He's,
idea.
like,
Keep these people
very
safe,
attractive.
General. I'll be back as soon as I can.
He's like very attractive. Yeah, the Ananta running was one of the Vira. Yeah. There was envoys from the Kalyana and the Vira. Terra and a Lolly cosplay when? Lolly? Like Lalafell? I looked up Lalafell cosplays. There's only the female Lalafell like outfit that's viable, and I'm not talented enough to sew my own.
Make it quick.
Lala, you meant, yeah.
Come then. Who will be next to die on my steel?
Scam? I absolutely would buy it. I think everyone's just like standing, waiting for me. Oh no, this one person! This one person! Oh, save me! Hang on, we're gonna pet them. They'll be okay. We're gonna save you! We're gonna save you. You've done a lot of cosplays with your Lala. They meant IRL. Have you IRL cosplayed, Kia? How do we fight her without leaving our allies wide open? We can't stay on the back foot forever. No, damn it. If I think like that, we've already lost. The Warrior of Light at my side. We can do this. Okay, I'll solo Sri Lakshmi. You protect the others. Use the duty action Deflect to dissipate the ether spheres Lakshmi releases during the battle. Be warned that allowing an ally to be enthralled by an ether sphere will result in failure. Hang on. Guys, what's the keybind? Or like, is there a default keybind for the duty action? Because I have a mouse with a million buttons, and these 2 buttons are set up to do something, and I would like to set that. It pops up in a big button, but I would like to be able to bind it, if it's possible. Maybe it's part of the hotbar? Pet hotbar. Duty actions! Duty actions! It's called duty action. Yeah, Mir, you're right. Boop. Uh-oh, am I on the wrong profile? I think I was. Boop. Ah, it's not working? It's not working right now. I don't know why. Did I not bind it properly? I didn't bind it properly. All I've done is fuck with my DPI. I didn't fix it! Okay, we'll do that later. I'll just click it for now. Control duty, because I thought I changed it in my keybinds, but maybe I didn't save the changes. I don't think I did. I'm checking right now. Button assignment. Oh, I didn't. I'll do it later. I probably did it on the wrong profile. I'll do it later because I don't know what buttons I set up on it. I think it was like Control 8 and 9, but I can't be sure. So I'll just click it. You have yours keybound too? I'm definitely gonna do that because especially in like the Lakshmi fight, I felt like I was panicking to click it. Hey, don't headbutt and stab me. Made friends at college. They're amazing and chaotic. I love them and I'd kill for them. Aw, thanks for sharing. Okay, I'll just click it when it's up. But I'm definitely gonna bind that in the future. Use deflect to dissipate the ether spheres. Okay. They're not around currently. She means to enthrall everyone. We have to stop her. Yeah, this would be so much easier if I bound it. Oh well. Yay, we get her theme again. What does Control 69 do? Currently nothing. Oh boy.
Why, I offer you peace and serenity.
Mommy? Sorry. Ooh, it's like a mini version of the fight. I really love her theme. Holy Jesus! Help! Ah! Oh my god, there's so many! I should have keybound it. I should have keybound it. Ah! There's so many! Oh, wrong way. Ah! Jesus Christ!
I shall free you from your hate.
I should have bound it. I should have bound it. Ah! Oh my god! Stay away from my friends. Oh!
Damn it all! It's only a matter of time before we miss one.
Mm-hmm. Her smug aura mocks me. Fordola! That's why Lise ran off?
What of it? Do you want to kill this thing or not?
Yay! Let's go! You did amazing, thank you! I was panicking. I really wish I had bound it. Why? Why do you not deny my blessing? What did she say? You who defy me shall resist in death. Oh, shit. I like how they split up so I can go melee. It's good because I had melee called up. Please stack with me, gamers. Thank you. Oh. Where did she? Stay on your guard. I'll cut us a path. Stand ready. Roban's doing his thing. You cannot flee my radiance. You will all be my dreamers. Her presence, it's overwhelming. We'll lock her down as best we can. The rest of you need to run. Ugh, I'm trapped, she says. Quickly now, while the primal is... Lise? I can't run away from this. They need us. Then we stand and fight together. Alphino, the envoys are in your care. Surely you do not mean to. Very well. I shall see to our guests' safety. They forsake eternal bliss? I'm concerned. They don't have the echo? Friends? You don't have the echo? What are you doing? Oh shit, I'm still in the AoEs. And there's a stack marker! Why are you two staying? She still has more than enough strength to addle you both. You need more than 3 to best a primal. And if we let you fall here, then who will be left to stop her? Pitiful, misguided children! Lay down your heads. She's going after Lise and Roban. Active time maneuver! Ah! Ready? Click! I'm coming, friends! I will save you! Don't you dare. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. Oh, that was close. That was so close. Okay, we're good. I can just keyboard mash. I always forget. I keep clicking the button. Somebody told me during that during Shinryu, and I absolutely forgot.
Do not your souls weigh heavy?
Oh, is she gonna make us rest in her bosom? Come close to me, all of you. Nice work, Fordola. Are you alright though? She looks spent. Oh, she's back up. Oh, it's one thing after another. We have to fight as one. Oh my. Various gods, help! Okay. Ouch! I'm gonna Vercure myself, I don't trust this. And I'm fine. Oh no! I'm dumb. They're okay. They survived. I misplaced my displacement. We're almost there. She better not have another phase of trying to thrall them. Why do you cling to your misery? starting to weaken. Don't give up. I'm not giving up. Behold my divine brilliance. Her power's out of control. I'll shield her, but you have to finish her off. Quickly, I can't hold her off forever. This better not be like a DPS check that I don't have. Ah, her ether's running out. Kill her, you need to kill her now. I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best, believe me.
Here it comes.
We end this now for Alamigo. Oh, is she limit breaking? Get it, Lise, get it! Do the thing! Holy Jesus. Limit break 3. Woo! Always leave the limit breaks for the melees, you guys. Whew. 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 That was stressful. I really wish I keybound the duty action. Woo! Unless the tank needs it, yeah. Only limit break 3 for Lise because Alize is not in the group.
We did it! We beat her!
I think it's really funny that I was Summoner through Heavensward and then Red Mage through Stormblood. Because Alphino was kind of Summoner through Heavensward, and then Alize was kind of Red Mage. Well, now she's actual Red Mage. When she initially got revealed, she was kind of a scuffed Red Mage with no catalyst. We literally could not have done that without Fordola.
What is this?
I'm only gonna say this once. The Ananta just summoned their primal in the throne room. My friends are fighting her, but they need help. They need someone with the Echo, and by the gods, I wish I had it, but I don't.
Oh no, EJ, too bad.
I told you before that you still had time, but things have changed. I need your answer now. You can end it like Xenos, or you can fight for Alamigo. Your choice.
Spoiler alert, she chose to fight. Have to go to bed. Keo, thanks for hanging out with us. Hope you have a good sleep. Let's go, Fordola.
Seven hells. It's her, the Butcher.
But she helped. You guys have to like her now. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Wait. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. Forced to witness everything the skulls did. Hmm.
It's done. Take me back to my cell.
You are not forgiven. Not you. You I will never forgive.
Fair. And I think she understands that.
But I will thank you. For standing against a primal and saving us from servitude. You have my thanks.
Aww. Aww. I hope that's not the last we see of Fordola. I feel like her character has so much more to do. Like, so much more to grow from all the pain. It's always the thanks even to ghastly enemies which makes 14 so great, genuinely. Well fought, sir. Arenvald, that was a near thing. Aye, our stand against Kaliana would have been brief indeed had you not volunteered for guard duty. We'd be enthralled as surely as our sentries were. They must have planned this far in advance. Security was my responsibility, and I know how dangerous primals can be. I should have... it's my fault. My stupid mistake. Nay, lass, we were all caught unawares. We will take this as a lesson and watch our own more carefully in the future. You can be sure that the lackeys who smuggled the crystals into the throne room weren't the only thralls in our ranks. The soldier who first spoke up in favor of the Kaliana, keeping their weapons springs to mind. A primal's servant is betrayed by his aura. If you mean to conduct an investigation, I can identify any others acting under Sri Lakshmi's influence. Thanks, Y'shtola. We'd appreciate the help. But there's no way to unthrall somebody, right? Once they've been, like, tempered, there's no way to fix them. So these people can only be put to death or, like, quarantined for the rest of their existence. Speaking of help, I fell over when Fordola turned up. What was she even doing here? I asked her to come. Oh, that explains it then. It's sad, but Ragnfrid was right. Her victims will never forgive her for what she's done. But I don't think Fordola picked up that sword looking for forgiveness. She wanted to fight for her country. If you say the word in which Fordola grew up is partly to blame, or the world in which Fordola grew up is partly to blame for what she became, then as is an Alamegan, I feel responsible for improving that world. There is no known way to undo tempering as it stands, yeah. That's what I thought. We can't ignore what's happening right now. We have to show people a better way than vengeance, or we risk giving birth to a new generation of skulls. I know it's idealistic, but I want to help people let go of their old grievances and make peace with each other, and I'll hold 1,000 meetings and talk till I'm blue in the face, if that's what it takes. 'Tis a long and arduous path you have chosen, but one well worth walking. Rest assured that I will do what I can to help you reach your destination. Thank you, Alphino. The first step will be to get our representatives back in the throne room. They're a little shaken, but not one of them seemed ready to run. We're all determined to finish what we started. I will see that you're not interrupted. Sir, you and the Scions are to stand down. Get some rest. You've earned it. Okie doke. Dude, every, 3 quests, they're like, hey, take some rest, and then we don't get to rest. Aw, we're back here.
A fine spot to contemplate the heavens. The meeting is over.
Danny, thank you for the hydrate.
The envoys have chosen to instate a government model on Ishgard's House of Commons, a ruling body of representatives elected by the people. It is a fair decision, and one which signals the end of my part in all this. But I would gaze upon Girabania's stars one last time before I leave.
It really feels like he doesn't want to leave. But he's so damn loyal to Nanamo. Oh, off we go. Oh. Maybe Nanamo's gonna tell him to stay. She would feel so guilty if she knew he wanted to stay and instead went back with her.
Forget something? Your Grace, there was no word.
Rabon Aldin, you are hereby dismissed as General of the Immortal Flames and relieved of your seat on the Syndicate.
But, Your Grace...
Let's go.
Rabon, I am no longer a child. Stay here in your homeland. Work with your brethren. Rebuild Alamigo.
You desire to stand alone. I understand, but remember what happened.
I remember full well the consequences of my naivety, and thus did I consult at length with a most trusted advisor ere I embarked upon this course.
A most trusted advisor? And what of me? Am I no longer deserving of your confidence?
She wants what you want.
What trust can there be between us when you withhold the truth from me?
Aww.
Did you think me oblivious to the anguish in your eyes when you spoke of returning to Ul'dah? For years and years, we have trusted one another. Yet now you refuse to confess your heart's desire?
I swore an oath to you that day on the sands. I pledged my sword.
And it has served me well. But in Pippin you have forged a new sword, as sharp and deadly as the blade you bequeathed him. I will show you a Sultana who can wield every weapon at her disposal, including Lolorito and his monetarist cronies. So follow your heart, please. You are home. You are free.
Nanamo.
Aww.
Smile for me, Raubon. I would have this parting be a joyous one.
As she's crying too.
Thank you, Your Grace. It has been an honor to serve you and Ul'dah.
Tomorrow you will serve Alamigo and fight for the good of all Eorzea. Am I understood?
Yes, Your Grace.
Aw, dude, I'm so happy. I kind of thought that she would, but at the same time they were establishing what a like deep connection they had. So are they not a thing? No, Danny. That's why I'm a proud Ul'dah member and always Legion. My heart, dude. I'm really happy that that's what Nanamo did. I'm really happy with that.
Thanks for shielding us from Lakshmi, you two. If you hadn't been there, the rest of us would
Dad-daughter
be worshipping
vibes.
her by
I
now.
got older brother, little sister vibes from them, but I could see dad-daughter as well. Oh, that was a cute scene. I really liked
But we
that.
both know who did most of the work. I could scarce keep track of the battle, let alone land a telling blow. No shame in admitting it. The Warrior of Light has put far better men than me in the shade.
I love Arnvold.
Did I mention that I encountered the Sultana in the palace? It would seem Her Grace has come to Girabania to oversee the final stages of her relocation project. She was in search of General Oldin, and I directed her to the rooftop garden. I do hope he was still there.
Oh, he was.
Are you in the habit of gossiping about the affairs of royalty, Master Leveilleur?
Certainly not, Your Grace. I was merely informing my companions.
So Pippin will take Roban's place at her side, which he's definitely earned by this point.
No, 'twas only a jest. But I must yield the floor to Raubahn. He has an important announcement to make.
It's kind of bittersweet, because I love their relationship.
As of yesternight, I have been relieved of my post in the Immortal Flames and the Syndicate both.
This concerns me that after this, like after Stormblood is concluded, Lys and Roban I imagine, aren't going to play very big parts in the story anymore. If he's staying in Alamigo and so is she.
I shall be assuming my father's duties. And may I say that Tizona has never felt heavier upon my back.
Twould seem I am in need of employment. Mayhap one of my old acquaintances can introduce me to a mercenary company or some such.
You may be getting on in years, Father, but you'd struggle to find a band of sellswords who wouldn't snap your hand off. Your remaining hand.
Yes, the Bull of Alamigo need not be put out to pasture just yet.
Your Grace has developed a wicked edge to her humor, and you, Pippin, would do well not to laugh when the future may hold the same for you.
Alphinaud is just shook.
So, does this mean you're staying?
Aye. That seems to be the way of it. I would be glad to aid you in rebuilding our nation, if you'll have me.
Dude, Lisa's probably so relieved to have Roban at her side, because she's still, like, figuring it out.
He says, "Welcome home, Raubahn."
She's probably hella relieved. She'll be able to lean on him a lot. And learn a lot from him in turn, honestly.
Well, that was unexpected. Though you seem distinctly unsurprised.
I may have been eavesdropping. I may have been eavesdropping.
Either
Just
you
a
are
little
more
bit.
astute than I give you credit for, or I'm losing my touch. In any event, one thing is certain. Alamigo will rejoice at the homecoming of her dearest son.
Did I miss Nanamo fighting Roban? Yes, you did. A very bittersweet scene. It's what I wanted her to do, but still, it's a bummer. It's exciting and a bummer. I have asked enough of you, sir. My only words for you now are those of gratitude. It seems my road has come full circle. I appreciate the support you showed for my earlier decision, overruled though it was. I must assume Father's responsibilities without delay, lest our rivals both inside and outside Ul'dah treat his dismissal as a window of opportunity. Rest assured, they will find Tizona's edge just as sharp in my hands. Let's go. She like, I have a question for you. Why are you still here? Yeah. I think it's about time I head back to Rhalgr's Reach. What's next for all of you? Eorzea will be eager to hear of recent events, so I shall join you if you've no objections. I'd welcome the company. Sir, why don't you come along to the Reach as well, once you've said your farewells to Nanamo and the others? I miss Eorzea. I want to see her again. Upon completion of this quest, you'll be able to access the palace's rooftop gardens by speaking to the Royal Menagerie's attendant. Why would I need to reach the rooftop gardens? What would be up there? Oh, for G-Pose! I have some inspiration. I haven't done G-Pose in a little while. I haven't had as much spare time. But, I'm slacking. I'm slacking. Several cutscenes will play in sequence, you say? No, they wouldn't dare. They wouldn't dare. Pippin's still canon love child of Roban and Nanamo. I had canon as well. Well, here we are again. Halfanote has regaled me with the thrilling tale of hidden treasure troves, mid-meeting betrayals, unlikely alliances, and joyous homecomings. It would seem I missed everything. Gotta reenact the death of Xenos with a glamoured carbuncle! No! I was patrolling the palace grounds with Thancred and Stola when we heard the report of the primal in the throne room. I honestly doubted my own ears. As others have said, oh, thank you! Thank you, thank you! I have a big plate of rice. Hi Neon, welcome in! Oh, Mexican food and Japanese whiskey sounds like it slaps money. Was that a plate of rice? It was a plate of rice and some sausages. As others have said, we were lucky to have our Echo Blessed champions nearby this time, but we'll need to keep a closer eye on Kaliana. Not the double raffles. Can you say that again? Or you can say that again. This whole episode has reminded me just how far apart our kinds still are. It looks like centuries of fear and mistrust really can't be washed away in a day, but someone has to make an effort of reconciliation if these conflicts are ever going to end. Pim, did you lose your gamble all? Oh, you did. Rest in peace. Naturally, a lot of people are crying out for vengeance, but I've been doing my best to calm things down. Violent reprisals will only lead to more summonings. Indeed, violence will ever beget violence, as the Empire has learned to its cost in recent times. In any case, summoning Lakshmi was the Broodmother's doing, and whoever replaces her might not be so keen on the idea. We'll just have to watch and wait. Which isn't to say we won't be putting the safety of our allies in the Vera and my tribes first. I plan to have resistance scouts keep track of the Kaliana's movements at all times. My parents will be relieved to hear that. What are your plans for the rest of the resistance army, out of interest? Are we to prepare for Imperial counterattack? That would be a question for the resistance newest recruit, a military commander with far more experience than me. What, the Bull of Alamigo? We call it an army, but the resistance is really a collection of smaller, independent groups. And when Conrad passed his command on to me, that authority only extended to the freedom fighters based in Rhalgr's Reach. He just happened to be serving as the resistance spokesman at the time, and needed someone to take over the role while everything was in disarray, but that time has passed. While I speak with the other leaders about reforming the army under the new government, I'll be nominating Roban as the overall commander of our forces. He has more experience than the rest of us put together, and we stand to learn a lot from him. Indeed, he is in all respects the ideal choice. Assuming he accepts the post, Alamigo will have added a formidable weapon to its arsenal. And given the progress of Nanamo's resettlement initiative, I see great cause for hope. The seeds which we so carefully sowed have begun to quicken, my friends. I like that. We tend to our promises and watch as Alamigo blooms. Whoop. Had to do some quick info gathering, but Pippin is 5 years older than Nanamo. Rando, how dare you ruin my headcanon? How dare you? Yo, Doma! Yes! We're gonna get some Gosetsu and Yotsuyu interaction. I do give thanks to the kami that my makeshift raft withstood the fury of the seas. Kugane, not Doma, thank you, thank you. I meant like the domens in general. Kugane, thank you, thank you, thank you. But there their generosity ended. Without coins in our pockets for new attire, we are doomed to look like so much jetsam. Oh, woe betide the poor man in a city of rich merchants. She got him Dongo. No way! Hang on! How is she not spitting flames? I'm excited for this. I'm excited for this. Kugane is Japan, Doma is China. Oh, that makes it perfect in my brain, Rando. Rando, thank you. These dango are delicious. Will you have one? More sweetbreads? I surrendered my blade to secure what few coins we have. Yeah, don't spoil it, obviously, Neon. But like, she's just gonna eat them both. This pairing, dude. I don't know why I love it. Bah, 'tis like talking to a child. Why fate saddled me with this burden I shall never know, but I am alive, and I must return to my master's side. Come, Tsuyu. Oh, he gave her a nickname! Come, Tsuyu. We shall find a ship to carry us across the Ruby Sea. I wonder if perhaps she has amnesia. She hasn't said a word. Maybe she hit her head and got amnesia. That's why I love post-Stormblood so much. Azim Steppe is Mongolia. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace. Because, like, the whole building fell on them. He couldn't have perfectly protected her. She probably conked her head and has, like, no memory. That's the only way I could see them getting along. Have you read the reports? First Doma, then Alamigo. Lord Xenos put to the sword. Do not believe everything you read. I hear the Viceroy was merely wounded, and that he has already returned to the capital? Naturally, the savages beat their chests and boast loudly of taking his head regardless. Nay, Lord Zero lives? Or Lord Xenos lives? Deplorable that our own officers should be fooled by Eorzean misinformation. Fake news! Small wonder the provinces have begun rising up in rebellion. We must prepare an official, and above all, accurate announcement to quell these pernicious rumors. They would wage war with empty words. Let them produce the Viceroy's remains, then. We shall soon put the lie to their claims. So maybe I was right about Elidibussi taking Xenos' body. I hit my head, didn't lose my memory. It's the fact that he gave her a nickname as well. Oh, we get a greeting. Tidings from the east. Okay, before I start this quest, I am starving. I'm gonna take a quick little 3-minute break to shove some rice in my mouth, and we'll be right back, and we're gonna see the tidings from the east. So I'll be back in just a minute. Boop. That's usually what I do. That's usually what I... Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Where is it? Oh my... Oh! Oh! Oh my god. Jen. Don't do that to me. Don't do that to me. Oh. Oh. That needs to be the whole stream. Me head wobbling to dance music. Maybe. Hand? You've pet me enough. You may leave. Demon? Why do you haunt me so? Help! Help! I don't like this. It's not okay. Help! Help! It's still there. Wait, I want to get back in. Wait, am I not supposed to get back in? I would like to people leave, please. How do I people leave? I'm so sorry for all of your eardrums collectively. We're drinking alcohol. We're doing it. I took my liver break. Captain! Hello, hello. Oh my God. Ow! I forgot about this guy! Holy fuck, he's gonna kill me. What is happening? I'm panicking so hard. Oh! Oh! Don't! You mother...
I'm facing the fence. Fuck you all.
I hate... Wait. I'm just like in full farmer's outfit on the girl's side where they're all wearing dresses. You're literally facing the fence.
I want none of this. You all snubbed me. This town can screw off.
Holy shit. Oh my god. Oh my god. He on X Games. Okay, I think he's rotting. He's rotting! We're good. That's a ledge, Terra! That's a ledge! Oh no! Oh, a chest. Oh no! No. Bonk pleasurable way. Hey, that happens at other. Wait. Big werewolf. Who wants big werewolf? Who is Quailag? No, we already fought Sif B. Calamite? Shut up. Shut up, Pupper. No. If it's Calamite, we're walled. If it's Calamite, we're done. Sif again! What do you mean? We just Sif. You know what? I'm glad you're dead. I'm glad you got murdered. I'm glad that this happened to you. You won't share your cake with me? Glad you're dead. Oh my god, people run! People run! I'm coming. We gotta go zoomies. Zoomies. John, why did you stop? Oh no!
Are you sucking?
I'm sucking.
Don't swallow it.
I'm not gonna swallow it.
Well, spit it out.
No, why? Mac, your timing was great. What the fuck? Forward. Residence? Almost like a Resident Evil. And we're gonna go to an army base and dual wield helicopters and live. Okay, you guys, great. Knock yourselves out. You're gonna have a good time. What the? He's dead, Jim. I'm just gonna carry on. I'm just gonna carry on. Anyways, with your dual wielding helicopters and shit like that. Great for you. Love that for you. I will. If something suddenly makes a loud noise, I'm not even gonna. Is this moving or is it just? It's just shadows. Okay. I'm putting my glasses back on now. It's because of this piano. I'm gonna be real. This piano is like beautiful, keeping me very calm. Piano's fantastic. Piano? Oh, okay, okay. I thought the music was done. You know what? You know what? Let's get Google in on this. Let's get Google in on this. I will accept defeat if Google pronounces it not the way that I pronounce it. Usually if you just search define pasta, it'll define the word for you and also give you pronunciation.
Pasta.
Ew! I don't accept defeat. I was quite certain that it would pronounce it my way.
Pasta. Pasta. Pasta.
Stop.
Pasta.
I hate it.
Pasta.
It's fucking pasta.
Pasta.
No, I hate this.
Pasta.
I hate this so much.
Pasta.
I'm closing this. I said I would be graceful in defeat, but no, I'm not. I'm not graceful. I'm mad. I'm mad. Contents under pressure. It is pasta. Please be cautious. It is pasta, goddammit. It is pasta, I swear. He keeps pushing the button. I'm back. Guys, I was so hungry. I almost killed myself eating the rice. Have you guys ever done the thing where you're eating rice too fast and like you didn't like chew it enough or you took too big of a scoop of it and then it gets like kind of stuck in your throat and you're like, this is it. This is how I die. This is my death. That's what just happened to me because I was so hungry. Google said pasta, not no. Paste. Just poured it down your gullet. I did. It was one of those moments where I was literally so hungry where it tasted like the
sloppy.
Yeah. It was one of those moments where I was so hungry that it tasted like the best food in the world because I was so hungry. Oh man. Okay, tidings from the east. Thank you for the audio redeem. You're welcome. There's probably more to come. When did you add that? Literally today, Pimp. Literally today. Sir, great timing. I was just about to send word to the Scions. I've got lots to tell you. I think it's a clip where I like where the one where he's like, am I the only one that has issues opening cans of soda? And everyone's like, yes, it's just you. Only you have issues.
Sloppy.
I've been nagging him, Pimp. I'm so happy. If there's more like good like little one-liners from 14, I'll probably add them. Because this game is my everything right now. Oh man. Okay. The Council has officially recognized the Resistance as our standing army, and I expect you can guess who's been appointed commander. Suffice it to say, we're in good hand. Having the Bull of Alamigo at the helm's done wonders for morale. People were dancing in the street when the announcement was made, and we have you and the Sultana to thank for it. If you two hadn't worked your magic, he'd never have contemplated following his heart. No, Rando. Absolutely not. I'll be crying 24/7. Absolutely not. Actually, maybe yes. Maybe yes with a long cooldown. Because I'm just thinking, if you guys do that in the middle of while I'm already sad, it'll be full waterworks. So maybe. You're getting a hard maybe on A Smile Better Suits a Hero. No! You're getting a hard maybe. Just because I think you guys could use it to emotionally torture me. Especially if I'm already crying about something. Bully the streamer. Yeah, I kind of like bully streamer redeems. It's gonna be, oh, do not look at me so. The council has also decreed that we're to maintain a presence at Rogger's Reach. Lise will continue to lead the forces in the fringes, a job she's been doing tirelessly, a bit too tirelessly, some might say. We're constantly having to remind her to rest before she falls over. That's an exaggeration, and I always get up again. Anyway, we can hardly afford to lower our guard now. Not after our latest brush with Lakshmi. Speaking of which, we've been keeping a close eye on the Kalyana, and it looks like they've chosen a new leader. Gonna sleep? Have a good sleep, EJ. Are you watching Puppy? No! Dude, I'll just get Ray playing taps on their trumpet. And that'll be it. That'll be the sound redeem. It's, Shanti's daughter. You know, the half-dead one. For whatever reason, the Kalyana thought she was the best candidate, which makes them leaderless, basically. As things stand, there's no prospect of engaging in talks, let alone coming to an understanding. But I won't let that stop me. I'll keep on reaching out to them until they finally see sense. Just like I've been reaching out to Fordola. She still won't meet my gaze, but she's given up trying to ignore me. It may not be the odd grunt, or it may only be the odd grunt, but at least she's responding. I'll get through to her yet. I hope you do. I really hope you do. Sir, there you are. Alphino, Eorzea, is everything all right? We've received word from Tataru. Han Penis has apparently acquired information of great interest and urgency. More than that, she didn't say. Only that we should come to Kugane right away. I had a mind for the two of us to set forth together, but Eorzea is determined to make it a party of 3. Dude, she's been out of the loop for so long. Can you blame her? As I've told you more than a dozen times, brother, my wounds are quite healed, and I would benefit from some fresh air. Besides, you may well need an extra pair of hands. Worry not, sister. I have quite given up on trying to convince you. Whether we be 2 or 3, we should depart as soon as possible. You'll be joining us, I trust. Huh, I was about to say I'd come too, but I'll just have to settle for cheering you on from afar. Good luck with whatever it turns out to be. Thank you, Lise. Rest assured, should this business prove to be of tangential concern to Alamigo, we shall inform you without delay. Let us be off then. Hand Penis and Tataru await at the Ruby Bazaar offices. What, do you need a kiss? On your damaged little forehead? Mwah. There you go. Here's your kiss. Dude, eating shit in the shower sucks. It, like, when you slip in the shower, it's never like an easy slip too. It's always like devastating. Be careful if it hurts. Oh, buddy. How about Mad Snake? Mad Snake from the ARR flashbacks? Dude, ARR, you need to keep in mind, I did ARR like 6 months ago because I took a break from 14 when Endwalker came out. The queues were unbearable. So if it's anything ARR, I'll be hard pressed to remember it. It was Roban that said it? Yeah, I have 0 memory. You went to Walmart and bought a bath mat during work hours. I'm glad you did. Greetings, honored sir. May I show you in? That's all I hear when you say ARR. That's like if you ever play Overwatch, my favorite thing is when people say great round, they just say it as GR. And I always just picture them going,
my friends, thank you for coming at such short notice.
I was in your state, did 2 months of clubbing mostly? Oh my god. The most important things are such devastation. This was not my intention. And La Habrea. I might shorten that down to just such devastation or something. Because if it's a bit longer, it's harder to have it. That's why I liked sloppy, because it's just sloppy and then it's gone, you know? It's quick and easy. Ah, my friends, thank you for coming at such short notice. Such devastation is good, yeah.
We were told the matter was urgent. I take it Yugiri and Soroban are also involved?
Oh my god, okay.
My presence here is but a happy coincidence. I am come on separate business, which can wait.
I don't fully understand the context because their relationship is pretty like brother-sister, like it makes sense. But I remember seeing memes of Alphino and Eorzea, and it's like Eorzea like relaxing on a beach or something like that. And then Alphino is drowning in the ocean behind her. And they're like, Eorzea, Alphino's literally drowning. And she's like, this ain't about him. This ain't about him. And I don't know why those memes are so funny to me, even though I don't fully get the context. Because their relationship is okay. But I'd find them absolutely hilarious.
My apologies. Master Hancock, pray, tell our friends exactly what you told me.
Aye.
Of course, of course. Some few days ago, a large detachment of soldiers was seen arriving at the Garlean embassy.
This seemed to me most unusual, as no personages of note are due to visit for a matter of months. So, I made a few inquiries, whereupon I learned of a most curious rumor.
That makes sense, right?
Apparently, the soldiers were dispatched to Kugane to investigate recent sightings of a certain individual. The late acting Imperial Viceroy of Doma,
Muddy, thanks for the hydrate.
Yotsuyu.
But...
I beg your pardon?
But...
I too am loath to believe it. I saw the keep come down on top of her. We all did.
Neil, thanks for pets.
I would not presume to question
I
your
haven't,
eyewitness
buddy.
accounts.
I'm not much of a
Nor
whiskey
am I
drinker.
one to take rumors at face value. The fact is, the Garleans have no knowledge of what took place at Doma Castle. They may well be chasing after a woman who merely resembles Yotsuyu. But a woman who resembles Yotsuyu in the company of a grizzled Rogadan samurai?
I mean, we already
dare
know
say
this.
That thickens the plot.
We already know this, but...
Gosetsu! He's alive!
While I've no conclusive proof, I thought that such a possibility warranted your attention.
But we have meta knowledge. We know he's alive.
Have you informed Lord Hien? Well, I think we'd all like to believe the old bear survived.
How's my Thanksgiving? It was really good. Spess just cooked a meal at home. I wish Hulu broke the bleach sub and dub out better. Have to manually pick which ones to record. Oh, stinky Mac. Each time you watch an episode?
While I dare not give myself wholly to hope, I will not deny that I have prayed for such a miracle ever since that fateful day. But regardless of my personal feelings, if the Empire has seen fit to pursue these rumors so vigorously, we can scarce afford to ignore them. I am bound by duty to ascertain the truth of the matter. Will you join me in this quest?
Gladly. I will find Gosetsu together.
Thank you. If Gosetsu yet lives, he will need our help if he is to avoid capture.
12 episodes at a time. So you have to individually, each of the 12, choose English, or whichever.
Gosetsu is a dear friend, and we cannot abandon him to the mercy of the Empire. Our course is clear.
It is.
Hancock, is there aught else you can tell us?
Alas not, but I have taken the liberty of employing one of the finest informants money can buy. You shall have the latest intelligence on the Garleans' movements, and more besides.
Ew. Why did he smile like that? Why do you have to be this way, foot penis? The informant awaits your pleasure in the back streets of Sanjo Hanamachi. From its shining facade to its dark underbelly, few know Kugane as intimately as he does. One of the most finest informants money can buy. I don't have a bad feeling about this. Permit me to assist you in your quest, my friends. The sooner your business is concluded, the sooner we may speak of mine. Should your search take you away from Kugane, my boat is at your disposal. I shall see that she is ready to sail. Foot penis? Because his name is Hancock? Hancock? Foot penis? Come on, don't make me explain it. I'll give Sorban a hand. If he's providing us a ship, the least we can do is supply the provisions. We'll be at the pier if you need us. A welcome offer and an excellent plan. Without further ado, then let us seek out this informant in Sanjo Hanamachi. Rakuza district. Is Hulu? I'm losing my voice. Is Hulu really better than Netflix? That you would choose Hulu over it? What does Netflix really have going for it these days? This should be the place. Now we wait to see who comes. It has been a while, my friends. Yes, yes, a long while indeed. Oh, for fuck. God damn it. Not you again. I knew it. Gyodo. Any funny business and you know what will happen, I trust. Netflix is $50 a month. Hulu is basically $5. Guys, do you remember when Netflix was cheap? When Netflix was like, I think it was close to $5 when it first started, right? Now it's so fucking expensive. No funny business. Only loyal service to the finest quality information. Of course, such quality does not come cheap. No, but Hancock already paid you. Honestly, you must think we're born yesterday. I have half a mind to call Lise. No Lise, I beg you. No boots. I will sweat. Well, technically she's wearing sandals now. I will tell you everything I know, free of charge. The Empire searches for Yotsuyu, high and low, far and wide. Come to enlist my help, they did, promising rich rewards for decisive information. And have you decisive information? Were the two individuals cited here indeed Gosetsu and Yotsuyu? Alas, see them with my own eyes I did not, but the Imperials are confident, yes, very confident indeed. Look at the size of their contingent. But here is something they do not know, a rumor which you will find most interesting. I think they say an elder Rogadin samurai appeared on Kogane Dori with a beauteous maiden and sold his katana to a pawnbroker. 'Twas no common katana either, but one of surpassing craftsmanship. Namazu, yes. Pape game. Netflix was $10 for a single 480 stream. Yeah. Well, that is interesting. Assuming it's true, do you corroborate the rumor with the pawnbroker in question? No. Regrettably, I do not have a working relationship with the master of Shofuku Shish... I can't pronounce that. Took a nap. Last thing I remember was giving donated food and games to Saharan refugees? In your dream? Good morning, Waffle. The Earth says hello. Now why would that be, I wonder? If I didn't know better, I'd think I'd lent you money. He will help you, I am certain. While you speak with him, I will make contact with my Garlean connections and learn what I can of their progress. A glimpse of the blade is all I need to be sure, but it is wise to let the Namazu out of our sight. No, he'll betray us. No more betrayals. No more boots. To divide our forces is simply more efficient. He's right. Given the urgency, we would do well to split up. And so I will go with our friend here. Nothing improves efficiency like a little supervision. You'll get his ass. Yes. We will go together, and there will be no boots. Let's be about it then. Good luck with the katana. Shall we reconvene at the pier later on? Fragrant as the Ruby Bazaar offices are, I prefer the fresh air. I believe Alize has her task well in hand. Shall we seek out the pawnbroker? Yep. You've learned the emote greeting. I'm assuming it's slash greeting. Oh my god. Absolutely terrifying. Slash greeting does not exist. Slash greet. What? Is that all it is? Just a little. That's it. What in the chicken dance are you doing? Monstrous. Monstrous behavior this is. It's a little wave that Lise uses all the time when she walks up. Green tea set? Is this housing? I think that's housing. Everything in order. Then let us proceed to Kogane Dori and find the master of Shofuku. I can't pronounce anything. I think it's Shichiten? Oh, where am I? went the wrong way. It is a house item, okay. Apartments are 500,000? Because I only have 600,000. I'm a broke bitch. Hello, perky pawnbroker. We might have had customers like those you describe. So many people come through, it's difficult to remember. Perhaps you could jog my memory by making a purchase? No? Well, you can't blame a woman for trying. A Rogan samurai and a maiden. Never seen them. Now, if you don't have any business with me, make a way for someone who does. You got 2 mil, but you need more. Always need more. Welcome, good sir. Welcome. Will you be buying or... Ah, so you've heard tale of a Rogan samurai's katana. Small wonder. It is a fine example of its kind. One moment. 56 mil! Oh my god. Dare I hope you have found our pawnbroker? Excellent work, sir. And that is the katana? There can be no doubt. It's Gosetsu's blade. The craftsmanship is exquisite, is it not? And you'll be pleased to know that the pledge has just expired. I should be glad to sell it to you, assuming you have the coin. This is no ordinary weapon, you understand, and it is priced accordingly. But if you are serious, I suggest you act quickly, as several noted collectors have already expressed interest. The blade represents conclusive proof of Gosetsu's survival. I suppose this could be considered a necessary cost in securing his safe return. Yet it is not a decision I can make alone, least of all when our nation has scarce begun to rebuild. I'll pay. Nay, my friend, grateful though I am for the offer, I cannot ask this of you. It is enough to know that Gosetsu is alive and well. Yugiri, wait. The scions will buy the katana. Pray consider it a gift. Master Alphino, your kindness is touching, truly. Yet in matters of coin, would Mistress Tataru not expect to be consulted? Come now, our friend would never have relinquished his blade were the need not great, and we are not bound by honor to help a friend in need? I say we are, and I am sure Tataru will wholeheartedly agree. It's settled then. You've made a wise choice, my friend. Such pieces are few and far between. Now, if you would be so good as to come this way, I shall prepare the necessary papers. Tataru's gonna be like, you bought what? For how much? If I may ask, sir, after he visited your establishment, do you perchance know where the old samurai went? He is our friend, and we would return his weapon to him. A friend of yours, you say? Well, I suppose there can be no harm in telling you. No sooner had I provided him with the requested sum than his pretty young companion began clamoring for dango. I duly recommended those served at the Umineko tea house, and thither did they set off. Clamoring for dango? Can these truly be the same people? It makes no sense. Some manner of code, perhaps, but it avails us not to speculate. Let us go to this tea house and see if we can pick up their trail. It's one katanu, Tataru. Katanu? It's one katana, Tataru. How much could it cost? A lot! Oh my god, I scarfed supper too fast, and now I feel like I'm having trouble clearing my throat. I'm doomed! A hot bevy would be ideal, but I'm too lazy to make tea or something. $10? Easily $10, yeah, for sure. Couldn't be more than that. It's just a piece of metal. Ah, the true end game. The true end game armor. Sandals, a bikini, and some horns. Truly a fashionista. Do. Byakudan? But of course I remember. How could I forget a pair like that? The most beautiful girl you'll ever see, scoffing down dango as if her life depended on it, while the old samurai looked on, not quite what he expected, I'll wager. Far be it from me to gossip about my customers, but he was planning to spirit her away across the Ruby Sea, out of the reach of her family, no doubt. When the girl had finally had her fill, they set off in the direction of the Shiokaze hostelry, presumably to find someone discreet with a boat. So Gosetsu makes for Doma. But this woman who travels with him, the more I hear about her, the more I wonder if she can truly be Yotsuyu. Hope on the waves. While doubts remain over the identity of Gosetsu's traveling companion, for now we can but follow the trail. Come, let us away to the pier, and make ready to sail. With luck, Alize will have already joined Master Soroban and Mistress Taru there. Excellent timing, my friends. Mistress Alize arrived mere moments ago. All went well at my end. Gyoto met with an Imperial officer and wheedled his way to some new information. It seems the troops who recently arrived in Kugane came directly from Garlemald. The Imperials based here have been kept in the dark. And that's not all. A contingent of the aforementioned troops are preparing for deployment to the Ruby Sea. If I didn't know better, I'd say they picked up Gosetsu's trail. Then your information matches ours. We are quite certain that Gosetsu seeks to cross to the mainland. I'm sorry, did I hear that right? You used Scion funds to buy Gosetsu's katana at the asking price? Well, we were in some haste, and it seemed a worthwhile gesture. Speaking of which, here's the contract of sale. Pray see that man is paid. Oh my god, she's gonna flip her lid. Oh no. Doll's beard, you agreed to this? Give me strength. Well, it's not like the search can wait. You'd best be on your way. But Alphino, we need to talk. I want you to come straight to the offices as soon as you get back. Promise me. Alphino found dead in Kugane. Oh, very well. I shall call upon you as soon as I return. He doesn't know! He's so dead. First, let us go to the Ruby Price. If Gosetsu has already set sail, the sentries there are sure to have seen him. Dead man walking, this Alphino. Dead man walking. Why is it a duty? Tadaro seemed rather vexed, did she not? Ever the melodramatist. I'm sure our finances can stretch to a single sword. Remind me to explain the value of such gestures when we next see her. But I digress. We have work to do. Oh, we're probably gonna fight the Imperials on the boat. We're probably gonna run into them on the way to Gosetsu. This solo duty is protecting Alfie from Tataru.
I suggest we begin by learning what we can from the sentries.
Sorry, Tataru. Ruh-roh. Wait. Uh-oh. Wait, the Confederacy!
What's going on out there?
Travelers, are you? You may wish to postpone your plans. The Garleans have launched an attack on the Confederacy. We have no reason to believe they'll turn their attention here, but for your own safety, I suggest you return to Kugane.
But I am the Warrior of Light. It's okay, he didn't know who he was talking to. That was Thancred's VA? Same VA, that guy? And they really use a lot of the VAs, huh? Efficient. Efficient it is.
The Garleans bear no love for the Confederacy. But with Doma lost to them, why would they attack? Unless...
Unless Yotsuyu is on that island.
Almost every voiced Imperial
Even if she
soldier is
isn't,
him.
Our allies are under attack and they need our help.
Either way, we should help, yeah.
We will help them while you remain with Soroban. Arguing will only delay us. Is that clear?
Fine, but you haven't heard the last of this.
Dude, Alphino just digging
Soroban,
graves
we
with
may need to
multiple
make a
people.
swift exit. See that the boat is ready to sail at a moment's notice.
It shall be done.
What, and you're going to swim there, are you?
'Tis the quickest way, and you may rest assured I've been practicing.
Alphino is drowning, Alize. This ain't about him.
Come.
Why did he just lunge in so fucking haphazardly? He's dead. We're gonna have to save him. It's gonna be like, quick time event! Save Alphino from fucking drowning. You good, bud? I did it, he says.
An opening your defense is lacking. Leave this to me.
What? Excuse you? Who's shooting a massive laser? Dude, bless slide casting, honestly. I still haven't fully gotten the hang of when I can move, but I feel it's like close to the last quarter of the cast bar is when you can slide with it. Oh, I'm paralyzed. Is it that little soldier's fault? Ah! Fuck paralysis. All good? All good. This is Thancred. Hey, Tansui. It's the boy! He got a different katana.
Lady Yotsuyu, we're here to rescue you. Please, come with us.
Stay back, Tsuyu.
Are you all right?
Oh, she can speak. But I thought maybe she was mute. I think she just lost her
right?
memory. Night, Muddy!
Gosetsu!
Hope your head feels better soon.
Damn it, we took too long. Change of plan. Eliminate hostiles. All forces, attack!
Let's go with the ads first. Focus on the enemy. We'll see the Lady Yotsuyu when they're dead. Uh-oh. More ads spawned. I guess I should just focus on this guy. Ooh, I just pulled a lot of aggro onto me. Oh, it's self-detonating. Well, I'm just gonna move away from that. I'm just gonna not be close to that when that goes off. Youch! This GG, I wasn't sure how much that self-detonate was gonna do. I was a little scared. It definitely took half my health, but that's it. It used to do a lot of damage, but meh. I think if both of them got it off, I would die. But now that there's only one to do it, I think we're okay. There we go. Easy. Ah, there's more. Have care. We know not what we face. I've fought one of these before. All of you. Oh, bunch of bombs. Guys, you can get further than that from the proximity. Hello? Guys, it's a proximity? Easy.
The art of my forebears.
It's still not over. Imperial Hoplomachus. Holy there's 4 of them now! I'm dead. This is the end for me. There are too many. Draw them to me. I shall finish them. Oh boy. That's a lot of aliens. Do, 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 do. One of them isn't pulled in. All right, brace yourselves.
Release.
Oh, geez, he did a lot of damage to all of them. Oh god, here comes the self-destructs. Hey! Let's go! I'm sure you can absolutely die to that if somehow you don't kill them. Also off to bed. Good night, Mac.
Thank the heavens.
Yugiri, my friends, the Kami were kind to guide your steps this way.
It's over. The Imperials are retreating. I suppose we have you to thank for that. But they would never have come here were it not for her. I had a bad feeling the moment your samurai friend arrived with that woman in tow.
Do not be afraid, Suyu. These people are my friends.
Friends.
I did, Danny. I'll do it off stream.
Forgive me, but at the risk of souring the mood, I believe you owe us an explanation. You may start by telling us what happened at Domakar.
Domakar?
Of course.
Hi, Evelyn.
I'll not begrudge you that. As you know, we were trapped inside the keep when it collapsed.
I do know.
But even as the roof crumbled above us, so too did the floor below. We were swept out into the One River, where we would surely have drowned had a stout wooden door not chanced to float by, offering us a raft of sorts.
Ah, they had a Titanic moment.
Exhausted, we drifted out to sea, at the mercy of the tides, which saw fit to dispense us on a desert island.
She was with you the entire time?
Aye. 'Twas her kimono which saved her from Hien's blade, believe it or not. Some Garlean witchcraft in the weave.
Huh.
But it offered precious little protection against the fall. Though she survived, she awoke bereft of all her memories, and speaking like a child.
What if it's an act?
A trick, surely.
Yeah. What if she didn't actually forget anything?
That was my first thought, and I contemplated cutting her down and being done with it. Contemplated it long and hard. Yet the Kami saw fit to deliver us from certain death. 'Twas their will that we survive, both of us, together. And together we shall go before our master. He shall be the one to judge.
Kevlar kimono? Basically what he said. Garlean magic. No, Kevlar
Judge
kimono.
what?
She's your prisoner, old man. Do with her as you will. Call her Tsuyu, or whatever else tickles your fancy.
'Twas a name given out of necessity whilst on the road. Nothing more.
Tansui? Kinda toxic. Like, just a little bit toxic.
As you say. But remember this. Our people suffered much at that woman's hands. When the time comes, I trust you won't let emotion blind you to what needs to be done.
You have my word.
Is it fair to judge someone
Well, I must be going.
based on their
I have an
actions?
unholy mess to clean up. You should be on your way too, before the Imperials decide to take another tilt. Oh, and we'll overlook the tithe this once. You're welcome.
Sorry. Is it fair to judge someone based on their actions if they have zero recollection of it, and the person that comes out of the new no memory person is a good person? That feels like a moral quandary, because if she turns out to be nice and like a good moral upstanding person, is it fair to judge someone based on their actions? But like, but what we know of Yotsuyu's backstory is she's a victim of circumstance, basically. The way she was because of the way she was treated and the way she grew up, being less than human the entire time, basically. So she clawed and fought at everything that she was able to get. Now she kind of has like a blank slate. And so to put her to death for when she could end up as a brand new person, like a good, upstanding citizen, like, it feels weird. It feels weird to me. At that point, you're executing the idea of who she was rather than who she actually is. Which feels wrong to me. As Tansui says, we should move on. It would not do for Yotsuyu to be seen here. Now, if I know my sister, she will already be waiting on the boat at the pier nearby. Let's go and see if I'm right. I mean, yeah, that's pretty much the question these quests pose. Good. I like to see those kind of questions, like, examined. It's a bit like, what is a person, really, right? Is a person their past actions regardless of who they are now? Or is a person who they are in the moment? It's a difficult question to ask. Because she did commit legitimate atrocities. But she may not be that person anymore. So should she be put to the like should she be put to death? I don't think so personally. Furthermore, if she remembers who she was and still feels no remorse or regret or reverts back to who she was, then yeah, whatever penalty comes for her should come for her. However, if she's like a brand new person, it doesn't make sense. Gosetsu, thank the gods you're safe. It was all I could do to watch the battle from afar. People are like, step on me when it comes to her. Oh, I know, Lord. Oh, I know. I was like that as well. And then she told a citizen to kill his own parents. And then I was like, nope, too far. At that point, she was too crazy for me. It was all I could do to restrain her. Can you blame me for worrying? Strong as Sir is, anything could happen in the chaos. But enough about me. We need to talk about her. Something has been bothering me. Why are the graphics like this? Isn't Final Fantasy known for its graphics being good on new releases? It looks like a PS1 game or a modern mobile game. It can still be a great game, not mocking it. People complain about the environments a lot, which makes me want to install a shader, which is called G-Shade. And I'm gonna do that before next stream and hope that the environments look a bit more fleshed out than they do now. Cause yeah, it does look very PS1. You're right. Greetings? They tell me you've lost your memory, and that's fine. But I want you to know something. I won't be taking my eyes off you, not for a moment. The big thing you have to take into consideration is it's also an MMO with massive maps. Simply put, it's an MMO, yeah. And at this point, it's how many years old? 7 or more? It's like, it's really old, this game. 10 years old. Yeah, it's a 10 years old MMO. So look at it through that lens, right? They try to accommodate the lowest common denominator. That's so sweet of them, honestly. But you sure have no idea what PS1 is, and they will do refresh the graphics with 7.0. Cool. These people are strange. Are you sure they're your friends? 14 still looks amazing as an MMO. Yeah, compare it to WoW, for example, like the other Titan. WoW looks so aged and cartoony. I am. They may behave strangely, but I trust them with my life. You have naught to fear. All right, if you say so. Right. 'Tis past time we set sail. I, for one, would not keep Lord Hien waiting without due cause. It's PS3 graphics at worst. Yeah, no. PS1 is like old. Aye, and the longer we tarry, the more we risk inviting trouble. Lest you forget, the Red Kojin bear no love for Yotsu either. I shall deliver you to familiar shores, near Isari, but out of the villager's sight. Aged? Even Warcraft 2 looks better than WoW. Yeah. But yeah, I'm gonna install G-Shade and hope it helps a little bit with the environs. I could hook up my PS1 to old Elgato and weaponize some PS1 graphics. Here is where we part ways, my friend. I pray the remainder of your journey passes uneventfully. Sir, when you are not otherwise occupied, I would speak with you about my next business venture. It promises to be extremely lucrative, and I do not say so lightly. After the prodigious sum spent acquiring a certain sword, it would present a fine opportunity to refill the Scion's coffers and restore the smile to Mistress Tataru's face. Everyone glances over at Alphino. Oh, come along. Tataru is overreacting. How much could a single katana possibly cost? Far more than you think, plainly. A blade like Gosetsu's is worth a fortune, enough to buy a house and furnish it, which you would know had you bothered to check the price. What? I had no idea. This business venture of Soroban's will give you, you will give it a fair hearing, I trust. He has been good to us, after all. As for me, I think I shall look into drawing upon my personal funds. He didn't know. He didn't know. Do you give an ether current? No, you give him music. I'll be back for you. PS2 limitations were a meme on Final Fantasy XI, so naturally PS3 limitations should be a meme on Final Fantasy. We must meet with Lord Hien as soon as possible, though mayhap not at the Enclave. I will send word requesting that he receive us at the House of the Fierce, where there are fewer prying eyes. If all are in agreement, I shall scout ahead and see the way is clear. Pray follow as swiftly as you are able, and join me on the outskirts of Namai. I like how Gosetsu is like relaying everything to Yatsu. Lord Gav, what the heck? With the 5 gifted? You did not. Yo, and really good beans got those too. Lord Gav, what the? I appreciate you so much. Thank you for the 5 gifted. What the heck? That is so sweet of you. You sweet soul. Whew. You like just got here too. You like just got here today and you're like, you know what, this little bean? He's pretty alright. He's a pretty okay guy. I really appreciate it. As a full-time streamer, it legitimately means the world. Off we go. Can I fly here? No, I didn't do the Ether Current quests. Ouch. Alright, we need to do Ether Currents in this place as well. I loved the theme here. It was so cozy. 1 sig and I have to head to bed. It's 4 a.m. Oh my gosh. I swear I need to start streaming earlier. I swear. My poor EU gang. I hope you have nowhere to be tomorrow, Lord. I really do. Also, you said you prefer Suzu, right? I will slowly remember this. Slowly. Slowly but surely. All is well? Good. The others are hiding nearby. Let us proceed. Quietly, if you please. Suvu. I was so close. I was so close. The Lala strut. I love it. Hien, you are wise. Do not sentence her to death until she's proven to be the same shitty human.
My lord Hien, I am returned.
Save your tears for the morrow. For we who yet walk the path should not think too much on the destination. When the hour arrives, we shall welcome what comes with open arms.
He's speaking very cryptically. Save your tears for another day.
And welcome it you did, even as the keep fell down around us. At that moment, in your smile, I spied a shred of hope. One which I have clung to ever since.
He said this before Doma attack.
Gosetsu, full glad am I to see you alive and well.
We have played this scene before, have we not? Though this time our roles are reversed.
That they are. Meaning you know how I feel. Wholly at a loss for words. Welcome back, old friend.
Aww. My heart, dude. He's been rehearsing this moment. Hoping for it, at least.
Now then. Though we rejoice at your return, it seems you have brought with you certain complications.
The fact that he kneeled down to meet him is so significant as well. Rather than talking above him, he kneeled down like as equal.
Rise, my friend. Tell me everything.
That's such a subtle thing to do, but so beautiful in and of itself.
The Empire is bold indeed to send a token force to engage the Confederacy.
Why do you say Confederacy so weird? Confederacy. It's subtle if you're not like yeah, if you're Japanese, that's huge.
As acting viceroy, Yotsuyu would have been
Otherwise,
privy to Imperial secrets. The Garleans will not soon give up the chase.
Nay, it will end with her capture or her death.
Are you a friend too?
She's so innocent.
She claims to have lost her memory, though I know not if she speaks true. I brought her here that you might decide her fate.
She's so innocent.
Lost her memory, you say?
Yeah, exactly, Rando. Not only did he kneel, he got lower than Gosetsu, which like the whole politeness in Asian culture, like Japanese culture in particular, is like the lower you go, the more respectful you're being. So the fact that he put himself lower than Gosetsu is very significant. I do recommend to buy a kimono or yukata. They are most comfy when it's warm enough at home. I regret, so you know when you visit Japan, like I went to Japan, that's one thing we didn't do. We didn't do like the dressing up in the traditional garb, because I know there's places you can go where they have everything for you and you can dress up and like walk around for a while. I regret not doing that when I was in Japan.
Regardless, the people have not forgotten. Her face yet haunts their dreams. She cannot roam free. We will hold her here for a time.
He didn't jump straight to execution.
Place her in Jufia's care, with the express instruction that she is not to be seen.
I mean, but what kind of life is that to be kept?
Yes, my lord.
You got yourself one 3 years ago for 120 money, and so happy I did.
Come.
No, I don't want to.
Literally like a child.
Don't let her take me away.
It's all right, Soyu. I will come with you. Be a good girl.
Rando, the last time I saw a currency in my chat, I said the wrong thing. So now it's just money. All currencies are just money to me. I was gonna say euro, but last time I said euro it was actually pounds, so I got scared.
From a hound at his throat to a puppy at his heel.
It's euro, okay. It's interesting hearing her voice with the English dub. I think this section I played with Japanese voice acting. It must be a little bit jarring.
This is an act. It is a remarkable performance.
This is how I feel too. Pounds is the one that kind of looks like an L. Got it. Will I remember that? Oh boy, I sure hope so. But exclamation mark memory proves that I may not. Literally in the back of my mind, every single time I see Lord Calf's name, I'm like, Suvu, Suvu, Suvu. Very subtly in the back of my mind. Thank you for delivering Gosetsu back to us in one piece. We are lucky indeed to have friends who would journey to the other side of the world to help us, and repeatedly at that. We have much and more to think upon, but as regards the Empire, we can but watch and wait. Now then, seeing as you've come all this way, you must allow me to show you to the Enclave, or show you around the Enclave. I would not have you thinking we've been idle in your absence. The rebuilding effort proceeds apace, I'm pleased to say, and we are now ready to welcome home our countrymen who were displaced by the war. Should they so desire it, there's a place here for those who fled to Eorzea. Ooh, we can see Shadowbringers maybe not next week, but the week after. Hype! I think I said this before, but if anyone has seen Torchwood, Yotsuyu's English VA was one of the main characters. Okay, so maybe extra jarring if you don't realize that it's that person, but you know that person's voice. We should be delighted to accept your invitation, Lord Hien, and I have no doubt that your subjects at Revenant's Toll will be heartened to hear that their lord has not forgotten them. The little feet kicking. Oh, it's nothing. I just thought that Gosetsu and Yugiri would be back by now. Ah? Forgive me, my lord, if Captain Jifuya is nowhere to be found. Oh? He was here when I arrived. For now, we have taken Yotsuyu to a private chamber and assigned another to watch over her, my lord. But I find it passing strange that the captain should leave his post with nary a word. That does seem most unusual. I mean, if you look for the man, we would be happy to assist. We should be glad of your help. While I search without, mayhap you could ask our soldiers here if they know anything. I will join you. With respect, my lord, you should remain here. Should the Empire move against us, you'll be better able to coordinate our response. Ha! And there I was thinking I was in charge. But you have the right of it. Go on then. I will mind the house. I've been Lord Calf since ages in RPGs, and since 14 I became Suvuen. And someone called you Suvu, and since then it's stuck to that, and 14 love it so much. Suvu. He's pretty. Haname. You seek the captain? He passed by a little while ago. I wondered if I should tell someone as it happens. He did not look well, you see. I asked if aught was the matter, and he told me the past had caught up with him. but I doubt it was that. There are older men in our ranks. All we do is train. When do we fight? There's not really much fighting to do anymore, other than the Imperials. Hey, Snowman! How are we doing on this glorious day? I'm doing fantastic. Captain Jifuya? He was headed for the northern entrance when I saw him last. I was going to invite him to train with us, but he did not hear me call out to him. If you need him, I dare say the sentry on duty will be able to tell you more. Indeed, I suggested as much to Mistress Alize when she came asking earlier. Is something amiss? Interesting that he said, is something amiss, and not, is aught amiss. Good night, Suvu! It was a pleasure having you. Sorry that I streamed so late. Alright, the captain went outside some few bells ago, and looking quite unwell. I'm sorry to say. This I mentioned to Lord Gosetsu, who straightways struck out after him, and I hope they'll be alright. Gosetsu too? Seems everyone is bent on joining the search. That's all well and good, but someone has to stay behind. There's no telling what the Empire is plotting. You go on, sir. Alphino and I shall hold the fort. Aye, aye. Oh, crap. Wait, huh? Oh, huh? I think I go out this way and then look around. I wonder why they're called rainbow tigers. Oh, is this a wall? Oh, frick. It's a wall. Representation! Guys, we have representation in the tigers. Just woke up from a 2-hour nap. Noticed you were live. Hi, Snowman. Hope your nap was amazing. Hello? Oh, Chifuya. What are you... Hello? What are you cowering over here for? Terra say right, it's gay rainbow tigers.
By the Kami, your Lord Ian, leave me, I beg of you. Say nothing of this. I was never here.
Huh? Huh?
There you are.
Not me accidentally destroying my... What do you... Wait, hang on. Define destroying your Sims, baby. Define. Did you... Are you a baby murderer?
Lady Yugiri, Lord Gosetsu, forgive me my abrupt disappearance.
Echo. The baby murderer. Can't believe it. In my community?
You have your reasons, I am sure. Will you not share them?
When you shift click, you can destroy object, and you shift clicked a baby? You shift clicked a You're a monster. Exit the menu without saving and fixed it. Oh, okay. Oh my god.
I was her master when she was yet a courtesan.
Shh, the baby was sleepy, Echo. It was a very tired baby.
She worked in my establishment. Her father was a regular client of mine. One day, quite without preamble, he offered to sell her to me. Yeah, she may be no maiden, he said, but she has some use left in her.
That's why he means the past has caught up with him.
He sold her short. When I first beheld her, I was struck by her beauty. And yet, behind her eyes there was an emptiness. It was as if she had given up on life. She seemed more a doll than a woman.
I can fix her. I can fix her. With it being 10 years old, I can understand it a bit more. I thought it was like 2 to 3 years old, as 15 is the latest game to release, yes. MMO limitations are quite big is something I can agree on, yes. Just got more used to more recent MMOs having quite amazing relative graphics. just thought of it as a Final Fantasy game and thought, are these not just slightly above Monster Hunter 1 graphics? You're thinking of like New World, right? Because New World is fairly pretty, if I'm not mistaken. The one that was, you know, burning out 3090s. The numbering is weird in Final Fantasy, I think. It doesn't exactly work like that. Yeah, not quite. Especially because this one's an MMO, and it's an MMO still in its life. So there'll be Final Fantasy XVI at least before 14 ever dies.
It was no profession for her, but I knew she would be popular, and so it proved. Men flocked to drown themselves in that cold, bottomless gaze.
He probably feels like shit.
She became an Imperial informant, and for her loyal service won the office of acting Viceroy.
Yeah. Have I ever streamed Minecraft? No, I legitimately have never.
Well, you came to serve the Liberation Front.
'Tis said that the atrocities Yotsuyu committed were driven by vengeance. If so, I bear part of the blame for creating the monster she became.
Honestly true.
Joining the front was meant to be my atonement.
And yet it's caught up with you. Full circle.
But the truth is, I am a coward whose only thought was to escape her wrath. Then as now.
I see. Then I shall recommend that you be assigned to a new post. I trust you have no objections, Yulgiri?
None. It would not do to leave Yotsuyu in his care.
Absolutely not. Dude's kind of a monster.
I am in your debt.
Who is it that you seek to protect, Gosetsu? Idle musings. Pray, pay me no mind.
Then why did you say it out loud? Taking a shower, came back to a gift. Suvu went to bed. They went to bed, Cedric, but Sweet Soul. Sweet Soul just came here today and already so sweet. Giving gifted subs. Oh, forgive me. Now is not the time for brooding. Come, let us rejoin the others. It's the Xbox sickness. OG 360, One X, Series X, yeah. Dude, I gotta love, not Final Fantasy. I gotta love Sony for at least being consistent with their naming, with their main consoles. Not whatever the fuck Xbox is doing. I thank you for your help in the search. Gosetsu has told me all that transpired. I would not presume to defend the life Jifuya led before he joined the front, nor will I condemn it. Frankly, it is not my place to judge. I will only say this. The Jifuya I know has ever been a man of courage. That he should feel driven to flee bespeaks the depth of his terror. Even now, Yotsu casts a shadow over the realm. But the question of what is to be done with her must wait. The Empire is on the move once more. The new Xbox 420J 69 banana fridge. Yep. Bonnie voice. Jifuya met with an unfortunate accident on his way home. Truly a mystery. What happened? I can't believe you've done this. He was trying to atone for his mistakes. While you were out searching for Jifuya, we received word from our shinobi allies. An Imperial airship has been sighted over Doman soil. Already, dude. Holy. Out of the frying pan, ... Our visitor's objective remains unclear. It may be another attempt to recover Yotsuyu, or a prelude to invasion. Either way, the craft reportedly advances at speed and appears bound for Castrum Fluminous. I mean to go there to ascertain their intent. If we ride out in force, it will only end one way, so we shall keep our numbers to a minimum. Yugiri, sir, connect on you. Yes. It's also not the mess of console names and forms that Nintendo has released. Yeah. Yes, my lord. Eorzea and I would fain play our part as well. We will not stand idly by while a common foe threatens the lands of our friends and allies. We would be glad to help. You are acquainted with Hakuro, I believe. Then I bid you seek him out and assist in maintaining order in the Enclave. When people see an Imperial airship, they are liable to panic. I would have you reassure them. and should it come to it, aid in their evacuation. Very well, we shall depart at once. Do take care. Think I got sick going into office? That sucks, Skulsif. What of me, my lord? Skulsif, have good comfy sleep, okay? Rest up. Snowman, thanks for the lurk as well. The Empire may well be after Yotsuyu. You are to remain here and guard her until my return. As you wish. Pray, stay close to Sir and Yugiri. Well, well. Guard duty and not a breath of protest. Now I've seen it all. To Castrum Fulminus, then. Let us find out what the Empire's game is. What a tiny little task force. He's just us. Castrum Fulminus. What is the closest warp? This one? There's still a bunch of the map that I've yet to even explore in here. It's weird. What's the best way there? This way? That always makes my stomach flip. I played the newest one, Snowman, Dad of Boy. Loved it, loved it, loved it. They released a trailer for the next one, didn't they? Like the continuation of what we played? I was never very interested in the God of War games previously, but Dad of Boy was so good. Think so. Boy. Loved it. Great game. Highly, highly recommend. Even if it's not really your kind of game, it was so good. What consoles, if any, have I owned so far? I have a Switch. Oh, it was beside me. I don't know where it is right now. I have a Switch, I have a PS4, and I've owned pretty much every Nintendo console except for the GameCube. I missed out on the GameCube era. But currently in my possession is a Switch and a PS4. The area is secure. Whatever our visitors' purpose, they plainly believe they can achieve it alone. The craft should come into view at any moment. Let us await them inside the castrum. You're replaying it as of right now to get any collectibles and leveling up. I gave up on the Valkyries. The Valkyries were so hard. I killed like half of them, I want to say, but then there were a few that I just could not deal with. Huh? It has its own smoke machine? It literally does.
A smoke signal? Thoughts, Yugiri?
In former times, such signals were used to announce the coming of an emissary of peace. In Doma, at least. But could that truly be their intent?
Who can say?
True, Snowman. Might I recommend to you Final Fantasy XIV, which you can play through the entirety of A Realm Reborn and Heavensward?
Whatever they want, we cannot simply blast them out of the sky. Not when they were so gracious as to honor one of our cherished traditions. I would not have it said that we Domans want for propriety.
Then I shall go and reconnoiter.
Nay, that won't be necessary. We will meet them openly.
And risk death.
I would welcome this student of Dorman history in person, whomsoever he or she may be.
As you wish, my lord. I shall arrange for a signal of our own to be fired in answer.
The fact that they're just floating up there. Who?
Well,
Asahi.
that we should be received by the Lord of Doma himself.
I but
feel that,
afford an
Snowman.
emissary of peace the courtesy he is due.
Like game paralysis. Too many options. Can't choose just one.
Welcome to Doma, my lord.
Ah, where are my manners? I am Asahi Sus Brutus, ambassador plenipotentiary of Garlemald.
Plenipotentiary? What does that mean?
He is heir to the Naiuri clan and Yotsu's stepbrother.
Oh.
It seems I need not introduce myself, not in the presence of the famed Yugiri Mistwalker. Your skills as a shinobi are known far and wide, my lady.
It's definitely better multiplayer.
It is
Snowman.
true. The former acting viceroy is my sister. Yet, bonds of kinship aside, we have precious little in common. As will soon become plain, I come not to sow strife, but to end it.
Huh. Yeah, I am also sus.
I am of the Populares, a collective which represents the interests of the common man. Long have we labored to bring about reform to the Empire's provincial policy. Happily for us, our master acknowledges the need for change. Indeed, His Radiance, Emperor Varys Zos Galvus, personally sanctioned this mission, granting me the authority to speak with his voice.
Huh?
To negotiate peace with Doma.
Huh? I am sus.
Well then, we have much to discuss. Will you accompany me to my hall?
What sort of peace would the Imperials want? Like,
gladly, my lord.
It cannot be a peace that we'd want to enjoy. They'll be like, okay, so we won't attack you in exchange for 50% of everything that you earn. Like, sus. She's a shinobi, a weeb, a nerd. Weeaboo no jutsu. No, she's a legitimate shinobi. There was one point in the cutscene where we were on top of a cliff and she jumped straight into the sky and disappeared. That's how good of a shinobi she is. Or, Snowman, instead of buying it for somebody, you could just get them to get Game Pass. Game Pass works as well. We shall escort our guests across the river to the Enclave. Yugiri, pray go on ahead of to the Yuzuka Manor docks and see that the ferries are ready. In your Imperial outfit again, Bonnie. With the salute and everything. Hang on, let me hug your leg. I think I'm only big enough to hug your leg here. I'm only little. Send help. I'm so small. Shoot, where is this? Oh, it's a bit ways this way. Is it enough time for Shiva BGM? It might just be. Wait, across the water. Oh wait, no, this way. Tara, when you hug tall people, it looks like you're their child. I love Lalafell. But they are tiny. We are small. I still can't get over this mob design right here. Insui Appa. They're very pretty. Did I see the old Greg mob? I didn't, Izagi. Guys! Representation! We had the Gay Tigers, and now we have Bai Fang. Hello, Bai Erasure? Who is she? She's not here right now. We have representation. We love to see it. Wait, when was the last spooky stream? We did one Friday and Saturday last week, Snowman. There's always the VODs there if you need an extra little dose of spooky. You missed it? You missed both, actually. Not just it. I usually like to stay on the Shiva pony until we hear Oblivion, but alas. Lord Hien and I will accompany the Imperial delegation on the first ferry. When you're ready, speak with the boatman and join us on the other side. Tara, since you were silly enough to be my friend on Steam, I'm buying you that game Infra. I know you will love the game. As with any game that is gifted to me, know that it may take a very long time for me to get to it on stream. Waffle. Literally, Zake bought me Persona 4 Golden like a year and a half ago or something like that. And I still intend to play Persona 4 Golden, but time makes fools of us all. Wait, hold on. I also need to become Tara's friend on Steam. It's just Terrabellum, and it's a little Zenogre shrugging is my icon. Feel free to add me. Wait, have I been in this city? This looks... I have not been in this city. I was thinking it looked weird. Where am I? Hello? Can I mount up here? I can. Very peculiar, this. Tara, is it bad the thing that I spent almost $200 on my best friend? Depends on how short of a time frame it is, and it also depends on how liquid you are. I think it's hard to put a monetary value on friendship. As long as they're comfortable with it and you have the means to do so, I don't see any harm in that. Actually, we haven't mended in a while. Hey, you. Fix my things. Do 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 do. Dun dun dun. Okay, all better. I just saw that person's name. Their first name was P-U-R-I. Their last name was T-E-A. Purity. That's so funny. I buy them mostly horror games. They're a horror game addict. I am slowly becoming one. There you are, sir. When we played Man of Medan last week, I had a blast. It was so janky. It was so campy, but I loved it. Imagine being this small and actually walking into people. How often do you plant your face in other people's groin, crotch, or butt? So, Danny, we've had awkward occurrences where I slash pet people in the game, and then my hand goes up in a very sus location, and it's not good. It's not good. There you are, sir. So, first things first. What do you think of the Enclave? I must say, I'm quite proud of what my countrymen have accomplished in the time. We even have an aetherite now, courtesy of the Onishishu. Be sure to attune to it, would you? Once it has the Warrior of Light seal of approval, people might actually start using the thing. But on to the matter at hand. The ambassador and his retinue are at my hall, taking their ease ahead of the negotiations. I want you there when the talking starts. It will serve to send a message to the Empire that Eorzea and Doma stand united. I'm not normally one to for hollow posturing, but in this game of nations, such gestures carry weight. Oh, and should you feel uneasy about speaking for the Scions, Alphino and Alize will also be there. You need only drink, eat, and look imposing. Say you'll come, I'll be there. Sus among us, literally. I knew I could count on you. When you're ready, come and join me at my humble abode. The Kien Khan and guardsmen will see you in. Snow vented. Sus. Among Us. Do 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 do. Precious reclamation. Among Us. There's that BBC video where it's Among Us. Wait a second, there's not that many aetherites here. I kind of want to tune to them all really quickly. Zoom. And it's like a minute and a half video. And it's just to lead up to the narrator saying Among Us. 10 out of 10. I saw Terra vent and kill purple. I would never kill purple. Purple, one of the best colors. I would kill red. Red deserves it. improve this job efficiency. Switching to machinist so I can peloton my way away. Kozakura's quest allows you to restore the Doman Enclave. As you can see, it's not in great shape right now. It's very okay. It's very alright. It's not fantastic. You've attuned yourself to the Ethernet shards in the Doman Enclave. The One River is now accessible. Oogie. You restore it by selling them things for more than vendor price. What? The Adventures of Sir Terra, the small bean, yes. Crap. Whoop. Okay. Wait, do you mean occupied? How am I occupied? Lord Hien is expecting you. May I show you in? Yes. Sell them all my vendor trash. It's donations, technically, but you're getting more money than vendoring it normally? That seems hella worth doing. Hey, the furries made it. Clear demi materia and Allegan coins, yeah.
On behalf of my delegation, I offer you my humblest thanks. Never did I imagine that I would meet the gallant and noble Lord of Dorma himself, nor be welcomed into his magnificent hall.
You'll forgive me if we forgo the pleasantries. You say you are come to negotiate peace.
Let's see the terms of your negotiations
Unless
here.
I am mistaken, such negotiations are typically conducted between sovereign nations. I was not aware that the Emperor had recognized Dorma's sovereignty.
Precisely.
His Radiance has yet to do so, that much is true. Know, however, that he has expressed willingness to cede Dorma to her ancestral masters and treat with her as a friend.
Why, though? I'm so sus.
Since the days of Emperor Solus, the Empire has aggressively expanded its territory. While you may not agree with our founding father's policy of expansion, I believe there is room for discussion on the matter of his lifelong goal, to rid the world of icons. Icons are a blight upon this star. They cannot be suffered to exist.
I mean, true.
This you know as well as we. In his wisdom, Emperor Varus wishes to explore the possibility of an alliance to combat this common threat. On the condition that Dorma renounces summoning and pledges to police the Korgin's practice of it, his Radiance would extend the hand of friendship.
Dorma has never shown any appetite for summoning, and it should go without saying that we will address any threat to our people, icon or otherwise. With regard to the Korjin, I must stress that they only resorted to summoning under extreme provocation. When the Ruby Sea was at peace and their sacred relics safe, they looked not to their kami for protection. Yet even now, there are certain parties who would destabilize the region with ill-conceived military forays. Unless they alter their course, we cannot hope to be rid of icons.
Quite. I can but apologize. In seeking to eliminate icons, the Empire creates them.
Exactly.
'Tis an irony among ironies. One with which the people of Eorzea are well acquainted, I am told.
Indeed. Many summonings are the result of persecution, the weak being driven to call upon the divine for deliverance from the strong. So it was in Alamigo, the bitter fruit of Garlean oppression.
A tragic state of affairs. If we are to put an end to summoning once and for all, it shall not be through might, but harmony, Yet we continue to repeat our mistakes, oblivious to the lessons of history.
So...
My comrades and I would change all that. We, Populares, have campaigned long and hard for a shift in Imperial policy. And at last, the Emperor has seen fit to lend us an ear.
This all seems too convenient. So what,
Alas, there is a faction within Garlemald that would obstruct our every attempt at reform. A collection of pure-blooded Garleans who seek to consolidate their own supremacy. The Optimates.
Optimates. Yeah, like all of this is seeming way too convenient. So the Imperials just pull out other than these Optimates. And then what? Game's over? Like...
Lest you wonder,
the OP to me.
Theirs was the hand that loosed our forces on the Confederacy. 'Twas a regrettable incident, one that flies in the face of everything we believe. And I swear to do all in my power to prevent a reoccurrence.
I'm having trouble believing any of this.
That would be most welcome. But if I may speak plain, if the Empire itself is not of one mind, how can we be certain that any peace we negotiate will be honored?
Exactly.
I cannot blame you for doubting us. Indeed, I should find it strange if you did not. And so, in the name of building trust, I would like to make a proposal. A prisoner exchange.
Who do you guys have prisoner right now?
Under Garlean rule, no few Dormans were conscripted into the Imperial army. We would repatriate them in return for those of ours you captured in the recent conflict. Naturally, any exchange would include the acting viceroy.
Oh, and they want Yotsuyu.
Yotsuyu? What makes you think we have her?
Well, we have her. Don't play dumb.
Forgive me, my lord. Was it not your wish to speak plain? Let us not play games.
Yeah, come on, Ian.
I desire only to work to our mutual benefit. The Optimates tried and failed to take my sister by force. I would succeed by peaceable means, thereby strengthening my party's hand. 'Twould be a lie to say I would not also be glad of my sister's safe return.
A fellow plain speaker. How refreshing. Very well. Your proposal has merit, but I will need time to consider it.
And what of Yotsuyu's wish? Like, she has
Of course, my lord. May we remain in Dorma until you have come to a decision?
Like, Yotsuyu's gonna have no idea what's going on. So you should honestly just go ask her yourself. Would be the best way.
You shall be our honored guests.
Ask Yotsuyu yourself if she wants to come with you.
Yugiri.
Let her decide.
I leave the ambassador and his retinue in your care. See that they are well looked after.
You have our gratitude, Lord Hien. We shall look forward to your
So these Optimatos are the major issue in Garlemald. Asahi means morning sun. And what does Yotsuyu mean? Evening moon? Well, that was unexpected, to say the least. You can say that again. I still don't know quite what to make of it all, but on the surface, a prisoner exchange does seem a good way to begin. The question is, can they be trusted? Tara, can I adopt you, adorable bean? I am happily in a family, don't you worry. I need not adoption. They had naught to gain by divulging the details of their internal divisions. As it stands, we have no reason to doubt them. But the ambassador's mention of Yotsuyu left me ill at ease. It made his grand talk of peace seem uncanny, like a lengthy preamble. I was thinking the same thing. You think this all might be a ruse to facilitate her retrieval? I mean, yeah. Perhaps. Though I cannot fathom why they would go to such lengths. Yotsuyu may have been the acting viceroy, but she's not Garlean, nor even highborn. Her value must presumably lie in what she knows. Which brings us to the little matter of her memory loss. In her present condition, she would not yield any worthwhile intelligence, nor is she worth much as a bargaining piece. Alphino. You are well acquainted with the Empire's methods. I would have your thoughts on this matter. My knowledge is at your disposal, Lord Hien. While the ambassador's proposal is appealing in principle, it would be remiss of us not to give it due scrutiny. Indeed, though it seems to me I have little choice but to accept regardless. With so many of our brothers and sisters languishing in Imperial camps, I cannot well turn my back on a chance to secure their repatriation. Only the Kami know when I will be afforded another. But ere we continue, shall we excuse these two? I fear what follows will bore them to tears. I was just about to show myself out as it happens. Come on, sir. Let's leave Alphino to dispense his copious knowledge. Someone is still sore from being made to watch at Sakazuki. Go on and keep Alize company. We are safe for now. Alize. What shall we get ourselves up to then? A chance to relax at last. I know when I'm out of my depth, sir. Though no weapons are drawn, a negotiation is no less a battle, and the stakes can be every bit as high. Once one misplaced word and people could die. It takes someone with a cool head, and I'll be the first to admit that's not me. So we're left with the eternal question. What to do while they prattle on? I'm gonna say I will always see this community as my family. Snowman, that is exactly the kind of community that I strive to build on Twitch, so that means a lot. Although that being said, guys, it is my usual end time, like right on the nose. 10 o'clock p.m. So I think we'll call it here, and we'll pick up, oh my god, we have to wait till Tuesday? No, we have to wait till Tuesday. We have to wait till Tuesday for more. I'm so sad. So do we love Asahi? I'm torn. I'm torn on Asahi. I don't really trust him, Golsiv. It's all way too convenient right now. The fact that like all of this hinges on him getting his sister back seems like maybe it's extreme familial bond, but it seems hella sus. Becca is live, by the way, Tara. I was already like thinking maybe Becca, but I'm gonna have a quick look to see if there's anyone we haven't raided in a hot minute. Oh my god. Off we go. Yeah, I'm hesitant. I'm hesitant with Asahi. I don't really trust that all his intentions are pure right now. Boop. Okay, let's see. Let's see who's on. Boop, 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 boop. Oh, where's my browser? There it is. Gamers, thanks for hanging out with me. Friendly reminder, we're not live tomorrow as I have a family wedding to go to. It's always sad when I have to cancel. So maybe Saturday we might do horror, or I'm not too sure otherwise what we might get up to, but we'll see. I like leaving Saturdays kind of more open these days and not having a definitive plan for them. It's been a blast. What kind of vibes do you guys want? Is there anyone on our list playing 14? Boom, 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 boom. There's somebody playing 14 right now. Oh crap, we have a few good options. Crap. Power wash sim? You saw that too, eh? Or I just mentioned it, sorry. Oh, I'm tired. I need more coffee. Actually, I need sleep. I think our options that I'm really looking at are Alien Isolation, Final Fantasy XIV, though they are a bigger streamer, and I'm always hesitant to raid a big streamer, or Power Wash Sim. Horror? Okay, I want to send you guys Alien Isolation. I'm going to send you there. Seth in space. Seth is really, really good vibes. Boop, boop. I don't know if we've had a chance to raid Seth in a long time, which is why I'm more inclined to go here. Boop, boop. There's our raid messages. Just once again, we're not live tomorrow. We're back Saturday with whatever I'm feeling in the moment. And I love you guys so much. Thanks for hanging out with me. Eat water, drink food, take your meds if it's something you've forgotten to do. And I love you guys so much. See you Saturday. Bye.